Playlist on the Material UI, where you will learn everything about the Material UI, which is a design library, and directly from the scratch. And this will be a beginner friendly tutorial where you can learn and implement all of the things inside the Material UI, and the source code of every video will also be available inside the GitHub repository. So let's start. And this is an introduction video on the Material UI, where you will get an overview about what is the Material UI and why we use it. So let's start. So what is the Material UI? So it is a CSS design library with pre-built components, and it is based on the material designed by Google. So it is a library which is based on the material designed by Google. So the material design is the design which the Google uses to build the UI of the Android operating system. So you can just move on to the material.io to check it, and then these are the designs which the Google uses to build the Android operating system. So you can just check out that. And it is also a design library, but Material UI provides you more features for the web-based development on the material design. So we use the Material UI. So it is a library which is used to design the responsive web pages. So it is a library which is used to design the responsive and the modern web pages. And it is a component-based library where you don't need to write CSS from the scratch, and instead the designs are already available and you just need to pass the props to use that. And it provides all of the CSS properties which are available, and it provides you some more additional properties which are required for the responsive designs. And it works with the React.js, so you just need to install it and then import the components and then you directly use them. So this is everything about the Material UI. And now you can just move on to the MUI.com, which is the Material UI website, MUI.com. And now you can see about the overview of the Material UI on this website. Now you can see on the right, you can see some of the example and the demos. Now you can see this is a card which you can use, and then you can see this is a date picker which you can use, and then you can see it is a music player that you can build, and you can see these are the tabs, and then you can see you have some underlined tabs which is currently active tab, and then you can see all of the displays properties are available inside the Material UI also, like the flex and the grid. So you can just use that, and then you can see some buttons with some nice designs and shadows, and now you can see some progress bars which you can align, and now you can see the tabs here as well, and then you can see these are some switch and then open and the close switch, and then you can see these are the tags which are available, and then all of the things are now available. And now you can see some dependencies folders like the GitHub. You can see these designs as well, and now you can see you can have a chat streams as well with this Material UI. And now if you will scroll down, now you can see all of the big companies use the Material UI for their design and for saving the time, because it have a predefined components to use. Now you can see the Spotify, the Amazon, the NASA, the Netflix, the Unity, and the Shutterstock. All of the websites uses the Material UI for their design. And now you can see every component you need is ready for production. So we just need to call the component, pass the props, and done. So this is the Material UI which you can use. And now you can read more about the Material UI on this website. And now I will show you a demo of our component. Like if you will just search the button inside the Material UI, now you can see we have a button. So you can see these three are the predefined styles buttons which are available inside the Material UI. And you can see more of the buttons, like these are the text buttons, these are the content buttons, and there are more buttons like this. And now you can see these are the color buttons which you can use. So these are just a predefined styles inside the Material UI, where you just need to call the button, provide the color, and everything's done. So these are everything about the Material UI. So now we can just move on to see the advantages that why we use the Material UI in the modern web pages. And for the advantages, the first advantage is the time saving, because the Material UI saves a lot of time because it has some predefined components. And now you can see it prevents writing the CSS styles from the scratch, because if we want to make a modern web page, so we have to write the CSS directly from the scratch, but the Material UI prevents that because it has a predefined components, and it has a modern UI UX components. And you can see we have a modern UI UX fields inside the components which we can use, and it is fully responsive, so you can just use directly the Material UI. So this is an overview about what is the Material UI and why we use the Material UI. So in the next couple of videos, now we will start building the projects on the Material UI from their components. So right now I have opened a folder in the VS Code to install the React application here. So for that we need to move on to the terminal and select a new terminal from the drop down there. and then you will see the command window will appear, and then you can just install the React application here. And we all know that the command to install the React application will be npx. It will be create -react -app, and the name of our app, like it can be MUI -tutorial. So this will be the name of our application. So we can just install it by pressing enter. So now the React app will be now installed within a moment, and then you will see there will be a MUI tutorial directory within a few seconds here. Now you can see MUI tutorial is here, and now the React app will be now installed within a few moments. So let's wait till it completes the installation. So now you will see the React app is now installed, and now we can just expand this folder MUI tutorial, and then you will see now we have the React app installed. And now we can just move on directly to the app.css, and then we can just remove some predefined styles onto the app.css, and then we can just move on to the index.css also. Then we can remove everything from there, and then we can just move on to the app.js where we are importing everything like the app.css and the logo. So we can just remove both, and then we can just remove from the header till the header because we don't need them. And then we can also remove the class name equals to the app because we don't have the CSS now. And now we can just move on to the index.js, which is a root component of the React application. And then we can just remove the report web vitals because we don't have any use. And then we can just remove that import from here also. And now if I will now save, and now we can just start the React application. So to start the React application, now we need to write the command as the npm start. So it will just compile and it will just start the React application, and then within a few moments we will see the React application inside the browser. And now you can see the React app is now compiled, and now we can see the application onto the web page. But now you can see there's nothing on the web page, and that's true because we didn't add anything onto the web page. So we can just move on to the app.js to add a hello there. So we can just move on inside the div, and then we can just render the hello. So if I will now save, now you can see now we have the hello onto the web page. So everything is working fine. But now you will see there is some default margin or padding behind this hello. This is a default behavior of the HTML page because we have some predefined styles, like it has a margin of around 8 pixels. So we can just remove that also. We can just move on to the index.css, which we are now importing into the index.js also. Then you will see we are now importing the index.css, and then here we can just add a star universal selector, which will select all of the components elements, and then we can just add a margin as the 0 pixel from all of these sides, and then we can just add a padding also as the 0 pixel from all of the sides. So if we have any predefined styles in any of the components, so we can just remove that. If I will now save, and if I will now just go to the browser once again, now you can see now we have the hello but without any padding or margin inside that. So everything is working perfectly fine, and now we can just start the application directly from the scratch. And now we can just start some tutorials directly from the scratch and without any pre-default styles, margins, padding or anything. So now let's move on to the next part. So right now we have just created the React application and we have rendered the hello world onto the web page. So it's time to install the Material UI. So we can just move on to the new tab, select the Material UI from there, and then you will see there will be the very first link of the React component library which you always wanted. So you can just click that link, and then you will see this is the home page of the Material UI, and there's some documentation with the products. We have a pricing, we have the about us, we have the blogs, and then you can search for any component help which you wanted. So we can just select that. But now we need to install the Material UI. So the command to install the Material UI is written there. So we can just copy this command by clicking on this icon. So if you are using the yarn, then you can just add the yarn add instead of the npm install. So it will be installed. But right now I'm using the npm, so I will go with the npm. So we can just copy this command, and then we can just move on to the terminal, or either we can select a new terminal as well, and with this cd change directory to the MUI material, and then we can just install the Material UI. So I will just paste this command that we have just copied. So now the Material UI will be now installed within a moment. So the first component which we'll be looking at will be the typography. So what is the typography? So as the name suggests, the typography is used to add the text onto the web page. So this is as simple as that. So it is just used to add the text layout onto the web page with some various styles. and it has some different type of text-based text also, like the heading text, paragraph, etc. So we can just specify the text like the h1, h2, h3 and the paragraph and more text-based text of the HTML. So this is all about the typography that we can use. And now we can just move on to the Material UI. So we have a website, and then we can just move on to the search, select the typography from there. So if you will just move on to the typography, so then you will see use typography to present your design and content as clearly, efficiently as possible. So now you will see there are some predefined styles onto that, and then you can see we have some components. So you can just provide the component as well of the Material UI. And then if you will just learn about this, like the typography component makes it easy to apply a default set of font weights and the sizes in your application. And then you will see these are the text-based text which we can use, like the h1 till the h6, and then you will see we have the body, we have all of the text like this, and then we have a theme, and then we have the changing the semantic element. So if you want to learn about this, so you can just read this typography block from there, but now we will directly use that. So for that we can just move on to the application, and then we can just select here the source, and then we can just select a component, like it will be the test. So it will be test.js, and then I will add a default layout of the component with the RAFCE. So it is just an import statement from the React, and then we have the const test, which is a default application function, and then we have a return statement with the JSX, and then we have a export default as the test. So now we will use the Material UI. So we need to import something from the Material UI. So import from @MUI material, and it will be the typography that we are using. So we need to import the typography from there, and then we can just render the typography. So inside this div I will add a typography here, and then inside the typography now we can add some text, like it will be the hello world, and then we can just save, and then we can just call the test component inside the app. So we can just call here the test. So it is now imported, and now we can just save. So if I will now save, and if I will now just move on to the application once again, so the React tab is now compiled, and now we can see the hello world onto the web page. So if you will just move on to the inspect and move on to the console in the developer tools, and then you can just select any element from there like the hello world, then you can see now we have the class of the MUI typography, and now you can see the typography is clearly visible inside that, and now all of the things are now working quite fine. So this is the typography, and you can just set some spacings and the styling from the Chrome developer tools also, so you can just select from there as well. And now we can just move on to the test.js. So we can just move on to this, and then we can just close every other file from there. So if you will just move on to the typography, and then you will just press the control and the space, then you will see all of the props which it accepts. So these are about the props. Then you can just select the align property, like you can see the align has the right, left, inherit and the center, and then you can just set about, which will be the strings. So all of these props are acceptable into the typography. And then if I will now move on to the PPT, that about some properties of the typography. So now you can see the first property is the variant, which is very important. So it is used to define the HTML tag. Like in this line, we have a different type of text-based text, like the heading and the paragraph and much more. So we can just select all of these text from this variant prop. So we can just move on to the Material UI inside the typography. We can just add a variant, and then if you will just control space once again, then you can see all of the tags will be now available, like the h1, body, caption, even the button, even the subtitle, and all of the text. So if I will now just add here as the h1, if I will now just save, now you can see, if I will now move on to the application, now you will see the hello world size has been increased, because now it is acting like a h1 tag was the heading. And if I will now just go, if I will now change to the h6, now you can see the heading size will be now decreased to the main size. And then you can just select all of the other elements as well, like you can just select here the button as well. So then you will see it will be the button text which is available only inside the buttons, and then you can just select every other tag like this. So now we have the variant property, which we can define as the h5 for now. And now the variant has been defined, and now we can just move on and see other properties inside the typography. And it has some other properties like additional CSS properties like the font weight, margin, etc. So it has a bunch of other CSS properties as well, like you can just define here the font weight as well. like it will the font family, font size, font weight, even it has the flex property. You can just add a display also from there. So it accepts all of the other HTML tags here. So if you want to see about that, so you can just move on to the React typography component and you can just select the typography API from there, and then you can just see which tags it accepts. Like you can see the name, it has a align, it has a children, it has a classes, it has a component. So you can just give another component to this typography as well. So the design will be applied of the typography and the component will be the component which you will just assign. Then you will see all of these text and then you can just see about that. And then we have defined the variant, which is the most important property. And then you can see now we have the SX prop also. So what is this SX? So the SX prop is used to define some CSS styles. So the SX prop contains all the CSS properties which are not available or which are available inside the typography props as well. So in the SX prop we can just define, like we can just define the color. So the color can be like the, we can just define as the red. So if I will now save, so the application will be then compiled, and then you will see the text color is now changed to the red. And then you can just define any other property, like you can define the border as well inside the SX. So most of the SX properties are available inside the typography props only, like the color. You can see the color will be available there, and then you can see the border will be also be available there. So almost all of the properties will be then available inside this only props, and then we can just define from there and from SX prop as well. So the border can be, we can just add a 1 pixels solid black, and then we can just add a border radius, and then border radius can be defined to 10. So if I will now save, so now you will see, now we have the typography. Now you can see, now we have the hello world, and now you can see the style is not looking good because we are not defining the responsive styles from there now. So this is all about the typography that we can use, and make sure you try out all of the other components as well if you want to just build your skills into the Material UI. So let's wrap up this video. So now you have learned about the typography. So the next component which I'm going to talk about will be the buttons. So what are the buttons? So buttons are used to add the button onto the web page. So it is as simple as that, as per the name suggests. So they are just used to add the buttons onto the web page, and we have different type of predefined styles which are available inside the Material UI. So you can use these styles by defining the variant component as we have defined inside the typography. So you can just use the variant property and you will have the access of different predefined styles which are already defined inside the Material UI. So let's see about the buttons inside the Material UI documentation. So you have to search for the button, and then the button page will appear. So then you can see buttons allows users to take actions and make choices with a single tap. And you can see buttons communicate actions that user can take, like you can have a modal windows, the forms, the cards, the toolbars, and much more. So now you can see we have a basic button. So these are 3 type of buttons that are available predefined inside the Material UI. You can see we have a text, and it is just a text based button, so you cannot see the button until you hover over it. Then you can see, and then you can see now we have the contain, and then you can see the contain is filled with a border and with the blue background color. And then you can see the outline, where we just have the outline beyond the button. And then you can see we have to define the variant of the text or content or the outline. And now you can see the text button can have a primary, it can have a disabled, it can have a link as well. So you have to define all of the things. Like you can see, if you want to add it to the disabled, you can just add a disabled equals to the true, or you can just add a disabled also. And then if you want a link, you can just add href to the button. And then you can see we have a content button as well. And now you can see we have a handling click. So button accepts all of the handling events which are available inside the HTML button. Like we have the on click, we have the on mouse over, we have the on mouse center, and all of the properties and all of the events are now also supported in the Material UI as well. So you can just use that, and it is very simple to use. Like you can see we have just defined a button component, and then we have just defined the on click, and then we can see we have a callback function of the alert, and then it is clicked. And if you want to see the demo of it, then you can just go to the code sandbox, and then you can just play your demo as well. And then you can see then we have the color. You can see we have the secondary color, we have the success color, we have the error colors. So these are the colors which are already defined, not inside the buttons but inside the theme of the Material UI. You can just access the theme component of the Material UI, which we have the default theme I think inside the Material UI. So you can just define the color, like primary, we have a secondary, we have a success, we have a warning, we have an error, and then we have a info. So these are the colors which are available. And then you can see we have a sizes prop also inside the button. You can see for larger or smaller buttons, you can just use the size prop, like you can just use size equals to the small button will look like this, medium will be a little bit bigger, and the large will be a little bit bigger even more. And then you can see all of the buttons are there. And then you can just add a camera icons inside the buttons, you can just add an upload icon inside the button, and so many things. So now let's start about the buttons. So now we will move on to the Visual Studio Code, and there, instead of this typography, now we will import the button from the Material UI, and then we have to remove this typography from now. Now we can just add a button, like we can just add a button, and then we can just add a first. So this is the first button, and then we can just copy and paste another button there. So now we have 3 buttons. This is the second button, and then this is the third button. So if you will just now save, now you can just move on to the browser to see the changes onto the web page. Now you can see, now you have the first, you have the second, and then you have the third button inside the web page. So these are the buttons which are available inside the Material UI. And then as we have discussed, we can just add a variant, like we can just define a variant property. And then about the variant property also, we have some properties of the buttons. Like first we have a variant, which is most important property, and then we have the styles like outlined, contained, and text. And then you have additional properties also, like on click, handling the events of the JavaScript. And then we have a type, you want to add a type of the button as just only a button or a link, or you can just add a type equals to the submit if you are using with a form, and so much. And then you can just have a SX prop also, where you can just define some CSS styles manually. So you can just move on, and then you can just define a variant, and the first variant would be the outlined, or it will be the contained, and the second variant we can just define will be equals to the outline, and the third variant which we will define will be the text. We can just define a variant equals to the text. So if you will just save, if you will just move on to this browser once again, now you can see, now you have the first button, you have the second button, and then you have the third button also. And then you can just define a size prop also of the buttons, as we have seen there. So size would be the, we can just control space, and then we can see the available size, like you can see we have the large, and then we can just have a size prop inside the second button also. So there we have the size equals to the large, and we will change it to the medium, and there we will change it to the small. So we can just save, and then we can just see the changes onto the screen. Like you can see, this is the biggest button, and then we have the second biggest button, and then we have the smallest button of the third. And then as we have discussed about the SX prop also, so we can just define a SX prop here. So it can be the SX, and then we can just define a margin, and then margin will be the 3 here, and then we can just define the same here as well inside the button 2, and inside the button 3 as well. And then you will see there will be the margin between all of the 3 buttons. Now you can see, now we have the first, second, third buttons, and we have the margin between all of the buttons. And then you can just add the color as well to the button prop, like you can just add a color as we have defined. So it would be the success, and then the color here would be equals to the, we can just have a color, like we can just have a error, and then we can just have a color would be equals to the info. So these are the 3 colors which are available. Now if I will now save, now you can see we have the first color, which is the green color, we have the second, which is the primary color, and then we have a third, the info color inside the Material UI. And now we have defined the colors, and now the only thing which is remaining which we can check is the on click property. So we can just add a on click, so it handles the click events also, like you can see, like on aux click, on double click as well. So we can just add a on click, and then inside this we can just have an event, or we can just have a callback function in which we will just alert, like button click. So we can just have a same onto the all of the buttons here also, and the here also. So this will be the final code. And if I will now save, now you can see once I will click on the first, button clicked, the second button clicked, and then third button clicked. So these are all about the buttons inside the Material UI, and you can just learn more about the buttons inside the Material UI blog page inside the buttons, and there you will see a lot of things inside the button API. And then you can see we have the icon button as well, but we will study about it later because it is of no use to start from there from at the beginning. And then you can see you have a customization prop, and then you can just customize your buttons. And then you can see you have a loading button as well inside the Material UI, so you can just access the loading button as well. And then you have the complex buttons, so you can just add a complex buttons here, and these are just predefined styles, or you can just define your own styles also. And then we have the third party routing library also, so you can use that. And then you can see all of the things are available. And then the base component of the button is the button base, so you can just click on the button base, and then you will access all of the properties and props of the button, like the center ripple, children, classes, component, disable ripple, and all of the properties and all of the elements. So these are all about the buttons. So the next component which we'll be talking about will be the text fields. So what are the text fields? So text fields are like the form inputs that are used inside the forms. So they are just the input tags as per in the HTML inputs, where we can add some data into the form, and then we can just submit the data through that input. So the text fields just the same. It has all of the properties of the input text, and it has some more properties like the styles, and we have some basic predefined styles also, like we have the standard, we have the filled, we have the outlined. So Material UI has the predefined styles, and it provides more props like the styles, we have the SX, and then we have the borders and so much. So the inputs are fully covered in the Material UI with good designs, and we can learn more about the text fields inside the Material UI page. So we can just directly move on to the Material UI, and then we can just search for the text fields, and then it will give us the block of the text field. Now you can see the text field allows the users to enter into a text into a UI, and they typically appear inside the forms and the dialogues. It is used as per the HTML inputs. And then we have the basic text fields, like you can see now we have the 3 predefined text fields, like this is the input, and then we have some predefined styles, we have the outlined, and then we have the filled, and then we have the standard. So these are the predefined styles, and then we need to define the variant for the styles as we define in the buttons, typography and all. And then we need to define the form props, like all of the form props are available which are already available in the input tags in the HTML. So they all are already available inside the Material UI text fields, and it has more text like the helper text where we can add some validations. And then we have full width prop where we can just extend the width of the input to the parent element. And then we have more props like this, and then you can see now we have the validation. These are the predefined styles with the validation, and you can change these styles also. And then you can see then you have the multi-line props also, where you will add the text area inside the text fields. So these are about the text field. And then you can see the select. So about the select we will learn later. So these are about the text fields, and now we can see the demo of the text fields. So we can just move on to the test.js, and then we can just remove this button from there, and then instead of this button we will just import the text field. And then in the text field we will just use the text field here, and the text field will be there. And then we can just add a placeholder, like in the HTML we can just use as the name, and then we can just add a variant will be equals to the outline. And then we can just save, and then we can just copy and paste it 3 times, like we have the name, email and the password. And then the variant can be changed, and then we can change the variant, like it can be the standard. And then we can just define the variant as the field here. So we can define the variant as the field. And if I will now save, and if I will now move on to the Chrome once again to see if there is any change onto the web page, now you can see now the first text field that we have is the outlined, and then we have the standard, and then we have the filled. So these are about the 3 text fields. And then we can add a margin also between them. So we can add a margin of the 3 as we have defined in the buttons. So we can just save, we can just copy that, and then we can just paste in every text field there. So we can just do that again, and now you can see now we have 3 different text fields onto the web page. So these all are working fine. And then you can just see all of the text is now accepted there, and with the email also you can just see, and then you can see the password also you can see. And then you can just add a type here also, like we defined in the HTML, like type will be equals to the text. So the by default it has the text, and then we have the email, and for the email type we can use the type equals to the email, and for the password we can use the type equals to the password. So if I will now save, now you will see the changes onto the screen. So if I will now just refresh the page, Now you can see now we have the name field, and then now you can see now we have the email field there, and now you can see now we have the password field. So all of the things are now working fine. And then these are the properties as we have defined. So we have defined the variant as the outline and the field, and then we have defined the additional properties like the onChange, type, and the SX. So we can define the onChange also. So we can just have a state variable here with the useState, and then we can just have a name, and then we set name, and then it will be the empty string, and then we can just import the useState from there as well. And then we can just have a text field. So we will store the value of this text field into the name. So we can just add a value will be equals to the name in the useState, and then we can define an onChange function where we can just add a function here also. So here I will now just add a set name will be equals to, it will get the event as in the JavaScript. So it all accepts all of the properties of the JavaScript as well. So it will accept the event dot target dot value. So it will get this value, and then we can just log the value, or we can just have the value here, like we can just have a text, like we can just have a typography here to store the value here, and then it will contain the value. So if I will now save, now we should see the changes onto the screen. Like you can see the value is not defined, I think. So it would be the name, I think. So if I will now save, now you can see the changes onto the screen, and now you can see once I will define anything to the name like Nikhil, like you can see all of the things are now being stored inside the name variable. So this is all handled by the onChange and the state handling inside the React. So all of the things are now working fine. So these are about the basic things of the text field inside the Material UI. So now in the previous video, we have learned about the text fields in the Material UI. And now that you know that how the text fields work and how to handle the state of a single text field, and now in this video we will handle the form with multiple text fields inside that. So now we have 3 text fields, and now we can just have a form tag after this div to add here the form, and then we can just remove this action from there, and then we can just wrap the text fields from this form. So after that, now we are now handling the state of just name. So we need to do the same for the email and the password as well. So now, so if we define the useState for the email and the useState for the password as well, so in future if we have the multiple forms, like if we have the form with 20 or 30 text fields, then we will be defining states for every text field. Like if there are 30 text fields, and then we need to define the 30 states. So this is not a good solution. So for that, now we can just define here inputs, and then instead of this set name, it would be the set inputs. So now we have defined the inputs and the set inputs, but now instead of this empty string, it would be an object. So this useState will be having an object, and then we will be handling the state of this useState with the object. Like here, the name property will be there, and then this will be the empty string. Initially it will be the empty string, and then we can just define email, and email will also be an empty string initially, and then it will have password will also be the empty string. And now instead of defining the value equals to the directly name, we can just define an inputs object dot name, and same for the text field of the email as well. It will the value would be equals to the inputs dot email, and same for the password as well. It would be the value would be equals to the inputs dot password. But if you will just remove this onChange, because now it is of no use. And now if I will now save, and if I will now move on to the React app once again, but if you will type anything into any form, it won't accept any value. So if you will try out, then you can see it won't accept any value there, because here we have just defined the state, but we are not updating the state whenever any data is entered into the text field. So for that, now we can just declare a unique identifier for every text field to know that this text field have the ID or the name equals to the object's property, like the name, email, and the password. So we will just declare the name would be equals to the name as we have defined inside this inputs, and then we can just copy that, and then we can just define an identifier in the email as well. So it would be the name, it would be the email, and then we can just define the same identifier inside the password as well. It would be the name, it would be the password. So now we will handle the states according to the name property, according to the unique identifiers. So now you can see, now we have one thing is common. So now you can see, now we are handling the state from the name, email, and the password, and here also we have the name, email, and the password. So now we can just generate a function as the const, the handle change. in which we'll be handling the state of every input throughout this function only. So here we will be having a on change would be equals to the handle change, and here also we can just do same. We can just handle there as well and there as well. So now inside the handle change, so now we need to move on to the handle change. So now it gets the event property. So after every input is entered, so we need to move on to the handle change, and then we need to identify that which identifier or which text field has the latest state, and then we need to update only that text field. So for that we can just have a set inputs. Now we need to set the state of the inputs, but the input state will be having the previous state as well. So to get the previous state, we can just have a callback function with the previous state inside that, and then after that now we will update the state, and now it will be an object. So I have now given an object there. So now first it will be the previous state that we already have inside the inputs. So this is a spread operator, so it will get all of the previous state of these inputs with this callback variable, and after that now we will target the properties. Like here we have the text field of the name, so we can just target the property of the event dot target dot name. So now you can see the name is the same inside these inputs as well, and then we can just define a value as the event dot target dot value. So if you will just do that, now once it will move on to the name, and then it will enter anything inside that. So it will just move on to the event dot target dot name, which is the name property, and the name property is name, and then it will directly go to the inputs like name, and then we have the value. So once it will reach the value, so it will go to the value, and same to the email. Once it will reach the email, so it will target the email property of the inputs, and then it will generate the value of the email, and same for the password. If I will now save, and if I will now move on to the application once again, if I will now enter anything, now you can see now we can just enter any value inside the text field, and here also and here also. So now these all are accepting the values, and now we need to do one more thing. And now after the form is submitted, now we need to handle the on submit prop. So after we need to submit the form, so we can just have a function as the handle submit. So this function will be created before the return statement as the const handle submit will be equals to the event, and then we need to add an event dot prevent default to prevent the default behavior of the form, as it sends the data to the HTML page inside the URL. So we need to prevent that with the prevent default, and it will just prevent the page from the refreshing as well. So it is a good approach. And then after the text fields, now we can just define a button as the type will be equals to the submit, as we do in the normal HTML. So the buttons type will be equal to the submit, and then we can just have a submit inside that. So now inside this handle submit, now after the form is submitted, now we can just log the value of the inputs with the inputs. So if I will now save, and if I will now move on to the application once again, now you can see if I will now move on to the inspect, and now you can see we can just move on to the console. And once I will add anything inside this form, like we can just have a name as the Nikhil, email as the nikhil@test.com, and then we have the password of 1 2 3 4 5 6. So if I will now just click on this submit, now you can see all of the values are now being stored inside this state. You can see the name equals to the Nikhil, we have the password of the 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then we have the nikhil@test.com. So everything is working fine, and now we are able to handle the form inside the Material UI. So this is all about this video. So now we'll move on to the next component of the Material UI. And now we have handled the form with the text fields, and now the next thing that we can do is we can add more input elements to the form, and then we can handle all of them, like the radio buttons, the checkboxes, the drop downs, and more. So let's start with the checkboxes. So checkboxes are used inside the forms to check the multiple options, and it lets users to select one or more options of the limited number of choices. So now we can just move on to the properties. So the default check property is used for the by default check, or like the initial check property, which will enable the checkbox on the initial render. And then we have additional properties also, like the on change, the disabled, the SX for the styling, etc. So these are the properties that we use inside the forms, and then we can just move on to the checkbox component inside the Material UI to discover more about the checkbox. So now you can see the checkboxes allow the user to select one or more elements from a set or a list, and then you can see these are the basic checkboxes that we can use, and they are very simple. And then you can see now we have the labeled checkboxes also, and then we have the sizes, and then we have the colors of the checkboxes and more. So now we can just grab the label checkboxes there. So this is the code for it. So now you can see the code, and now we can just copy this. But if we can see the code, now you can see we have the form group. So the form group is a group of form elements. Like here, it is a group of the checkboxes. So we have wrapped it inside the form group, and the form control here is also there. So the form control label is the label that we have given to the checkbox. Like you can see, we have given the control of the checkbox of this label. So when the checkboxes will be selected, or when the form control label will be selected, the checkbox will be given the control, and then it will handle the state. So we have given the control label to the checkbox, and now you can see this is the disabled checkbox. So we have just given the property of the disabled, and then you can see this is not disabled. So we can just copy this snippet, and then we can just move on to the test.js, and then we can just set the snippet after the text field. Now you can see we have the form group, so we can import all of the things, form group from the Material UI, the form control label, the checkbox, and all. And now if I will now save, and if I will now move on to the application once again, now you can see now we have the checkbox, one is label, and now you can see initially it is checked, and then we have the disabled checkbox also. So we can just move on, and then we can just remove the disabled from there, and then we can just have only one checkbox there. So now you can see the styling of the form first is not looking good. So we can just provide a basic styling to the form. So we can just add a style tag inside this, and then we can just add an object, and then object of CSS properties like the display will be equals to the flex, and then we can just define a flex direction to the column. So now everything will be available inside the columns. Now you can see name, email, the password, and the checkboxes. So now the checkbox is there, and now we need to handle the state of this checkbox also. So for that we can just move on to the inputs object that we are defining a use state. So here we are defining a use state, and then we can just define a new property here, and then we can just define a property like it can be a subscribe to newsletter, and by default value it will be a false. So initial value it will be the false. So we can just move, and then we can just move on to the checkbox to handle the state now. And here we have the checkbox, and now we can just remove the default check property from there. We don't need the default check there, and instead of this label we can just have a subscribe to newsletter, and now we can just handle the state of the checkbox also. So for that we can just define an onChange function, because the onChange is also available there, and then we can just add a callback function here. And now in the callback function, now we will call the set inputs. Now we need to call the set inputs again to set the state again, and in the set inputs now we need to grab the previous state also. So now we have grabbed the previous state also, and then we can just have a object, and inside the object first it will contain the previous state, and then second now we need to handle the state of this form. So to handle the state, now we can just provide a property of the subscribe. So the subscribe property will be there, and the subscribe property will be equals to the reverse value of the inputs dot subscribe. So if I will now save, and if I will now move on to the form once again, now we can just close this, and now you can see once we will go to the inspect to check the values, now we can give the name of the Nikhil, we can have a email, we can have a password, and then we can just have a checkbox value to the subscribe. So if I will now just click on the submit, if I will now move on to the console, now you can see we have the property, we have the object, and now you can see the subscribe equals to the true. And if I will now just uncheck this, if I will now just click on the submit, now you can see the subscribe property is equals to the false. So this is all about the checkboxes in the Material UI. So now we have handled the checkboxes with the Material UI and with the use state. So now we will add more input elements to the form, and then we can handle that. So now the next input element is the select. So we use the select as the drop downs inside the Material UI and in the HTML, and they uses a menu list to select a drop down item. So the select tag is used to create a drop down list and select one of them. So we can see the properties, like we have a default value property, so the by default selected value will be there, and then we have the additional properties like the onChange, we have the disabled, we have the SX for the styling, etc. So we can just move on to the Material UI, and then we can just move, and then we can just search for the select. So now you can see we have the select element. Now you can see we have the basic select with the age, and then we have the 10, 20, 30, and then we have some standard variants of this select, and then we have the outline variant, we have the filled variants and all. So we can just move, and then we can just select the basic select element from there. So because it is looking good and it is very simple to use. So now you can see this is the code. So we have the form control. So form control is used to control a form elements inside that. So we have the input elements, and then we have the input label inside the form, and then we have the menu items that we have discussed in the PPT. So these are things inside the checkboxes. So these are the things inside the select drop downs. So we can just copy that, and I will explain you from the scratch. So we can just copy, and then we can just move on to the Visual Studio Code. And after the form group is given, so we can just add here the select. So now you can see we have given the form control, so we can just import the form control from there as well. The form control is now imported, and now you can see we have the input label. So input label is just a label for the inputs. So we can just remove this ID from there also, because we don't need this ID. So we can just remove that, and now you can see we can just move on, and then we can just remove this label ID and the ID for this select also. So the select is here to select any input element, and these are the menu items to select. So the menu item is here, which are available inside the selects like this. We have the 10, we have the 20, we have the 30. So these are the menu items. So we can just select all of them, and then we have given the value. So the value we have given to the age, but we haven't defined any age value. But if we define the value equals to the 10, so it will select this value from there. So for the which menu item the value equals to the 10, it will match the value, and it will just select this value from there. So if I will now save, if I will now move on to the application once again, we have the React app. Now you can see the default value which is selected is the 10. So now you can see the drop down has selected the 10 value. But if I will now just select the 20, now you can see the selected value is the 10, and now the state is not updating. So the value is now the static value, which is the 10. So now we can just handle the state also of the select element. So for that, we can just remove the value, the hard-coded value from there as the 10, and then we can just move on, and then we can just add a new state as the age. So the age value by default will be equals to the 0. So now we have defined the age, and now we can just move on to the select value, and then we can give the value of the inputs dot, it will be the age. So now we have given the value equals to the age, and now you can see we have the value equals to the 10, we have the 20, we have the 30. So the age of the 0 is not available inside the menu item, so it will be undefined. So the checkbox will not be selected. So for that, if I will now save, and if I will now move on to the application once again, now we can just close it. Now you can see now we have the age, and now you can see we have the 10, we have the 20, we have the 30, and now you can see no any value is selected inside the age. And now we need to handle the state also for that. So to handle the state, we are already handling the state inside the handle change function. So we can just move on, and then we can just define a name property here as the age. So now the age will automatically handle with the handle change function, as we are now getting the value, and then we are setting the value of the e.target.value. So if I will now save it, if I will now move on to the application once again, if I will now move on to the inspect once again to check if everything is working, we can now just move on, and then we can just now refresh the page. And now we can just provide a name like the Nikhil. We have given the email, we have the password, we have the subscribe, and then we can give the value as the 30. So if I will now click on this submit, now you can see in the object, now you can see we have the name property, and then we have the age equals to the 30. And now you can see the value is now 30, and if the value will be equals to the 20, we can submit. Now you can see the age equals to the 20 value, and then if I will now just select the value equals to the 30, now you can see the value equals to the 30. So everything is working fine. And now this is how we handle the state of the select element inside the Material UI. So we give the value equals to the inputs.age, and we define the value of the inputs. So this is how we handle the state of the select, and we define the menu items also. So now we can move on to the next input element to handle the form. And the next form element that we can use will be the radio buttons. So what are the radio buttons? So they are used in the form for the single selection of element from multiple options. So we can just select only single element from multiple list. And now we can see about the properties. So first property is the default checked, which is already available inside the checkbox and in the select also. So for adding the by default selected value, we can just use the default check property. And we have some additional properties also, like the on change, we have the disabled, we have the SX prop for the styling and more. And now we can just move on to the Material UI website to check about the radio buttons. Now you can see radio buttons allows the user to select only one option from a given set. And then we have a radio group. So we have a radio group, which is a helpful wrapper used to wrap the radio components that provides an easier API. So radio group will wrap all of the radio elements inside that, and then we can just use the radio group. Now we have the form control layer, so we can just get this radio button from there. So this will be this radio buttons, and then we can just move on to the Visual Studio Code, and below this form control, now we can just set this form control also for the radio buttons. So we can just remove the ID of the demo radio buttons group because we don't need that, and we don't need this also. So we can just remove that. So now we have the form label, so we can just import the form label from there, and then so we have the radio group there, and then all of the radio elements will be then wrapped inside this radio group. And now you can see the default value that we have provided, it's the female. So now you can see we have the form control label and the value equals to the female. So the by default value that will be selected will be the female. And now you can see we have the control over the radio. We have given the control to the radio. So whenever the radio element or the form control label will be selected, so this element will get the event, and then we can just update from this radio from there. And then now you can see now we have the label equals to the female, the male, and the other. And now we can just save, and then we can just move on to the application once again. So now we can just move on to the React app. Now you can see now we have the female, we have the male, and then we have the other. So now we have the radio buttons, and now we need to handle the state as well. So for handling the state, now we can just move on to the use state again, and then we can just define another state variable, and it can be a gender. And after providing the gender, now we can just move on to the radio group, and then we can just define the name and the onChange function for the radio group as well. So we can just define the name. So the name is already there, so we can just remove that, and then we can just add here the name equals to the gender. And then we can just provide here the onChange function as well. So it will the onChange will be equals to the handle change function. So we can just provide a value as the handle change. So the handle change will take care of all of the radio group functions there. So now you can see we have the handle change. So it will grab the property and it will give the current value of that. So now if I will now save, if I will now just move on to the application once again, and now you can see we have the radio group there. And if I will now just move on to the application once again, and then now you can see we have the name. We can provide the name as the Nikhil, and then we have the subscribe to newsletter. We can define the age equals to the 30. And if I will now just click on the other, if I will now submit, now you can see we have the gender equals to the other. And if I will now change to female again, now you can see the gender will be equals to the female. So now everything is working fine in the radio as well. And now we can just remove the default value of the female here as well, because now we are giving the value as the empty string. So we can just save, and then we can just move on to the application once again. So everything will work same as before. So this is how we handle the forms in the Material UI, and we have used the text fields, we have used the radio buttons, the checkboxes, and we have used the select elements. So now we have covered all of the input elements inside the Material UI, and we have handled all of the forms with that. So now we have covered the form handling with the Material UI, and now we'll move on the tutorial to the next components. So the next component that we'll be looking at will be the app bar. So what is an app bar? So app bar displays the content on the top of the screen with some basic styling and basic structure of the content. So it provides a basic background with content and action and links which can be used inside the navigation bars. And it provides a by default blue background color in which we can add text, we can add logo of the website, we can add links, we can add buttons, and so many things. And it can be used to build the navigation bars in the Material UI with content like buttons. We can add positions like sticky, and then we can change the stylings of the navigation bar. And if we look at the properties, what are the properties that we have? So we have the position, which is very important. So we can have a position, we can have the position to the top, we can add sticky position, we can have fixed position. And then we have some additional properties like color. We can change the color, we can have a SX to change the styling of the app bar, that how we want, and more. And now we can just move on to the Material UI to see about the app bar. So we can just move on to the app bar. Now you can see the app bar displays the information and actions relating to the current screen. And now you can see the top app bar provides the content and actions relating to the current screen, and it is used for branding, screen, titles, and navigation bar and actions. Now you can see if I will now just move on to the Material UI here, now you can see this is an app bar which they are using. So we can just add an app bar for the information about our website. And now you can see we have a basic app bar, and now you can see these are the menu button, and we have a news which can be a logo of the website, and then we have the login logout buttons. Now you can say we have the logout feature, we can have photos, and then we have a responsive menu on the web bar, like how the header looks in the real world, and then we have some logos with the search tags and more. So now these all are optional, but now the main thing is that how can we build the navigation bar with the app bar component. So now we can just move on to the Visual Studio Code, and we can import the app bar from the Material UI, and inside this div now we can just add an app bar. So the app bar is now added, and inside the app bar now we can add anything. Like if I will now just directly add the hello, if I will now save, now if I will now just move on to the application, now you can see the application is now changed, and now we can see the app bar onto the top of the screen. And then we have a variant also on the app bar, so we can have a variant. So we have two variant. If you will just hover over it, now you can see we have the variant. The first one is the elevation, which is default, and then we have the outlined. So if I will now just provide as the outlined, now you can see the app bar will be like, it will be outlined, and now you can see there is no any shadows on the app bar, and with the elevation there are some shadows. So we can just remove the variant from there. So this is how the app bar can work, and then we can just add a buttons inside the app bar. We can add some text, like we can add a typography, like it can be a logo of the application, like logo. And then after that we can just add a button inside the app bar, so it can be a button, and then we can just define a color of the button, and it can be a error, and then we can just define the button, like it can be a login. So if I will now save, now you can see now we have the logo, and then after that now we have the button. Now you can see this is the button of the login, but now the design is not good, so we can just fix the designing as well. But this is how the app bar works in the Material UI. So then we can have a app bar, but there is one thing. So app bar is just like a basic nav tag that is available inside the HTML, and to add some real content inside that, we need to use the toolbar. So about the toolbar, what is a toolbar? So toolbar provides a basic structure for adding the elements. So it will add elements inside that in a structured manner. So it just provides a structure for adding content, like in a flex row properties. And if we add a toolbar, it gives a real feel of how the navigation bar works in the real world. So we can see the properties of the toolbar, like it has the flex properties for displaying, and then it can have more additional properties like color, SX, and these all are common in all of the components. So we can just move on directly again to the Visual Studio Code, and then we can just remove this typography inside that. And if I will now just add a toolbar inside that, so the toolbar is now imported. And now if I will now just add a typography here for the logo, so it can be a logo of the website, and after that we can just add here the button. So if I will now save, now you will see the changes onto the screen. Now you can see the app bar is now increased, and now we have the button also on the navigation bar. And now you can see we have the button also, but the button is now, and then we can give the color to the button as well, because both will have the blue background colors and it will not be visible. So we can just add a color as the warning. So if I will now save, and now you will see now we have the logo, and then we have the button. Now you can see everything is available in the structured manner. And now we can just provide more styling here, like we can just provide a SX prop to the button, and then we can just add a margin from the left, and it will be equals to the auto. So then you will see now the button will move to the right side of the page. Now you can see the button is now moved to the right side, and then we can just change the variant of the button as well. So it can be a variant, and it will be equals to the content. So if I will now save, now you will see the variant will be the content of the button, and now you can see we have the logo also on the web page. So this is how the navigation bar works in the Material UI. So now we have built the navigation bar. So now we have covered the app bar and the toolbar with the Material UI. So the next component that we'll be looking at will be the tabs. So what are the tabs? So the tabs helps to switch between the multiple different views and the navigations. So they helps to switch between the multiple views and navigations onto the current screen. And it can be the links on the web page, or it can be the bottom navigation on the mobile phones, and on clicking that we should navigate to a different view. So the tabs is a container of the child tab component. So what is this? So the tabs component is the container of the children tab component, and it holds the value of the child component, and it updates the currently active tab on clicking any other tab. So this is the relation between the tabs and the tab component. If we can see the properties of the tabs, so what are the properties? Two important properties of the tabs are the value and the on change. So what is the value? So it's the value of the child tab which is currently active and highlighted. And about the onChange, so we call the onChange function whenever any different tab is selected, and then we change the value of the currently active tab. So these are the relation between the value and the onChange. And now we can see some additional properties also. So we have some additional properties also, like the indicator color of how the tabs will be indicated. Like if a tab is highlighted, now we can change the indicator color as well. We can change some primary, we can change to secondary, we can change to error, or so many colors. And then we can have a text color also, and we can provide the text color as primary, secondary, or inherit, or any other color. So these are about the tabs in the Material UI. So we can just move on to the React tabs component inside the Material UI now to learn about the tabs. So now you can see the tabs make it easy to explore and switch between the different views. And now you can see we have some basic tabs. So they are the basic tabs. So we just select one tab, and then you can see the item 1 is selected, and then we can just click any other tab, then item 2 is selected, and then if we click the item 3, then this item is selected. So now you can see these are the tabs. We have a box inside that. So I will now zoom it a little bit for you. Now you can see now we have the box, and then we have defined the tab. Now you can see we have defined the tabs component, which is the parent component as we have discussed. And then we have given the value, and the value is the value of the child element of the child tab. So this is the child tab, tab, and this is a parent tab, which is a tabs. It contains all of the tabs, and it contains every single tab, and all of the child tabs starts from the value of the 0. So if we give the value as the 0, so only this tab will be then highlighted. So it works like an array. So each element start with the 0 index. So this is a 0, this is 1, this is a 2. So these three are their values. So if we give the value as the 1, so this item will be highlighted, and if we give the value as the 2, then this value will be highlighted, this tab will be highlighted. So if you can see the other tabs also, like you can see now we have some experimental tabs, we can have more tabs, like you can see we have the wrapped labels, we have the item 2, and we have so many things with the tabs. Like you can see now we can have the color tabs, item 2 and the item 3. Now you can see we have defined the text color. So now you can see whenever the text will be there, the color is now secondary color, and we can have an indicator color as well, which is a secondary color. Like you can see the pink is a secondary color inside that, and then we have given the tabs as the values. And then you can have some disabled tabs as well. If you will just scroll down, then you can have some fixed tabs, like you can see item 1, item 2, item 3. They can be a center tabs also, and there can be so many things. So you can just read about it, and we can just start implement the tabs. So now we can just move on to the Visual Studio Code to start implementing the tabs. So now we can just import the tabs from the Material UI. So it will be a tabs, and then we need to import the tab as well. So these are the two components, and now inside this div, now we can have the tabs. So for the tabs, we can just have the tab component here, the tabs, and then we can just close these tabs. And now for the child tabs, we can have the tab, and then we can just have the label of this tab, and the label is the text we need to define on the tab, like it can be a first. And then we can just close this tab, and then we can just copy that, and then we can just have another label, another tab, and then another tab. Like this can be a second, and this can be a third. So if I will now save, and if I will now just restart the application once again, so now the React tab is now compiled, and now we can just move on to the browser. And now you can see now we have 3 tabs onto the browser. This is the first tab, and this is a second tab, and this is a third tab. So these are the tabs. Now we can see the tabs onto the web page. So now the next thing that we can do with the tabs, so we can just define the indication to the tabs. So to define the indication, we need to define the value. So for the active tabs, now we need to define the value. So if I will now just provide the value as the 0, then this tab would be then selected as we have discussed earlier. So it starts from the 0 index till the every tab. So it is the 0, this is the 1, this is a 2 index. And then if I will now just save, now you can see this tab will be then highlighted. Now you can see initially this tab will be then highlighted. And if I will now just click on any other tab, then no tab will then work, because we have given the value as the 0. But if I give the value as the 1, then you can see the second tab would be then highlighted, because now the value is now changed to the 1. And we have given the hard-coded value, and then if I will give the value as the 2, then the last tab will be then highlighted, which is a third. So this is how the tabs work. And now to have the functionality that if we click the first, then the first tab should be then highlighted, and if we click the second, then the second should be then highlighted. So for that we need to define the onChange as we have discussed in the PPT. So we can have a onChange function for that, and then for handling the onChange state, so we need to handle the state as well. So for that we need to import the useState from the React, and then in the useState we can just define the value, and then we can have a set value, and then the initial value will be undefined. So we can just save, and now we have given the value. So now the tabs value should be the value, because now we need to handle with the use state. And then in the onChange function, now we can have an event inside this, and then we can have a value. So the event is given by the JavaScript, and then the Material UI provides us a value of the selected tab. So we can just set the value of the selected tab according to that. And now we can just have a callback, and then we can just call the set value function inside that. So it will the set value, and it will the current value that the Material UI has provided us. So the event has the event, and the Material UI has provided us the value. So we are setting the new value to the value, and then the value will go to the tabs, and it will select the tab which we then select, and it will just highlight the tab that we can just select. So if I will now save, I will now move on to the application once again. Now you can see the initial value is nothing because the initial value is undefined. But if I will give the initial value as the 0 to that, now you can see the 0 tab will be then highlighted, but we can just change, and then we can just have an initial value as the undefined. So now if I will now just click on the first, now you can see the first tab is then highlighted. If I will now click on the second, now you can see the second tab is now highlighted. And if I will now just click on the third, now you can see the third tab is now highlighted. And now this is how the tabs work in the Material UI. And now you can have your own callback function on every tab on click. So you can just have an on click function on every tab, and then you can have all callback functions. And then you can just have more functionalities, like you can have an indicator color as we have discussed. So indicator color can be the primary for that. So by default indicator color is the primary, so you can have a secondary as well. So you can change to secondary. So if I will now save, now you can see the indicator color would be then changed to the pink, which is secondary. And then you can just have a text color as well to change the color of the text when it is highlighted. So you can just have an inherit, primary, or the secondary. If you want the color to be inherit from the parent component, so you can just use the inherit. But I will now move on to the secondary. Now you can see the tab would be then highlighted, would be the secondary color. And now these are all about the tabs in the Material UI. And then you can just use the tabs for building the navigation bar as well. And for that you can just import the app bar, as we have discussed the app bar. And then inside the app bar you can just import the toolbar as well. So they will work as the navigation bar with that. So you can just copy that tabs, and then you can just paste that inside the toolbar. So if I will now save, now you can see you will have the navigation bar onto the web page, and then you can just change the text color to the inherit. And then if I will now save, now you will see the text color would be then inherit. Now you can see everything is working fine, and now the indicator color is the secondary. So this is all about the tabs, and you can build the fully functional navigation bar with the tabs as well, and you can just provide the links to the tabs as well on the callback. So this is all about the tabs inside the Material UI. The next component that we'll be looking at will be the menu. So what are the menu? So menus are used to display the list of choices which we can select. So they are just a list of choices, like a dashboard menu in which we can select an option of where we want to go, and it works dynamically on a click of an element like a button, or we can have a state of when to open. And it has a menu item component to add a content inside that, and each menu item can have its own callback function. So this is about the menu, and now we can see some properties of the menu. So the first very important property of the menu is the anchor element. So what is an anchor element? So anchor element is the property which is very important, and we need to specify that on which element we need to open this menu. So on which element we need to open this menu, and when the element will be selected, it will open the list on that element's position. So if we have a button, so once we will click on the button, so it will select the position and the anchor to the button, and it will open the list of the menu to that button only. The anchor element is used to set the anchor position. And then we have the additional properties, like we can have an open. So whenever the open will be true, and then only the menu will be opened. And in the on close, so whenever the menu will be closed, we need to specify a callback function, we need to perform a task. And then we have the SX prop for the styling of the list. So this is all about the menu. So now we can just move on to the Material UI website to search about the menu. So now you can see this is the menu API, and you can see about the menu. You can just pass some props like the anchor element, the autofocus, you can have a children, you can have on close, and you can have so many properties. And now you can just move on directly to the menus, and now you can see the menus display a list of choices on the temporary surface. And you can see more about the menus here, like you can see this is a basic menu, and then you can just read about that. Like you can see we have discussed the dashboard. Like once we will click on the dashboard, now you can see we have the profile, we have the my account, we have the logout options. So these are about the menus or how the menus are used. And now you can see this is also a menu, and now you can see in our mobile devices also this is also a menu of the notification. And now you can see this is a position menu. So once we will click on the dashboard, so now you can see the dashboard will disappear and now the menu will be there. So these are some additional properties of the menus. Now you can see we can have a more CSS styling on the menus. So these are all about the menus and these are all optional. So you can just learn about them. So now we will move on to the Visual Studio Code to create a demo of the menu. So here now into the VS Code. So now we need to import something from the Material UI. So it will be the menu. So we can just import the menu, and now inside this div, now we can add a menu. So we can just add a menu. And then as we have specified, it needs an anchor element. So we can just have an anchor element, and for the anchor element we need the state, because whenever the element will be clicked, so it will open the menu on that element only. So we can just have a state for that. So we can just grab a use state. So the use state is here, and then we can have an anchor element and the set anchor element, and by default value will be the null. And then we need to import the use state as well. So now the use state is also imported, and now the second prop that we need to pass, so it will be the anchor element. And now the second prop that we need to pass is the open. So when we want to open the menu, so we can just have an open, and for the open also now we need to add a state of the open. So we can have a state of the open and the set open, and by default value will be equals to the false, because initially we don't want it to be open. And then we can just pass the open equals to the open. And after the open, now we need to pass the onClose prop. So for the onClose, so in the onClose now we need to remove the anchor element from there. So in the onClose, now the anchor element will be set to null again. So we can just have a function as the handle close. So the handle close is there, and now we can just move the menu, and now inside the menu now we can have the menu item as we have discussed in the PPT. So the menu item is used to add the item inside this menu. And in the menu item now we need to add the on click. So whenever the menu item will be clicked, now we need to close the menu as well. So for that, now we need to just point to the handle close again, handle close function, and now we can just add a value as it can be a profile, and then we can just copy, and then we can just paste another menu item, like 3 more menu items, like we can have a balance, and then we can have a logout option there. So the logout. So this is about the menu, and now we can just have the functions, like we can have a const and the handle close will be equals to the function, and then we can just have the set anchor element will be equals to the null, and then we can have a set open to the false. So this is what we want to do inside the handle close function. And now we need to add here the button as well to open this. So we can just add a button here, we can add a app bar here, we can add a typography here, and so many things. But now the most comfortable thing is the button. So we can add a button, and then we can just define the variant will be equals to the contained, and then we can have a on click prop to the button as well. So it will be the on click, and then in the on click now we can have a handle click function to add a callback there. So we can just have a handle click function there as well. Const as the handle click will be equal to the function, which will get an event as the parameter. And now in the handle click function, now whenever the button will be clicked, now we need to set the anchor element of the menu to this button. So for that, we can just have a set anchor element. Now to set the anchor element, now we need to pass the target of this button. So for that, we need to pass the event dot current target. So it will be the current target. So now this will help us. So if I will now save, if I will now move on to the application once again, if I will now move on to the React app, now you can see now we have the button, but now there's nothing on the button. So if we can add a button, like it will be the open menu. So if I will now save, now you can see we have the open menu. So once I will click on that, now you can see nothing happens. And that's because we didn't add the open prop inside this handle click. So for that, now whenever the button will be clicked, now we need to add the open as well. So it will be the set open, and whenever the button will be clicked, so the list will be opened. So if I will now save and refresh again, once I will click on the menu, like now you can see the profile, balance, and the logout. So now you can see the menu is now open. And once I will click on any of the list item like the balance, now you can see the list will be closed. So this is how the menu works in the Material UI. So all of the things are now working fine. and we can add one more button there as well, like it can be a button, and then we can just have on click pop there as well. So whenever now this button will be clicked, and we can open the menu on this button as well. So for that we can just have a handle click again, like it will be handle click, and then we can have a second button as the open menu again. So if I will now save, if I will now move over to the application once again, so now if I will now just click on this button, so the current target will move on to this button and the list will open on this element. Now you can see once I will click on this element, open menu again, now you can see the list is now opening on this menu now. So this is about the anchor element, how the anchor element is working. So it is setting the anchor property to the button stack, or we can just add more tags here, like the text field, we can add a app bar, we can have so many tags. So this is how the menu works and the anchor element works. So this is all about the menus. So the next component that we'll be looking at will be the card. So what is a card in the Material UI? So a card is a surface that displays the content and actions onto a single topic, and the content can contain different images. It can be a heading, it can be any action buttons on just a single topic, and all like a blog post. So if we see a blog post, now you can see this is an Instagram blog post. Now you can see these are the header of the card, this is the avatar image on the card, and these are the options which can be action area, and this is the image that can be inside the card. And then you can see these are again the action buttons, these are again the like, comment, and the send buttons, and these are the save buttons. And then you have some card action area, you have the caption area, you have the caption, and then you have the comment area. So this is just a single card which can have so much of content inside that, which can have heading, images, captions, and so many things. And then the card have multiple components to complete just a card. So in Material UI, the card has the multiple components. It have a card header, it has the avatar, it have the action area which we can click, and it can have so many things. So now we can see the properties of what are the properties onto the card. So the first property that can have is the max width. So to define the maximum width of the card to make it a responsive, we need to specify the max width property inside the card. And then we can have some additional properties like SX for the design and for the styling, and then we can have a classes to change the pre-default size of the card. So now we can see about the card by going to the card component inside the Material UI. So you can see about the card. So this is the component API. So these are the props, like it can have a children notes, it can have a classes, it can have the SX and all of the things. And now you can see the demo of the card as well by going to the demo. So now you can see the cards contain a content and actions about just a single subject, and they are just the surfaces that displays the content and actions onto just a single topic. So now you can see this is a simple card that we know. So this is the card, and then you can see we have the action button as well. Now you can see this is an outlined card, and now you can see this is again a complex interaction card. Now you can see we have some options, and this card is like just an Instagram post. Now you can see we have some options, we have the avatar image, we have the header, we have like description, or we can have a location there in the card header, and then we have the text, and then we have the like and the share buttons, and even we can just extend this card as well. So this is a very big card, so this is looking very good. So these are about the cards. And now you can see you can have the media inside the cards, like you can see example of an card using an image. And then you can see you have so many cards, like you can see you have again another card with just the same card, and then you can see you have some different action buttons. And now you can see you can have the primary action buttons. Now you can see this is a clickable card, and then you can see you have more cards, like you can see this is also a card with the description, and it is fully clickable. And then you can see it have some action buttons as well. So these are the cards, like you can see a music player can also have a card with some 3 icons and then image, and then it can have the description and it can have the heading. So these all about the cards. So now we can just grab any card and we can just build that card. So now you can see this card is looking good, so we can just grab this card. So we need to just move on to the source code, and now you can see we have the card. So this is the main card components. Now you can see this is the card. So as we have discussed, the card can have the multiple components. So we can have a card action area, which is the action area which can be a clickable. So this is also an action area, and then you can see inside the action area, the first is the card media, which is the media of the card. Like you can see this is the media which can be an image, and after the media that we have the card content. So about the content, then we have the typography, and typography has the lizard inside that. Like you can see this is the lizard after the image. And then you can see we can have again the typography with the variant of the body 2, and then we have different color of that typography, and then we have the lizards, and then we have the caption of that card. Like you can see here we have the caption again on the card. And then you can see after that all done, after the card action area is also completed, so we have just closed the action area as well. And then you can see we again have the card actions, and the actions can have the action buttons there. Like you can see we have the share, we can have a like button as well, we can have a comment button, we can have a share button as well. So now you can see, so this all makes a card. So this is all about the card. So now we can just grab this card and we can just move on to the Visual Studio Code to try out this card. So we can just paste this card inside the Visual Studio Code. Now I have now pasted, and now we need to import everything from there. So this is a card we need to import, and then we need to import the card action area as well, and the card media as well, and then we need to import the card content as well, and then we need to import the typography as well, and then we need to import the card actions here as well, and the button as well. So now all of the things are now imported, and now we can just use the card. So if I will now just save it, if I will now move on to the application, like now you can see now we have the card, and now you can see this is a clickable card, and the image is not coming because the image is the static image which is provided onto the web page. So we can just go and we can just grab any image, and then we can just add the URL of that image inside this card. So I have now grabbed a URL of the image. So if I will now just save, if I will now just run the application once again, now you can see now we have the different image onto the card, and now we can just change the description as well as a visit to London, and we can change the typography as well. So we can just stick to that, and now you can see we have the buttons as well of the share, and we can have some more buttons as well, like we can have the save as well. So if I will now save, so now you will see we have the share and the save buttons inside that. So this is about the card that we can use, and about the max width property inside this card. So we can just change the max width as well. So it can be a 345 and it can be a 500 as well to increase the width of the card. Now you can see the width of the card has also been increased. So this is all about the cards inside the Material UI. And after that, now you can just move on to the React card component, and you can just try other cards as well, like this. Like you can see this is an Instagram type card, so you can just grab this card as well, and you can just grab these icons as well. And the icons, we will learn about the icons later with the MUI icons which the Material UI provides. So this is all about the cards inside the Material UI. So the next component that we'll be talking about will be the dialog. So what is a dialog? So a dialog is a pop-up window which informs something to the user. So it is a pop-up window which can ask for permission or a confirmation on an action which the user has requested, or it can have a multiple tasks related to it. Like when we close an application, we see a pop-up window. So that is a dialog, and it has a backdrop feature which blurs the background when it's open, and this feature can be turned off as well. So it is a type of modal which can be opened and closed whenever requested. So now we can see the properties of a dialog. So what properties it have? So it has the open property and the on close property. So these are the main two properties when the open. So whenever the open is true, the dialog will be open, and whenever the dialog will be closed, so we can set up an on close to close the dialog. And we have some additional properties, like first we have the hide backdrop, which will disable the backdrop feature which blurs the background, and we have the transition feature which will have a transition or an animation onto the dialog. So this is all about the dialog in the Material UI. So now we'll move on to the React dialog component inside the Material UI website, that the dialog inform users about a task, or it can contain crucial information like required decisions or involve some multiple tasks. And now you can see it is a type of modal window that appears in front of an app content to provide some critical information, asks for decision or anything. Like when you close an application, it will show you a pop-up window to confirm or cancel. So now we can see about the dialogs. So now you can see in the Android phones, now we can see open the simple dialog. Once I will click on that, now you can see we have a backup account like in the Google Drive. So these are the dialogs. So it will open a pop-up, and then once you will close outside of that, so it will close. And then you can see you will have some alerts as well with the dialog. So once you will click on the alert dialog, now you can see we can have a Google location service, we can agree or disagree, and then we have some transition property that we have discussed. Now you can see the transition, it is coming from the down and it is sliding from the down. And now you can see we can have some form as well in the dialogs. Like you can see once I will open a dialog, now you can see we have a form as well. like a subscribe feature, and then we can have some customization in the dialogues as well. Like if you open a dialogue, like you can see, like it will be a modal title, it will be a close button, and it can be a content inside the dialogue. And then you can see we have some dialogue actions as well. So these are the dialogues that we can use. And now we can see this some properties of the dialogues as well. So if I will now just check the code of this dialogue, so we can just move on, and then we can just move on to the top. Like now you can see, first I will now zoom it for you. Like now first you can see we have the dialog, and then we specify the open prop. So whenever the open prop will be true, so dialog will be open. And now you can see we can have a transition component as well, and then we can have a keep mounted property which we will study later. And then we have the on close. So whenever we click outside of the modal, the on close will be called, and then we close the modal. And then you can see then we can have a dialog title in which we can just click on the dialog. Like you can see this is the title of the dialog, use Google's location services. And then we can have the content as well of the dialog, and then we can have some text on the content of the dialog as well. Like you can see this is the dialog content, and then we can have a dialog actions as well for the buttons, like agree or the disagree. So this is all about the dialog. So we can just get this dialog as well. So we can just move on to the Visual Studio Code to test the dialog as well. So inside this div, now we will add a dialog. So now the dialog has been imported, and now we have to set the property like open. So the by default property will be open as true. So we will open the dialog by default as well. And then we can just add a dialog, and inside that we can add a dialog as the title. So it will be the dialog title, and then we can have a dialog title like this is my dialog. So we can have this dialog title, and then we can have some dialog content as well. So it will be the dialog content, and inside the content we can have the dialog as the text. It will be a dialog content text, and then we can have some text as well. The text can be the definition of the dialog as well. Like a dialog is a pop-up window which can ask user something like an information or confirmation. So this can be a dialog text. And after the content, then we can just set a dialog actions as well for the action buttons. So we can have a dialog actions, and inside the actions now we can have two buttons. So it can be a button to close the dialog, like it will be the close, like it can be the cancel. And then we can have another button, so it will be the agree. So if I will now save, if I will now move on to the application once again, so we can just move on to the localhost 3000 once again. Now you can see, now we have the dialog, like this is my dialog, and the dialog is a pop-up window which can ask user something, that an information or an confirmation. Like you can see we have the cancel and the agree buttons as well. But now you can see now the dialog is not closing. So for that we need to add the state. So to add the state again, we need to add the use state, and then we can have open prop, and the set open, the by default value will be false. And after that we can just provide the open prop to the open, so we'll handle with the state. And then we can have a on close prop that we have discussed to close the dialog. So whenever we will click outside of the dialog, the on close will be called, and in that we will have a callback, and the callback will then set the property of the set open to the false. So if I will now save, now if I will now just move on to the application once again, now you can see the dialog is not there because now the initial state is false. So for that we can do one more thing. We can have a button over there, and the button can have an open dialog, and then on the on click property of the button we can have the callback function once again to the set open to the true. So if I will now save, if I will now move on to the application once again, if I will click on the open dialog, now you can see the dialog is open, and once I will click on the outside, the dialog will be closed. So this is all about the dialog. And then you can just add this thing onto the function as well, but I will now add on this. And now you can see we have the on close, and now once I will click on the buttons, then you can see nothing will happen because we didn't add anything onto the on click prop of the buttons. So we can just get this callback function from there. So we can just get this, and then we can just provide a on click to the buttons as well. And then you can add some all callback function inside that also. So if I will now save, if I will now move on to the application once again, if I will now just click on the cancel, now you can see it is cancelled, and once I will click on the agree, so now it is agreed. So this is all about the dialogues, and we have discussed about the hide backdrop property also. So we can just move on to the dialog, and we can just add a hide backdrop. it will just hide the backdrop of this dialog as well. So now you can see the background is now blur. So once I will now save, if I will now move on to the application, now you can see the background is now not blur. Now the z index of both of the background and the dialog is same, and once I will click on the cancel, now you can see everything is same. So we can now remove this hide backdrop as well. So this is all about the dialogues in the Material UI. So the next component that we'll be looking at will be the modal. So what is a modal? So modal is a pop-up window that can be shown to the user. So it is a pop-up window which is used to get an action from the user, and it is same as the dialog box as we have covered the dialog, and it covers everything, but both modal and the dialog box use cases are different, which we will see later after the example of a modal. And modal also has the backdrop feature which blurs the background when it's open. So now we can see the properties. So properties are almost same for the modal and the dialog box as well. So we have the open prop to open the modal. Whenever it's true, the modal will be open, and we have the on close property as well. So whenever we'll click outside of the modal, so the modal will be closed. And then we have some additional properties again, like the hide backdrop to hide the backdrop blur feature, and then we have the transition to add some animations onto the modal, same as the dialog box. And if you didn't see the dialog box video, so I prefer you to watch the dialog box video as well. So now we will see about the modal inside the Material UI website. So now you can see, now we are in the modal, and now you can see the modal component provides a solid foundation for creating dialogues, popovers and light boxes, or whatever else that we can use. And now you can see about some modals. Like you can see, if you are creating a modal dialog and you probably want to use the dialog component rather than directly using the modal, and modal is a lower level construct that is leveraged by the following components, like we have a dialog, we can have a drawer, we can have a menu, we can have a popover feature. And now you can see we have some basic modal. So once I will click on the modal, like now you can see this is the basic modal, and now you can see we have some text inside the modal as well. And now we can see other modals as well. Like you can see now we have the nested modals. It has the nested features as well. Like now you can see we have the close option, and we can just close the modal as well. So both dialog and the modals are same, but they have different use cases which we can see. So now we will test the modal inside the application. Now we will move on to the Visual Studio Code. And here, instead of this dialog, now we will add the modal. So we can add the modal, and we can just import the modal as well, and we can just add the modal here as well. And now we can just move the dialog titles till the dialog actions because we don't need them. And then inside of this modal, then we can have the box with the Material UI, and inside the box we can have the typography, and it can be it is a modal. So if I will now save, if I will now move on to the application once again, so now you can see now we have the open dialog. So it should be the, so now it will be the open modal, not the dialog. So if I will now save, now you can see it is the open modal. So once I will open it, now you can see the modal is opened onto the full screen, but the dialog was opening only onto the center of the web page, because now the dialog has the paper component which applied to the center on the web page. But modal is starting directly from the top left corner because we need to style the modal as well. But the dialog comes with the predefined styles. So we can just define the modal. So first we need to define the position. So we can have a position of this box, and we can have the position as the absolute. And after that we can have a top property, can be the 50% from the top, and then we can have the left property which can be equals to the 50% again, to add this inside the center. So now you can see it is onto the center of the web page. So this is a modal, and now you can see once we will click outside, now the modal will be closed. So this is about the modal. And now we can add some buttons as well inside the modals. So we can add the buttons, like it click the button and it will be click me, and this button will be clicked and the modal will be then closed. So now we can have the on click property here as well for that, and it will be the set open will be equals to the false. So this callback will be there. So if I will now save, if I will now move on to the application once again, now if I will now open the modal, now you can see click me, but now the button is not visible. So we can just add a variant will be equals to the contain. So now you can see the variant is now contained, and once I will click on the modal, now you can see the modal will be closed. So this is about the modals inside the Material UI that we can use. And here as well we have the hide backdrop property that we have discussed. So we have a hide backdrop which will hide the backdrop blur onto the modal, and now we have the plain background which is not blurred. So this is the modal that we can use. So now we can just remove that also from there. And now we will see the use cases of the modal and the dialog. So the dialog box covers everything that the modal has, but they have different use cases. So in case of the dialog box, so the dialog box is used to get a confirmation message or a permission which can be skipped as well. But in the use case of the modal, it cannot be skipped and it needs to be answered always. So in that case, the modal is used. And if we see an example, the example of the dialog can contain that a service asks you for a permission on your web page or your mobile device, like allow your microphone, which you can reject or you can skip as well. And if you will see an example of the modal, so it can be if you are on a web page which is filled with the content and there can be a modal and the content is hidden below that modal, which will unlock whenever you will pay or log in or the sign up. So you cannot skip that. Either you pay or create an account, or either you cannot see that content. So this is an example of a modal and the dialogues. So now we have covered the modals in the Material UI. So the next component that we'll be looking at will be the link. So what is the link? So as per the name suggests, links are used for the navigations in the Material UI. So they are used for the navigation onto the web page, which will help to redirect to the different web page. And it is almost same like the HTML anchor tag with the HTML attribute to redirect to the different page. And we also have the href attribute here as well, which we can pass as a prop. And if we can see the properties of the links, so we have the properties as the underline, which accepts the always and which accepts the hover. And the underline property can be having underline whenever we will click or whenever we will hover over it. And then the href property is used for giving the navigation prop or the URL which we want to redirect. And then we have the additional properties also, like the component, and the component prop is very important if you are using a third-party library. Like in the React, sometimes we use the React router library. So if we pass the component to the link prop of the React router, so it will act as the link of the router, but the styles that we have will be applied from the Material UI. So this is the relation of the component. So the component gets the reference of that link element, and the styles which we give are applied from the Material UI. And then we can provide the color of the link to specify the color, and then we have the SX to define some styles for the specific link. And now we'll move on to the link API from the Material UI, and this is a link API. So you can see the props, like you have the children component, you have the classes, you can have the color like the primary, and then you have the component, and the component you can provide any component like the React Router DOM link, and then you can have the SX prop to define them styles. Then you have the typographic classes, then you have them underlined like the always, hover, and the always, the link will be underlined as the always. And then if you will add a hover, so whenever you hover any link, it will be underlined as on the hover only. And then if you will specify the none, so the link will not have the underline. And then you can have a variant property also, like the typography. You can have the body, you can have h1 tag, you can have the h6 tag, you can have paragraph, and you can have all of the tags. So now you have seen about the link, and now we can just see the demos. So in the demos, now you can see the link component allows you to easily customize anchor elements with your theme colors and the typography styles. Even we have some typography inside the links as well, so we can define the variant or padding to the links as well. And now you can see this is the underlined link, and now you can see we have the color which is inherited from the parent component, and then we have the variant equals to the body too. And now you can see we have some underline prop as well. So this is the underline none, so the underline will be always none. And then you can see whenever we will hover over it, this will underline, and then this is always underlined even when we hover or not. So these are about the links. And then you can see the third-party routing library. So if you are using the React router, so you can just specify the link of the React router DOM, and then you can just use the link prop for the styling from the Material UI. So this is all about the link. And now we can just move on to the Visual Studio Code to test the link. And here we can just import something from the Material UI, and it will be the link. So now the link is now imported, and then we can have a link as the visit Google. And then inside the href tag in the link, we can specify the href for the URL, and the href can be equals to the HTTPS, and it can be www.google.com. So if I will now save, so now you will see the link onto the web page of the visit Google. Once you will click that, now you can see the google.com will appear onto the web page. So this is the link. And now we can just specify some styles over the link as well. So we can specify the link styles like the underline. So we can have underline, and we can have a hover on the underline. So whenever we'll hover, so the link will appear. Now you can see whenever we'll hover over it, now you can see we have a visit Google. And once I will click as the always, So it will be underlined as the always. So now you can see it is always underlined. And if I will now just remove this link from the always and the hover, if I will now just add a none, like now you can see the none will appear. So now you will see the underline will not be there onto the links. So if I will now click on the visit, now we can just visit the Google as well. And now we can just specify the colors of the props as well. Like we have the colors, and then we can just specify the color as the primary as well. So if I will now save, so now you will see the same style will appear of the primary, because the primary is also the blue color, and we can just define the secondary as well. So now you will see the secondary color will be then applied to the visit Google prop. So now you can see everything is completed, and then we can just define the variant prop as well. And the variant can be equals to the h2 as well. So if I will now save, so now you will see we have the h2 tag, and all of the things will be then working fine. So this is all about the links in the Material UI. So the next component that we'll be looking about will be the container. So what is a container? So container centers the content horizontally onto the web page. So the container is a wrapper which wraps the component inside that, and it centers a whole component's content horizontally onto the web page. And it is helpful when you want your content to be in the center, like a login form, when you want the login form to be aligned automatically onto the center. And it automatically aligns the content with the screen size that we provide. So how does that work? So we need to provide the screen dimensions to the container to center the content of the component according to that screen size that we provide. And it automatically calculates and adds the content to the center onto the screen. So now we can see the properties. What are the properties of the container? So the first two properties which are important are the max width and the fixed. So what are the properties? So if we want to automatically align the content according to the screen size which is available, so we need to define the max width property. So in the max width, we need to define the maximum width of the content. Like we can define excess, so it will cover this content till the excess screen, and it will automatically align the content according to the excess screen onto the center of the web page. And same applies to the medium size. So it will cover the content till the medium size, and then it will automatically align this content onto the center on the available screen. And it works for the all of the screen sizes, like the extra small, the medium, the large, and the extra large. And now the second property is the fix. And for the fix, when we want the content to manually take the size and then align the content to the center, then we need to add the fix. And for the fix, then the max width property matches the minimum width, and then it centers the content with the given size. So this is about the properties, and then we can see some additional properties also, like we have a component to add it to the another component, and then we have the SX for the styling. So this is all about the container. So now we can just move on to the React container component. So now you can see the container centers your content horizontally, and it is the most basic layout element that you can use. And now you have some fluid container. So what is a fluid container? So the fluid container contains your full screen onto the web page. So it will just take your full available screen, and it will just take the content and align it onto the center according to the screen size. Like if you provide the small screen size, so it will take the available small screen size and it will align the screen size onto the center. So this is a fluid. And if we want the fixed container, then it will take a fixed screen size and it will align that content only onto the center. Like in the fluid, we need to define the max width as the small, medium, large, and in the fixed, we need to define the size only. So this is the difference between the fluid and the fixed. And now we can see the properties of the container as well by moving on to the API. Like we have some props, we have the classes, we have the component to give another element. Then we have the disable gutters, and then the right and the left padding that we have is around 15 pixels onto the container, and it will be removed from that. And then we have the fixed property with the true or false, and then we have learned about the fixed, and then we have the max width, and then we have the SX for the styling. So this is all about the containers. So now we can just move on to the React application to test the containers into the React app. And here we can just add here the container component. And then inside the container, now we can just add some text, like we can just add a hello, and then we can just specify the max width property inside the container. So we can just specify the max width can be equals to the small, and then we can just specify the color as well for the container. So we can specify the background color to specify how much screen the container is taking. So the background is green. So if I will now save, if I will now just move on to the application once again, now you can see the container has aligned the content onto the center, and now you can see from there to here, this is the small screen size, and then it takes the full small screen size and it aligns the content onto the center. And then we can just have more containers as well. Like here we have the small, we can have the more containers as well, like we have the 5 breakpoints. So here can be the extra small, and here can be the small, and here can be the medium, here can be the large as the LG, and here can be the extra large. And here also we have this is the excess, and then we can have this is small, and then we can just copy, then we can just paste. This is the medium, and then we have this is the large, and then we have some this is extra large. So this is how the container works. So after that we can just save, and now you can see these are the container, and now it is not looking good, so we can just specify the spacing between them. So we can specify the BR after every container to add a line after that. If I will now save, so now you can see about the container. This is the extra small, this is the small, this content is covering the extra small screen size, this is containing the small screen sizes, this is the medium, this is the large, and this is the extra large. So this is how the container works. So they just take the screen size, like if we have provided the excess, so they take the excess screen size and then they cover that content, and then they align it to the center, and same applies to the small, medium, large, and the extra large. And then we can just provide the fix as well for the properties. So this is all about the containers in the Material UI. So the next component that we'll be looking at will be the list. So what are the lists? So as per the name suggests, lists are just a group of elements that are rendered, and we can use lists for displaying the information like data, or we can use for options to select, and there are many more use cases where we can use lists. So lists are just group of elements that we can select, or we can see, or we can just show them, and they have the child elements like the list item to add the items into the list. So the list component is the parent component, and then we have the child component like the list items, list item buttons, icons, and text. So these are about the list. And then we can see the properties of the list. What are? So we have the divider property in the list item button, which adds a horizontal line between the elements on the list. And then we have some more properties like component to provide a new component to the list, like a link component. And then we can provide the SX component for the styling. So now we can see about the list, and we can just move on to the MUI.com, and then we can just search for the list. So now we have the list, and now you can say list are the continuous vertical indexes of the text or images. And now you can say these are the basic lists which we can use. These are about the mail options which we see in the Google Mails, and then these are the nested lists that we can use, and these are the folder lists, and these are the interactive lists which we can interact as well. So now in this video we will cover one list element with the basic list, and then we will cover a nested list in this video. So now we can just move on to the Visual Studio Code to see about the list. So to use the list, first thing we need to do is we need to import the list from the Material UI, and now we can just have a box, or we can just add a div. It doesn't matter because they both are same. And then we can just start the application as well. And then till the application starts, now we can just add a list. So now we can just add a list. So first thing we need to add a list, and then close the tag, and then we need to add specify the SX prop to define some width of the list. So we can just define the width can be the 300 to that. And now after the list, now we need to add an item into the list, and to add the item we have a list item to add the list. And now after adding the list item, so we have the list item inside that. So if we want the list item now to be clickable, so we can just add a list item button as well. And now you can just directly add the list item button instead of the list item, but I will now directly go with this. And now you have the list item button. If you will just now see, then now you have the list item button that you can click. And now you can just add the icon as well. So to add the icon, you can have a list item, and you can add the icon as well inside that. So now you can see you can add the avatar as well, you can add the icon as well. So for the icon, so for now we can just add the icon as this, and after that icon we can just add the text as well inside the list. So finally then we have the text element inside the list, and then it will have a list item text to add that. And then we can just close this tag, and this will be a self-closing tag. And after that we need to add the primary. So the primary is used to add the text into the list. So we can just add a primary, and this can be a first. So if I will now save, if I will now just move on to the application once again, I think there is an error. So the box is not defined, so we need to define the box as well. So now the box is also imported. So if I will now save, if I will now move on to the application once again, so now you can see, now we have the first list item inside the list, and now we can just have some background color as well inside the list. So we can add a background, and it can be a green. If I will now save, so now you will see there will be a green background onto the list, and the background is not looking good, so we can just add here the gray as well. So if I will now save, now you can see now we have the list item as the first, and now we can have more list items as well, but this is very complex. Then we need to add the list item, we need to add the button, we need to add the icon, we need to add the primary, and then we need to add all of the things, and then we need to add the text. So we can just remove this list item for now because we will use that inside the nested list. Now this is how can we add the list inside Material UI. So now if you want to show multiple items in the list, then this will not be a good approach, because you need to add list item, then list item button, then list item text to add the list. Then you can just create here an array to solve this problem. So const array, and it will be equals to the elements. So you can just add elements inside that, like it can be a first element, it can be a second element, and it can be a third element, and then it can be a fourth element, and then it can be a fifth element as well. So then you have some elements, and now after that, instead of the list item and the list item, so you can just add here the expression, and then you can just add an array that you have array.map. So it will map the list item, it will just iterate over the array, and then we have the element of the list, so we can have a list element, and after that we can have a callback function, and in the callback we can just wrap this list item till the list item from there to return the list item from there. And now instead of this primary, we can just remove that, and then we can just add the list element here as the primary. So if I will now save, so now you will see all of the list item will be there as the first, as the second, as the third, and the fourth, and the fifth. So now this is how can we work with the list in the Material UI. And then you can just add a divider as well, as we have discussed in the PPT. So in the button, so in the list item, then you can just add a divider. So we need to add a divider. So after adding the divider prop, now you can see after the first element, now you can see after every element there is a divider. So now you can see there is a horizontal line with a divider. So after the every element you can see that. And so now we have covered the list, and now it's time to cover the nested list as well. So for the nested list, now you can see we have the inbox, and then we can see the code as well. So now in the nested list we have the list, and then we have the collapse, which will collapse, and when we specify the in prop to the true, then it will just open that collapse, and when the in prop will be false, the collapse will close. So we can add a collapse, and in the collapse also there will be a list. So now we can just try out with collapse. So here we have the list, and now I want this list to be inside the collapse only. So for that we can just add here the collapse, and then the collapse will be imported, and then we can just wrap this list inside the collapse. And now as we can see, the collapse is a child component of the parent list. So we can just add a main list on the top. So we can just add a list, and then inside the list, then again we will have the list item for there. Now we have the list item, and in the primary we can just add here the open list, or to expand list. So when the expand will be clicked, so then we will see the collapse, and in the collapse, as we have discussed, we need to pass the in prop as well. So if we pass the in prop as the true, so it will show the list by default onto the web page. So if I will now save, if I'm going to move on to the application, now you can see you have the expand list, which is the parent list, and then you have the child list elements. So we have given the prop as the true, so that's why we can see all of the list. But if we divide the define the prop as the false, then the list element will be now hidden. Now you can see now we don't have any list elements. So then we can just have here the state as well for that. So we can just add the use state with the open and the set open, and it will be equals to the use state, which we can just import then. So now we have imported the use state, and by default value will be equals to the false. So after we have the primary like the expand list, we can just have the icon as well, list icon. And after the list item, then we can just add the icon, and inside the icon then we can just add a normal string icon. So we can just add here the greater than sign, and after that we can just have here the on click inside the list item button. So with the on click, we can just have here the state in the callback function. We can just add the set open property to the true. So now everything is successful. So now we have given the set open to the true. So now inside this now we can just add the open prop as well, because now we are handling the state, And after that we can just have here the on click pop inside the every button element inside the child list as well. So whenever we click any element, so now we need to close that list as well. So for that, after the button is clicked, so we can just add the set open again to the false. So if I will now save, if I will now move on to the application once again, I will now refresh. Now if I will now just click on the expand list, now you can see the list is now expanded, and we can just click on any element, and now you can see the list will be closed. So this is how the list works. And then we can just define some styles as well to the list. So it can be a margin from the left, and it can be equals to the 25, and then we can just remove the background as well from there because the background is not looking good now. So if I will now save, now if I will now just expand the list, now you can see now we have expanded the list, and now we have the items like the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and we can just click on the first element again to just expand this icon as well. And then we can just click here the element as well to just close the list as well. So this is how the lists work in the Material UI. So now we have covered about the list inside the Material UI. So the next component that we'll be looking at will be the accordion. So what are the accordions? So accordions are just section of information which can be shown and hidden. So they are just the sections that contain some information whenever they are opened, and they are just like a nested elements. Whenever we open anything, so it shows the information about that, and they have an element like the text or heading on the top, and when we extend them, it contains some information inside that. And they have the child elements or components like the summary, description, icon to add the information. So they have the child components like the accordion summary is a component which can add some adding or the text to open the accordion, and it contains accordion description which contains some information about that accordion, and then it contains the accordion icon as well, which is used to add the icon to open the accordion as well. So these are about the accordion. And now we can see the properties of the accordions as well. So the first property that we have is the onChange property. So the onChange property works when we want to only open one accordion. So if we directly use all of the accordions in the Material UI, so it will open as many accordions as we want. And if you don't like that behavior, you can just use the onChange function, and then you can just open only selected accordion that you want. So this is the onChange property. And then we have some more properties like the square and the square. And if you provide the square property as the true, then accordions by default have the rounded borders. So if you provide the square, the rounded borders will be removed, and then you will see the square borders. And then you can have a SX prop for the styling of the accordion as well. And now we will see about the accordions inside the Material UI. So we can just move, and then we can just search for the accordion. And now you can see these are the accordions. Accordions component allows user to show and hide the sections relating to the content on a web page. Now you can see this is a basic accordion. Now you can see this is accordion which contains some information about some heading, and then you can see this is again the accordion. And now as we have discussed in the onChange, this can open as many accordions as you want. And then you can see now two accordions are open, and then now you can see now we have the control accordion which will open only one element at a time. And this is possible because of the onChange function inside the accordion, which can have some heading, which can have some text inside that. So these all are about the accordions, and then you can see the code as well. So we are now changing with the onChange function with the accordion. Like you can see onChange is there, and then you can just have the API of the accordion as well. Now you can see the API. So first we need to provide the children as well if you want to provide the children prop, and then you have the classes which you can provide like the paper classes, and then you can just provide the default expanded. So if it is property is true, so it will expand the accordion by default on the initial render as well. And then you can just have a disable to disable any accordion, and then you can see more properties. And then this is a main which is onChange, and then these two are the main as the expanded and the onChange. So if the expanded is true, then the accordion will be open. If the onChange is there, then we can just change the behavior of the accordion as well, that which accordion to open. And then we have the square, it will just remove the rounded borders, and then you have the SX prop, and then you have the transition elements to add some animations onto the accordions. So this is all about the accordions. So now we'll move on to the Visual Studio Code to test the accordions. So now we can just import the accordion from there. So it will accordion. So now the accordion is now imported. And then inside the accordion, now we can just add the accordion summary to add the heading or text onto the accordion. So with the accordion summary, now you can see we have the summary, and in the summary we can just add a typography as well to open the accordion. So we can add a typography, like it can be my details as well, like my details. And we can just show the expand icon as well inside the accordion. If we want to show an icon to expand, so we can just use the expand icon. we have expand icon prop, and by default now we can just use here the greater than sign again for that. And now in the accordion summary, now we have defined the summary, and now we can just define the accordion description as well. So we can just add accordion details for that, and the accordion details will have the details of the accordion. Then again we will have the typography, like my name is Nikhil and I run this YouTube channel. So if I will now save, if I will now just move on to the application once again in the React app, now you can see this is accordion my details. And if I will now just expand this, now you can see my name is Nikhil and I run this YouTube channel, and now you can see the accordion is there. And then we can just add as many accordions as we want. So I can just copy that. So I will now just copy, and I will now just paste this accordion again as there. And then if I will now just save again, if I will now just move on to the application, now you can see we have two my details, and we can just open as many accordions as we want inside this, and then we can just provide some styles as well, but I will now skip that. So now we have provided the accordion, and now as we have defined the onChange function inside the accordion, so we can just have the onChange as well. So for that we need to handle the state. So for the state again we need to use the useState. So we can have a useState. So after the useState, then we will have the name of the accordion. So we will have the accordion set accordion, and by default value will be equals to the empty string. So now we can just add that, and it should be the accordion. So now we have defined the state as well. So now we need to define the onChange as well. So it can be the onChange, and the onChange will be equals to the function. And inside this function, now we have to add here the callback function, and the callback function will be there as the set accordion will be equals to the accordion that we want. Like we can just define the accordion as the accordion 1 for one accordion and the accordion 2 for second accordion, and then we can just change the name as well, like the my details, it will be the test 2 and then it will be the test 1. So now we have defined the accordion, and now in the onChange, now we can just define the accordion as the test 1. And then after defining the onChange, then we need to define when we want to expand that accordion. So for the expanded property, then we can just handle the state here again. So when the accordion property will be equals to the test 1, and then only we need to handle, and then only we need to open this accordion. So this is the condition here, and then we can just provide the same condition in the second accordion as well. So we can just provide the expanded property here as well. So the expanded will be there, and it will be equals to the condition again. So when the accordion will be triple equals to the test2, and then only we need to open that, and then we can add the onChange as well. So in the onChange we will just have here the accordion. So it will be the set accordion, and it can be the test2. So if I will now save, so now we can just refresh the page again. So now you can see once I will now open the test1, now you can see only the test1 is open. But if I will now just click on the test2, now you can see the test2 is open, and now we can just see that only one accordion is now able to open. So this is all about the accordions in the Material UI. So now we have covered the accordions, and this is all about the accordions in the Material UI. So the next component that we'll be looking at will be the autocomplete. So what is an autocomplete? So autocomplete are the drop down which works on the search feature. So what does that mean? So as the name suggests, autocomplete, so they are just the drop downs as the select component, as we have learned in the forms. So they just contain a select box list, and they have the search feature which just completes the list item that we have typed. So they are just the auto completion of the list, and then they have the options and the text field which needs to be provided to handle this search operation. And we provide the options which are just the array of the list, which are the list items that we search with the auto completion, and we need to provide here the text fields also, and it automatically handles the state and the search operation with the autocomplete. So now we can see the properties of the auto completion. Now we have the options, and then we have the render input. So for the options, we need to provide an array of the options in the list, and then we need to provide the render input, and in the render input we need to provide the text field component which will handle the search operations automatically from that. And then we can just have some more additional properties like the SX for the stylings as well. So now we are into the Material UI website, and now you can see the autocomplete is just a normal text input which is enhanced by a panel of suggested options. And now you can see this is a combo box which is done with the autocomplete. Now you can see we have done the autocomplete, then we have provided the list of options as the top 100 films, and this is the movie search option. So we can just search for any movie, like we have some movie search options. Like if I will now search for the 3 Idiots, from there the 3 Idiots, And now you can see the movie search is completing, and now you can see we can just select the movies from here as well. So this is how we can do the autocomplete inside the Material UI. And then you can see we can use an interface also for the options if you are using the TypeScript, and then you can just have a type as the auto completion equals to the string. And then you can see you can have options as the array of the objects, like you can have a label and you can have some IDs onto the objects as well. Or if you want to just test it, then you can just have options as the array of the list items. So now you can see these are the autocompletes, and these are just more features on the autocompletes as well as the dialogues, as the solos and more. So these are about the autocompletes. And now we can just move on to the Visual Studio Code to test the auto completion in our code. So now we have the box, and inside this box now we will have the autocomplete. So now we have the autocomplete inside that, and now this will be the only tag which we need to perform. And after that we need to provide the options. So what other options can we provide? So we can just move on, and then we can just search for the list of states in India. I can go list of states in India. So we can just have that array, and now you can see we have the array of the list. So we can just get that. So now you can see we have the GitHub code. So we can just copy that let state equals to till the end, and then we can just add here the list as here. So now we have the list as the state. We can just have as the const as the state. We have the state array inside that, and now after that now we can just have here the options as the state. So now we have the state array as the options, and after providing here the state, so now all of the state option will be then there in the auto completion. And after that we can provide some ID, but this is optional. If you want to provide, then you can provide, and then you can have a SX prop to provide here the width. So we can just have a width here as well. Width can be equal to the 300. So now we have defined the width as well, and now we need to define the text field as well for the render input, as we have learned inside the PPT as the render input. So we can just have here the render input, and in the render input we will have the params as the callback parameter, which will handle all of the params inside that. And after the params, and then we can just have here the callback function, and inside that now we need to provide here the text field. So to handle the search operation we need to handle the text field, and inside the text field now we need to provide all of the options that are available inside the params. So for that we can just have all of the props that are available inside the params, and then we can just have a label as well inside the text field as well. So the label can contain a list of states. So if I will now save, if I will now just move on to the application once again, so we can just minimize that, and now you can see now we have three options. With the SX we have the options equals to the state, and then we have the render input. So if I will now just move on to the application, we need to move on to the localhost 3000. Now you can see now we have the list of states. So if I will now just open this, now you can see now we have the list of states as the Andhra Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, and all of the lists. So if you will just search that, like if I will now search Delhi, now you can see we can just search the Delhi option here as well. So now the auto completion is also working, and now we have learnt about the auto completion. So this is all about the autocomplete in the Material UI. So the next component that we'll be looking about will be the drawer. So what are the drawers? So drawers are open for any navigations inside the application. So they are just a menu which shows some options to navigate. Like in our mobile phones, we use the Gmail, and then we can just open the drawer of the option from swiping the left to right. So they are the drawers, and they can be opened from left, they can be opened from right, from the top, from the bottom, as we want. So they are just the drawers. And if I show you an example, so now you can see we have the file. So if I just click on the file, so now you can see this is also a drawer options. So they are also the drawers. So now we will see the properties of the drawers as well. So the properties, so the important properties are open and the on close. So whenever the open prop will be true, the drawer will be open, and on the on close, whenever the drawer will be closed, so we need to specify the on close, and then we need to update the state. And then we have some more additional properties like the SX prop for the styling as well. So now we can just move on to the drawer inside the React drawer component inside the Material UI. So now you can see drawer navigation provides an access to the destinations in your app. So they are the drawers. So now you can see we have some temporary drawers as well. So they are from the drawers. So once you will click on the left, now you can see the drawer will be opened from the left of the side. And if you will just click on the right, now you can see the drawer will be open on the right side. And once you will click on the top, they will be opened from the top, and then once you will click on the bottom, so they will be opened from the bottom as well. So these are the drawers, and then the drawers can contain the list inside that. Now you can see they contain the list as we have seen inside the list components. So they have the list inside that. So they are just the drawers which we can use. And now you have some Android drawers as well. So now you can see you have some drawers as well from there as well. Once you will open, it will start open from the bottom. So now we will see the API of the drawer as well. So we have the drawer API, and then we can see the props which it accepts. So first prop is the anchor prop, which is very important, and then it contains from which position we need to open the drawer. It contains the bottom, the left, the right, and the top, and then it can contain the children node and classes and elevations and hide backdrop if we want to just don't blur the background, so we use the hide backdrop. And now we have the on, close, and the open props. So these are the most important props that we can use. And now we can just move on to the test.js to test the drawer component inside our code. So here in the box we can just have here the drawer. So the drawer will be now imported, and inside the drawer then we will have the list item. So for that list we can just have the array of the options. So array of the option can contains the profile, and it can contain the balance, and it can contain the logout, and then we can have the list inside the drawer as well. So we can have the list again, and then inside the list then we will have the list item button, and in the list item button then we will have the list item and the text. So now we will have the list item text, and all of this will be then covered inside the array of the options. So for that it will be the array of the options dot map. So now we need to iterate over the array, and then it will contain the element, and then we will just return that list item button from that element. So we can just copy that, and then we can just paste here, and then instead of this text, so this will be a self-closing tag, and then we can add a primary over that text. So it will be the primary, and the primary will be equals to the element that we need to show. So now we have the element inside the primary. So now if we want to show the drawer as well, so we need to provide the open prop, and the open prop can be true. So if I will now save, if I will now move on to the application, now you can see the drawer by default is open, and now you can see we can see the options in the drawer as well, like the profile, the balance, the logout. So these are the drawer, and now we can just have here the button as well to open the drawer and to close the drawer as well. So for that we can just have a on click prop inside the button as well, and the on click we need to handle the state as well. So now we need to handle the state of the drawer as well. So when the drawer will be open, we need to update the state, and then we will handle the on close state of the drawer as well. So for that we can have a use state again, and then it will open, set open, and the by default value will be equals to the false. Then we need to import the use state as well, and in the on click of the button now we need to add the callback again. It will be the set open of the drawer to the true. So whenever the button will be clicked, now we need to open the drawer as well. So it will be the open, and then we can just specify the on close prop in the drawer as well, on close, and in the on close again then we will have the callback, and the callback will be set open will be equals to the false. So these are the properties of the drawer. So now we need to specify it inside the list item button as well. So whenever we will click any of the list item, so now we need to close the drawer as well. So for that we have the on click again, and in the on click we will have the callback function. It will be the set open will be equals to the false. So if I will now save, if I will now move on to the application once again, so if I will now just refresh the page, now you can see the drawer is by default opened. I think the open is true, so we need to specify the open here only. So if I will now just save, if I will now move on to the application, now you can see once I will click on the open, now the drawer will be opened, and if I will now just close, now it will be closed. And if I will now just click any of the item of the drawer as well, like the logout, now the drawer will be closed, and then we can have some on callbacks inside these buttons as well. And then if you want to show the drawer from the right side, we can specify the anchor prop to the right. Now you can see the drawer will be opened from the right side. I will now click on the open, it will be open from the right, and we can just add it from the top as well. So I will click on the open, it will be open from the top, and then it can be opened from the bottom as well. So these are about the drawers which you can use, and then you have some more demos of the drawers as well. So you can just play around and you can just try out all of the drawers from there. So this is all about the drawers inside the Material UI. So the next component that we'll be talking about will be the alert. So what is an alert? So alert displays an alert pop-up window with short messages. So as per the name suggests, the alert displays the short and the important messages in a pop-up which grabs the user's attention, and it is built on the JavaScript alert window with predefined styles, and it is same like the JavaScript alert window, which shows some important messages in a pop-up. And then in the Material UI we have some predefined styles to style the alert box, and then we can see the properties as well of the alert. So first property that we have is the severity. So what does that mean? So we provide the type of the alert inside the severity. Like for an error message, we provide the error. For the success, we provide the success, we provide the info, and we provide the warning for any warning message. So these are the messages that we provide, and it displays an icon for that severity only. Like for an error, it displays an error icon, and for the success, it displays a success icon. So this is how the severity work, and it accepts the variant property also. And the variant property provides the style of the alert. Like for the outlined alert box, we provide the outline, and for the filled with color alert box, so we provide the filled, and then we provide the standard alert box for the standard property. And then we have some more additional properties also, like the on close. So whenever we want to close the alert, we provide the on close property for an alert. And then we can have some icons property also to define a specific icon on a specific alert box. And then we can provide the SX property for the stylings as well. So this is all about the alerts. So now we can just move on to the React alert component inside the Material UI. So now you can see the alert displays a short important message in a way that attracts the user's attention and without interpreting the user's task. So now you can see these are the basic alerts that you can use. You have some 4 severity levels that you can use, like the error, warning, info, and the success. Now you can see you have defined the alert severity equals to the error, and this is an error, and then you can see the icon as per the error, and same for the warning, info, and the success. And then you can have the description as well for the alert, like this is a text inside the alert, and then you can have the alert title as well in the component that you can use. Like now you can see we have the alert severity equals to the error, and then you have defined the alert title there with the error, and then you can see the error as well. And after that you can place some text inside the alert. So this is how the alert works. And then you can have some actions as well inside the alert, like this is the, like when you specify the on close prop, then you will get the buttons to close that alert as well. So you can just have that. So now you can see you have the alert on close, and now this function is doing nothing, and that's why this is not working. And then you can see this is a success alert, and then these are the alerts that you can use. And now you can see more about the alerts, like you have the variants, like you have the 2 additional variants are available, like the outlined and the filled. So like you can see this is the outlined alert as we have discussed, and then you have the filled variant that you have discussed. So these are the filled variants. And then you can have the color as well for the alert, like you can see this is a color which provides a color equals to the info as well, like the severity equals to the success. But if you want to change the color, then you can change the color equals to the info as well. So now you can see the alert API as well to see the components, like you can see this is an action prop which you need to provide any action at the end or not. And then you can have a children, you can have the classes which you can provide, and then you can have a closed text. So whenever the alert will be closed, so you can have a closed text as well. Then you can have a color like the error, info, success, warning, and you can add any color as well inside the string, like the red or blue. And then you have the icon. So if you want to provide the specific icon on the alert, then you can specify the icon. And then you can have the on close, you can have the role, you can have severity, which is very important, and then you can have the SX and the variant, which are used for the stylings. So these are all about the alert. So now we can just move on to the Visual Studio Code to test the alert component inside the Material UI. So now we are in the Visual Studio Code, and now we can just check the alert. So we can just have here the alert. So the alert will be then imported, and then inside the alert, then we can have the alert message like this is an alert. So then you can just place a severity also, like the severity can be equals to the success. So this is an alert message now, and now you can just change the severity as the error also. And then this is an error alert. So if I will now save, now you will see this is an error alert, and then you can just have the info as well here. And then this is an info alert. Now you can see the alert is working fine. And then you can have the on close property also for the alert as well, like for the on close you can have the state as well, like the on close property now can have the empty function inside that. So after specifying the on close, then you will see there will be a cross icon inside that to close the alert as well. And for that you can just have a state as well here to close that alert. So for the state, again you need to add a use state with the open, or like it can be the show or set show, and the by default value will be equals to the true. So for that you can just import the use state as well. And after that you can just wrap this alert inside the condition as well, like you can have a condition. So if the show is true, and then only we need to show the alert window. And in the on close property, now we can just set here the set show, will be equals to the false. If I will now save, if I will now just move on to the application, we can just refresh the page again. Now you can see this is an info alert, and when we want to close this, we can just click on the close. Now you can see the alert will be now closed. So this is how we handle the alert with this state as well. So this is all about the alert, and then you can just try out all other elements of the alert as well. Like you can just try out transitions and more. So now this is all about the alert inside the Material UI. So the next component that we'll be talking about will be the snack bar component. So what is a snack bar? So it is a short notification component that you can use. So it is used for the notifications inside the Material UI, and we can have the notification text, we can have the icons, we can have the duration of the notification, and we can also choose that whether to show the notification or not. And this is all handled by the state. So this is all about the snack bar, and we can show it anywhere onto the screen, like on the left part or the right or into the middle of the screen as well, with some predefined styles. And it can wrap the alert component inside it for more styles, and we have already learned about the alert. So it can wrap the alert component inside it for more styles and just for the styling purposes. But we can also directly use the snack bar with a message prop to display a notification inside that. And now we can see the properties. We have the properties like the open to open the snack bar. So whenever the open will be true, and then only the snack bar will be visible. And about the message, then we need to provide the notification message as well for the snack bar to show the notification. And then we have two more properties like the on close and the auto hide. So it will be the auto hide duration, not the auto hide. So for the on close property, so whenever the snack bar will be closed, then the on close function will be called, and then we can just update the state. So about the auto hide property, it accepts a number in the milliseconds. So if we provide the number like 3000 milliseconds, so it will automatically call the on close function after 3000 milliseconds, after 3 seconds, and then the snack bar will be closed. So this is how the auto hide duration work. It calls the on close after a specific number of seconds that we provide, and the snack bar will be closed. So this is all about the snack bar. So now we can just move on to the snack bar component inside the Material UI. So now you can see the snack bar provides a brief notifications, like the component is also can be used as the toast as we see in the Android phones. Now you can see this is a simple snack bar, so you can just open that. Now you can see this is a snack bar component, and this is a notification component that you can use. And then you can have the success snack bar, you can have the error, you can have the warning, and so many things. And now you can have the message length as well, and then you can have the transitions property in the snack bar as well. And then you can have more properties like the grow, transition, fade, and then you have the slide as well. So these are the snack bars that you can use. And now we can just move on to the snack bar API to see about the snack bar. Like now you can see it contains an action to display an action at the end of the snack bar, and it can have an anchor origin as well for the center or the left or right. And then we have the auto hide duration that we have discussed, so it will automatically call the on close function after the duration. And you have the children, you have the classes, you can have more props like this. So we can just test it out inside the Visual Studio Code. So we can just move on to the VS Code, and then we can just remove that alert. And then we can just remove the state as well for now. And now we can just use the snack bar. So we can have the snack bar, and in the snack bar now we can just close the snack bar as well. And inside that we can have the message prop, and the message can be this is a snack bar. And now we can just have the open prop as well for the open. So we can have the open will be equals to the true for now. So now this will be a snack bar. So if I will now save, if I will now move on to the application once again, now you can see this is a snack bar, and now this is currently open. So this is how the snack bar works. And after that we can just move on, and then we can just define the on close function as well. And for the on close we need the state for that. So we can have a use state again, and then we can have the open on the set open, and the by default value will be equals to the true. And after that we can just have a on close prop here, and the on close will be equals to a function. And then we can just have a set open will be equals to the false. And with the on close, then we also need to use the auto hide duration. So for that we can use the auto hide duration, and it can be a 2000 milliseconds. So after the 2000 milliseconds it will be closed, and inside the open we have to pass here the open. So by default the open will be true, and then after the 2 seconds it will call the on close, and it will set the set open to the false, and then the open will be equals to the false. So this is how the snack bar works. So if I will now save, if I will now just refresh the page, now you can see there is a snack bar. And now you can see after 2 seconds the snack bar is now closed. So this is how the snack bar works in the Material UI. And we have also discussed that we can use the alert inside the snack bar as well. So we can just use the alert. So we can just remove this message, and then we can just wrap here the alert inside that. So in the alert we can use the alert, and the alert will be there, and inside the alert then we can just have here the severity can be equal to success, and after that we can just have here the text like this is a success message. If I will now save, if I will now just move on to the application again once again, now you can see if I will now just refresh the page, now you can see this is a success message, and then after 2 seconds it will be closed. So this is how the alert and snack bar component works. So this is all about the snack bar in the Material UI. So the next component that we'll be talking about will be the progress. So what is a progress? So as per the name suggests, the progress is used for displaying the progress bars in the Material UI. And we have multiple progress bars like the linear, which runs in a line, and we have the circular, which runs on a circular basis, and then we have the buttons which have the loading state inside the buttons. So these are the progress bars that we can use, and then we can have some properties. Like the first property that we have is the variant. So the variant is very important property. So we have two variant properties like the determinate and the indeterminate. So if you define the variant as the indeterminate, then the progress bar will continuously run and it won't stop on any interval. But if you define the variant as the determinate, then it shows you the progress bar till what percentage that you have defined, like till what percentage it has completed. And for that percentage we need to define the prop value which accepts the number from 0 to 100. So we need to define the prop as a value which accepts the number from 0 to 100, and it completes the progress till that number only. So this is how the determinate and the indeterminate works. And then we have the additional properties like the value that we have defined, and then we have the color of the progress bar, etc. So now we can just move on to the progress component inside the Material UI. So you can see the progress indicates the commonly known as the spinners or an express an unspecified wait time to display the length of a process. So now you can see we have the circular progress bar. So this is how the circular indeterminate works. And then we can have the colors as well for the circular bars, and then this is a determinate that we have discussed. We need to define the value, like you can see the first one have the 25% as the value, variant equals to determinate, so it is covered till the 25%. The next one has the 50, and the next have the 75, and the next have 100, and the next have some state running inside the background to run the progress bar. And then you can see now you have the interactive integration, like you can have the buttons with the progress bars, like you can see this is a save button that you can use. And then you can say you can have a label as well inside the button as well, and for the label you need to have a component as the circular progress with label. And then you have the linear progress bars, like you can see this is a linear intermediate that you can use, and then you can see linear color as well, and then you can see the colors like the success, secondary or inherit color that you can use. And then you can have the labels as well inside the linear, and then you can see some have a variant equals to the buffer, and then you can say you have a value equals to the progress and the value buffer equals to the buffer, and then you can have a non-standard ranges and all. And then you can just customize your progress bar as well, and then you can just have a loading state, like if you will click on the loading, now it will just load, and then once you will click on the stop, the loading will be stopped. And then if you have a stimulator on the loading, like now you can see it is now success. So this is how the loading works. And now you can see you can have a high CPU load as well inside the circular bars. And then this is all about this progress bars. So now you can see we have the circular progress API, so we can just select that, and now you can see you have the classes, you can have the colors like the inherit, primary, secondary, error, and all of the colors are now supported. And then you can have a disabled shrink as well, so the shrink animation will be disabled after that. And then you can have a size as the number like the 40, and then you can have the SX prop for the more styling as well inside the progress bar. And then you can have a thickness of the circle, and then you can have the value as we have defined, and the variant as we have learned about the determinate and the indeterminate. So these all are about the progress bars. And now you can just search about the linear progress as well. So you have almost the same properties like the color, you can have the value as the number, you can have the buffers as well, and then you can have the variant like the determinate, indeterminate. So these all are about the progress bars inside the Material UI. So we can just move on to the Visual Studio Code to test the progress bars. So we can just remove the snack bar from here, and then we can just remove the on open and the set open prop, and then we can remove the alert and the snack bar from there as well. So now we can have here the progress bar, like you can have a circular progress, and after that you can just save. If I will now just save, if I will now just move on to the application, now you can see you have the circular progress bar inside the application, and this is an indeterminate progress bar which is continuously running. So if you want to determinate, then you have to pass a prop as the variant will be equals to the determinate, and then you can have a value, can be equals to the 10. So it can be the 10. So after you define the value equals to the 10, so if I will now save, so now you will see it will only cover the 10% of the progress. And then if you define as the 50, then you will see it will cover the 50% of the progress. Now you can see this is how the progress bar works. And now you can have more properties also with that. You can have a color of the secondary. So if I will now save, so now you will see there will be a secondary color inside the progress bar. So this is how the progress bar works. And then you can have the linear progress bar also. So you can just have a linear progress, and after that you can just save. So if I will now save, so now you will see after that progress bar you have the linear progress bar that is available inside the Android. So it will have a good impact on the user interaction in the website. And then you can have some more properties in the linear progress also, like you can have a variant can be equals to the terminate again, and the value can be equals to the 100 again, or it can be a 50. So if I will now save, so now you will see it will cover only 50% on that, and you can have 100% on that. So it will cover full 100% of the progress bar. So this is how the progress bar works in the Material UI. And then you can just define the color on the linear progress as well. Like you can define a color can be equals to, it can be a inherit. So the color will be inherit. So now you will see there will be a black color linear bar. So now you can see you have a black color linear bar, and then you can just change the value as well to the 10. So it will cover till the 10% of the available screen. So this is how the progress bar works in the Material UI. So the next component that we'll be looking at will be the rating. So what is the rating? So as per the name suggests, rating used to display the ratings on the web page. So the rating component is used to get and display the ratings to the users. And we can have a ratings, and we can have a value of the ratings as well from the state. And yes, we can use the use state as well. And it can be used on the products, it can be used on the blocks like some images, or anywhere where we want to get some feedback from the user. And now we can see some properties of the ratings as well. So the first property and the second property which are important are the value and the on change. So we know about the value to set the value of the rating, like 1 2 3 4 5, and then we can have an on change function. So whenever the rating will be changed, so we can change the state as well. And then we can see other properties also, like we have some additional properties. So the first property in the additional properties is the precision. So this is a tricky property. So the precision provides increment value to the rating. So by default value is 1 of the increment. So we can increment directly from the 1 itself, like 0 from 1 2 3. So the rating will work from the 0 1 2 3. But if we define the precision property, then it will have any number of increment value, like a 0.1 or 0.5. So if we provide a value like the 0.5, so it will work like the 0.5, and then 1, then 1.5, then 2. So this is the value of the precision. And then we have a default value property also to set the default value of the rating on the initial render. So this is all about the rating. So now we can just move on to the rating page on to the Material UI. So now we are into it. So now you can see the ratings provide insights regarding others' opinion and feedback and experiences, and it can allow the users to submit a rating on their own. So now you can see these are the basic rating components that we can use, and these are the control. This is the read only that you cannot select it, and then this is the disabled, and then you can see no rating given onto that. That means that no state is handled onto that rating. Now you can see the precision property that we have discussed. So the rating can display any float number of the value prop, and we can use the precision prop to define the minimum increment value that can be changed. And now you can see on this rating, now you can see it works from the 0.5 because we have given the precision of the 0.5. And if we give from the 0.1, so it will start from the 0, 0.1, 0.2 like this. And then you can have a hover feedbacks, and then you can have sizes of the rating if you want to increase or decrease the sizes of the rating. And then you can have your own customization as well. And then you can provide your own icon to the rating as well. So if you don't need the star, you can provide the heart, and then you can have some 10 stars also with the rating. Then you need to customize that. And then you can have the radio groups with the rating as well. Like you can say you can have a smileys on the rating, and then you have a prop like the highlight selected only. So once it will be enabled, so it will just highlight the selected rating only, like we have highlighted the 5. So it will just highlighted the 5 rating on that. And then if we highlight the 1, if we click the 1, then only 1 rating will be then selected. So these are about the rating. And now we can just move on to the API of the rating to see the properties and the tags. And now you can see you can learn about the ratings from here. Like you can have a classes prop, you can have a default value that we have discussed to add a default value to a rating. You can have a disabled to add a disabled rating. You can have an empty icon for the rating. You can have an empty label text as well. You can have all of the properties like the highlight, select it only, and then you can have an icon, you can have icon container, you can have a max number, and then you can have all of the things like the name, won't change, and all of the things, and you can have precision also. So now we can just move on to the Visual Studio Code to test the rating component inside the Material UI. So here we need to import the rating from the Material UI first. So I will import the rating, and then we can just directly use the rating inside the box. So we can have a rating, and then we can just close the component. So if I will now save, if I will now just move on to the browser, now you can see now we have the rating onto the web page. I will now zoom it. Now you can see now we have the default rating onto the web page. So this is how the ratings work, and then you can have the value of the rating as well. So by default you can select the rating, but you don't have the state in it. So to add the state, again we need the use state to handle that. So we can have a use state here. So we can have a value, and then we have a set value, and then initial value will be undefined because we don't want any rating to be selected on initially. And then we can have a value prop, and then we can give a value to the value again, and then we can just have a on change function as well from this. And then as inside the tabs, the Material UI also provides the event and the value property which is currently changed. So we can have an event and the value inside that, and the value. So the event is the event which the JavaScript provides, and the value which the Material UI gives us whenever any rating will be changed. And after that we can just have a set value. We can just change our state as the set value to the latest currently selected value on the value. So if I will now just save, and then we can just show the value as well after that. So we can just have here the typography, and then inside the typography we can have the rated, and then we can have the number of stars. So if I will now save, and then inside this we can have a value as well. So now the rated number of stars. So if we select the 1, then the rated 1 star, rated 2 stars, and all. So if I will now save, if I will now just move on to the application, now you can see initial value is the undefined, and now we can just change to this as well, like the value. If the value not equals to the undefined, and then we can just have the value here, or we can have a 0 there. So if I will now save, now you can see now we will be having the 0 there. Like you can see now we have the rated 0 stars. But if we select any one star, like you can see now you can see rated 1 stars, rated 2, rated 3, rated 4, rated 5. And this is how the ratings work inside the Material UI. And after that now we have the precision property also. So we can have a precision, and we can have a 0.1 value to the precision as well, and you can have any number of value like the 0.5, 0.1. So we will start with the 0.1. So if I will now save, if I will now just move on to the application, we can just refresh. Now you can say if I will now just select the 1 or any number of stars, then the star will be selected. Now you can see the 1.6 star is selected, and then we can select any number of stars as well with this. Like now you can see the 3.4 stars has been selected, now 3.6, and then we can have any number of stars that can be selected with the precision. And after the precision, then we can have the default value as well. So we can have a default value, and with the default value we can have the 1.6 as the default value as well. So if I will now save, we can just refresh. Now you can see the 1.6 will be the default value which is now currently selected. And then we can have the size prop as well. We can just remove that, and then we can have the size prop as well. We can have the size as the large and the medium and the small as well. So now you can see we have, so now you can see it accepts 3 properties, the large, the medium, and the small. So we can have a large with the size. So we can just save, we can just move on to the application, and now you can see the size will be increased to the large, and now you can see the stars are now bigger, and now we can select any number of stars now. So this is how the ratings work inside the Material UI. We can have any number of rating with the precisions, and then we can have a sizes, we can have a value, and then we can have a default check property. So this is all about the rating in the Material UI. So the next component that we'll be looking at will be the image list. So what is an image list? So as per the name suggests, the image list is used to display the collection of images in a group, and the image list component is used to display the list of multiple images in a group, and it can be used to showcase a product with different images in a website, and it can also be used to add a gallery inside the image like the Pinterest website. So this is the image list, and then it has the child components to add the full layout of the image list. And the image list is a parent component, or you can say a container, which has child component, which is the image list item, to add the items inside the image list. And the child item is also like a container which adds the HTML image tag inside that to add stylings into that tag only. So this is a relation between the image list and the image item tag. And then we can see the properties as well. So we have the variant property, and about the variant property, we have multiple variants of predefined styles that are available that we can use. And then after that, we have some columns to add the columns of how many images we want to say in a column onto the web page. So these are the properties. And then we can see some additional properties also. We can have a gap property, and the gap is used to add some gap in the images, and it accepts the value inside the pixels. So we can just define 5 pixels, 6 pixels, and then we can have the SX prop as well to define some more stylings into the image list component. So now we can just move on to the Material UI website to see about the image list. So now we have the image list, and the image list displays the collection of images in an organized grid. And then you can see we have some variants of the image list. Now you can see we have the standard image list, and now you can see this is the image list, and the columns are 3. So we can see the code of that also. So like now you can see the image list. We have some SX prop for this styling, and then we have defined the column, and then we have defined the row height as well. So the row height is the height of that row. And then after that, we have the item data, which is an array, and this array contains the title and the URL of the image as well. So we can just map through that array. And after that, we have the child component as the image list item, and inside that we have the HTML image tag, and inside that image tag we can have the source, we can have the source set also, and then we can have the alt, and then we can have the lazy loading also. So this is the image list that we can use. And in the quilted images, we have the 3 images on one side of the grid, and then we have only single image which covers the full area of all 3 images in that grid only. And then we have more stylings as well. We have the woven image list to add some more stylings into this image list as well, and this style is also looking good, so you can just showcase your product inside this style as well. And then we have more styles, like now you can say we have masonry image list which we can use, which also have different styles. And then we can even have some titles onto that images as well, like now you can see we have the camera, we can have the coffee, we can have some title as well inside the images, so we can see the code of the title as well. So now like you can see, now we have the list subheader that we can use inside that, and after that we have the list item bar, image list item bar, that we can use to add some title inside the image as well. So this is about the image list, and now you can see we have some more styles. We have the title bar below the image which has the standard variants. So this is all about the image list that we can use. And now we can see the API of the image list as well, so we can just move that. Now you can see we have some more props like the children node. We can specify columns, we can specify the component as well, we can specify the gaps, and the gaps accept the number in pixels. And then we can have the row height, which can be a number, or we can have the auto as well. And then we can have SX and the variant. So these are the multiple variants that we have seen, which is the masonry, we have the quilted, we have the standard, we have the woven, and then we can have the string as well on the variant. So this is all about the image list. So now we can just move on to the Visual Studio Code to demo the image list. And now we can just test the image list here. So we can just import the image list from the Material UI. So to the image list, and after that we can just use here the image list. So inside this box, then we can have the image list container inside that. And after that, then we can just define some styles as well to the image list, like we can define the SX prop to define the styles. So we can have a width of the image list as well, and the width can be the 400, and then we can have the height as well for the image, and then the height can be the 400 as well. So now we have defined the SX, and then we can have just define the columns as well to the image. So I want only 3 columns into the image. So now we can see, now we have defined the image list, and now we need to add the image list item and the images onto that. So we can just move on to the Material UI, and now you can see we have the array of the images. So now instead of defining the array here inside our code, so we can just use their array as well. So we can just copy their array, and then we can just copy that, and then we can just move on, and then we can just declare the array before the component ending function. So now we have defined the item data. And after that, now we can just set the images here. So we can have the item data array here, and then we can just loop through that array to add all of the images. So we can have a map, and after the map we can just have a callback function, and inside that callback we can have the item, or we can have the image, and then we can have the index as well inside the image to add some key. And after that we can just have here the component, and inside that we have the image list item component that we can use, which is the child item. And inside that we can just define the key prop, and then key will be equals to the index. And after that we can just use the HTML image tag to add the image. And after that we can just define the source inside the HTML image tag, and the source will be equals to that we have the image. dot the URL of the image. So we can have the image dot URL inside the source. So we have the image dot img. So we can just get the img, and we can just have the alt prop as well, and the alt will also be equals to the image dot, and it would be the author of the image. So we can have the title, and after that we can just divide the loading as well equals to the lazy to add the lazy load to the images. So we can have the loading, which will be equals to the lazy. So if I will now just save, and if I will now just move on to the application to see if it works or not, now you can see we have the lazy load of the images. All of the images are loaded, and now we can see the images onto the website. So this is the image list component that we can use. And after that we can just change the variant as well of the image list. So we can have the variant, and then we can see the styles of the variant as well. So we can just hover over there. Now you can see we can have the masonry, so we can just test that. So if I will now save, so now you will see after that we'll be having different variant onto the web page. So now you can see the variant is now changed, and now you can see this image is little bigger and this image is smaller. So now we can see the variants as well, and after that we can just check the quilted variant as well. So we can just add a quilted. So if I will now save, so now we will see the different variant onto the web page. So now you can see this is a quilted variant, so we can just refresh the page for that. Now you can see this is a quilted variant that we can use, and after that we can have the woven variant as well to use. So we have the woven. So if I will now just save, if I will now move on to the application, we can refresh the page again. Now you can see this is a woven, and now this is also looking good. So this is about the image list that we can use inside the Material UI, and then we can add some bars onto the images as well that we have seen. So we can have the bars, and now you can see this is the image list item bar. So we can just get that. So we can just copy, and then we can just have here the bar. So there after the image, so we can have the bar, and we can just import that also. So now it is imported, and now we can just add here the item. It would be the image, and it would be dot title. And after that we can just change the variant as well for the standard. So we can have the standard here, and we have defined the titles. So we can have the subtitle as well for that. So we can have the subtitle, and the subtitle will be equals to, and we can just add here the span tag of the HTML as we can see here as well. So we have the span tag of the HTML, so we can just use that. It will be the span, and after the span then we can just use the item to author. So for the author we can just define the author as the Michael. So if I will now save, so if I will now just move on to the application to see if everything works fine or not. So we can just move on to the React tab. So we can just refresh the page. Now you can see the image list is here, and now you can see the image list is also looking good. So this is about the image list component inside the Material UI that we can use. So in this section, we will be seeing that how we can validate the forms inside the React.js. So there are multiple ways in which we can validate the form. So there can be a custom functions, there can be the regular expressions that we can use, and there can be so many a lot of ways. Like the default validations also come inside the input text, like with a required field. So if we provide the required, then we need to fill that form, and it would be important to fill that form. And then same with the email as well. If we provide the email to any type of the text field, then it would be added as a validation. Like if we do not provide the email, then it will be highlighted. And there can be multiple ways inside the Material UI in which we can provide the error handling inside the forms inside the Material UI. So inside the form, we have a text field component, which is an input. And then in the input, we have two props, which are most important. So the first prop, which is very important, is the error prop. So what does the error do? So if we provide the error as the true, so it accepts the value as a boolean, like a true or false. And if we provide the value in the error as the true, then it will highlight the text field inside the red color. So it will highlight this text field. So it will highlight this text field in the form of red color, so that we can have some error effect inside a specific text field. And then there's a second prop, which is a helper text. So the helper text is like, it accepts the value inside the string format. And if we provide the value inside the string, or we can provide any element as well, so that text will be then added below the text field. Like if we provide an email validation, like the email is incorrect, so that text would be then added below the text field, like this email is not correct. And we can provide the error property as the true. We can provide the helper text as well, something inside that, and it will validate the text field of our current form. And then for the validations, we'll be using another React library, which is the React Hook form. So the React Hook form is a performant React form library, which is very useful in building real world applications with the form validations, because it have multiple form validations inside that we can use, and it prevents the unnecessary re-renders of the forms inside the React. Like suppose if we use the use state with the forms inside the React, but on every input enter, the state gets changed and the whole component gets re-rendered unnecessarily. And we do not want that component to be re-rendered on every state change. So that's why we'll be using the React hook form, which is very performant library and it has great validation support as well. So let's start into it. So now I'm into the application. So here you can see now we have the blank application, we have the function app component. And now what do we want to do inside that? So first we need to install the library of the React hook form. So we can have the npm install, we can have the react-hook-form with that. So this is installed and now we want to move on and we need to import something from the React hook form. So we can have something that should be from the React hook form that we can use, and something would be the use form. So we have a custom hook which is available as the use form that we can use with the React hook form. And now what do we want to do inside that? So we want to destructure some elements from the use form. So we can destructure some of the things from the use form, and with the use form we'll be destructuring the register. So the register is a type of function, or it's a type of function that we provide to register a specific input. So for every specific input, we want to call the register function inside that. So it gets registered inside the form. And then we'll be having the handle submit function as well. So we need to call the handle submit function and it accepts a value as a callback function in which we can get the data. And then we can get the form state as well. So inside the form state, there are a lot of things that we can use, but the most important would be the errors. So we can have the errors inside the form state, which will be very helpful. So it will provide the errors, like if we have some error inside the email, so then we register that element, that this element has error, and then we get that error inside the Material UI text field in the form of errors and dot the name of that input. So we can get that. And now we can move on, we can provide the form like this. So suppose here we have the form, and inside that we can use the text field of the Material UI, and inside that now we can just provide a type as well for that. So we can have the type that can be the email like this. So that can be the email. So we have this text field, and now we can provide another text field like that. So that can have the type as the password like this. So we can have the password, and now we can move on, and here we need to call the register function. So we need to add the register like this. So the register would be an end prop inside any of the text field. So it will be added inside the end. Then we need to call the register like this. So with that, we can call the register. And then we need to provide a unique name for every register that we call. So for each element, so for each input element, we need to call the register function. And inside that, we need to provide a unique name, like this can be an email. And after that, the same would be for the password as well. So we can use for this, we can have the password like this. So we can have the register, we can have the password like this. And at the end, we can have the button to submit the form as well. So we can have the button to submit the form. We can import the button as well. And then we can provide the type of that button. That should be the submit. So that would be the submit. And after that, now what do we want to do? So inside the form, we all know that we have the handle submit function. We have the on submit function. So we can have the on submit, and that would be equals to the handle submit this time. So we'll be using the handle submit. So it will automatically handle this function. And inside the handle submit, we'll be having a callback function in which we'll be getting the values of the current data inside the text field. And then we can just log that values as well. So we can have the console.log, we can have the console.log the values with that. Like we can just get the console.log the data. So that will be the handle submit function that we can use. So if we just save and if we just start this application once again from the npm start. So here you can see, here we have something inside the web page, and then you can see it is not looking good. So I think we can just provide some of the styling to the form. So we can have the style, we can have the display, something like that. We can have the display that should be as the flex. So we'll be using the flex box. We can use the flex direction as well. So that should be the column like this. And then we can provide some gap as well between the elements. So the gap would be somewhere around 5 would be enough. And then we can have some border as well. So we can have the border like this. So that should be 1 pixels. We can have this solid, we can have hash black, we can have the black color with that. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so here you can see now we have something with that. And after that, we haven't provided anything inside the button. So that should be the submit, and we can provide the variant of the button. So we can have the variant that should be the contain once again. So we can have the variant contain. I think we can also provide the width as well. So for the form, we'll be having a width of somewhere around, we can give the 200 pixels for the width. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so here you can see here we have the form. Then also we can move on, we can provide the margin, and then we can get the auto like this. So now we'll be having this inside the center of the screen. So here you can see, now here we have the form. I think we can increase the width to the 300 pixels as well. So it will work perfectly fine. So now you can see, now we have the forms inside that. And you can see if we just move on to the inspect panel, if we just move on to the console, then you can see if we just move on to the info, if we add any values like this inside that, if we just click on the submit, I think you can see by default email validation is also there inside that. If we provide the type as email, so we can provide dash 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 @email.com. So we can have dash @email like this. And if we just click on the submit like this, then you can see now we are getting all of these values inside that. So you can see now we are getting all of these values, and then you can see everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And now we can move on and we can provide some validation to it. Like for validation, we'll be using the regular expressions for the email validation. So we can move on and we can just search for the email validation. We can have the regex like this for the JavaScript. So there we will get that. So here you can see inside the W3 resource, we will get that inside that. So you can see here we have the validation for the email. So here we have the regular expressions. So we can just copy that. So here we have the expression, and now we can move on. And here we need to provide that expression here, but where? So you can see inside the register, we get the email. So we are registering with a unique name email, but inside the second parameters, we can provide some of the objects. So we can provide some option, and inside the options, we have a lot of things like we have the depth, we have the disabled. So if we want to make it disabled, then we can use the disable, the maximum property, max length, minimum length, on blur, on change. So there are a lot of functionalities that you can see. So here we can just use the function for the validate. So we can have the validate like this, and it accepts a function in which we can get the value like this. And after that, what we can do? So inside this callback function, we can use the regular expression like this. Then we can just use your dot test. And with the dot test, we'll be having this value over there. So here we have the validate. So now what will it do? So if the validation is successful, then we'll be getting false inside the errors property. So inside the errors property, it will be registered as the errors.email. So the errors.email property will be the false if there is no any errors. And if there will be an error inside the email validation, then the errors.email will be true. So we'll be getting the true validation. And we can also remove the type as well for the emails so that we can just get some email validation from these regular expressions. So if we just save, if we move on to the application, so here you can see if we just move on, if we just provide anything like this, and if we just click on the submit, then you can see now this text field is being highlighted that this value is incorrect. So you can see the validation is working perfectly fine. So you can see they are also saying that something is wrong within this text field. So now if we provide the email, like we can provide the abc@, we can have the test.com, then you will see then it will work perfectly fine. So then it will work perfectly fine. So here you can see now this email will work fine. But if we provide only the ABC, then you can see it won't work fine. So now you can see now we are getting the true or false values inside the errors as well. So we can get that value as well after that. So we can just log the errors as well like this. So we can have the errors. And then you can see if we just save, if we move on to the application, then you can see we are getting the errors.email property, type of the validate, and then we'll be seeing something inside that. So you can see, we can see the errors. We can have the email property inside that. You can see if the email will be successful, like we can have the test.com, then there won't be anything inside this errors property. If we just click on the submit, then you can see inside the errors, we do not have anything. But if we provide the wrong email to that, then you can see now we are getting the email inside that, inside the errors. And if we just click on the submit, then you can see we are getting the error inside the email. So you can see we have the message as well. We haven't provided the message as of now. So we can see the message, and then we have the type as the validate. So now we are getting something inside that, and now we can highlight this form as well, that something is wrong. So we can move on. So inside the text field, we have the errors property. So we have the error, and inside that error, now what we can do? So we can just check that if we have something inside the errors, then this error would be true. So we can check that by converting that to the Boolean. So if we have the errors dot, we can have the email property. So you can see now we have the incorrect email inside that. We have the ABC, but if we provide the abc@test.com, then it would be working perfectly fine. So now you can see now we do not have the error inside that, and it is working totally fine like this. But if you provide the incorrect email, then it will again give you the red highlight color with that. And now we will see that how we can provide the helper text to the form. So for that, we can move on and we can provide the helper text here. So we can have the helper text, and inside that, now what do we want to do? So here it accepts the property as the new node. So we can provide the node, and here as well, we can check some validation. Like if we have something inside this, if we have the error inside that, then we can provide the helper text. Like we can provide the helper text, like we can provide the typography over here. So we can have the typography, and we can have the error, or we can have the invalid email like this. So we can have the invalid email. If everything is okay, then we can just provide the null with that. Then we can provide the null. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so here you can see now we're getting the invalid email. So I think the spelling is wrong. So we can have the invalid email. So here you can see it is working perfectly fine. And if we just provide the @test.com like this, then it would work perfectly fine. So you can see now we do not have any errors with that, and it is working totally fine. So you can see that's how we can validate the errors inside that. And then we can just disable the button as well if there are some errors. So you can see the React hook form will not call the handle submit function if there are some errors, but we can also provide to the user as well. So for that, we can have the disable property like this. So we can have the disable for this button. So we can just check again with the boolean. We can have the errors like this we can have the email like this. So we can have the errors.email. So if we move on to the applications, so here you can see now the submit button is disabled. But if we provide the correct email, like we can put the abc@, we can have the test.com, then it would work perfectly fine. So you can see it is working perfectly fine. And that's how we can just provide some validations inside the form handling inside the Material UI. And same we can do for the password as well. So in the password, now what we can do? So suppose we have the register, so we can put the minimum length to the password. So in the options, we have the property of the minimum length, like this minimum length, and we can provide that to the 6 as well. So we can provide the minimum length 6, and we can provide it as a required as well. So we can have the required, and same would be added for this as well. So like the required would be the true. So we can provide the required as a true like this. So now we can move on, and we can just check with the password as well. So you can see if the password is just 1 or 2, 3 characters long, then you can see if we just click on the submit, it is highlighting the password. So means now we have some error inside the password. So maybe the minimum length is not there. So we can again provide some error as well inside the password as well. So we can have the error that should be equals to, so we can have the boolean, and inside that we can have the errors dot we can have the password, because we have registered this text field as a password like this. So we need to use the password, and then we can have the helper text once again. So same helper text would be provided here like this. So we can just copy and paste that once again here. So we can have the helper text. So if we have the errors.password, then we can just choose to invalid password, or we can have the minimum. So we can have this text message as well, like the minimum length should be 5. So if we move on to the applications, so here you can see now we are seeing this error message that the minimum length should be 5. So you can see it is working totally fine. And then we can also disable the button as well if the minimum length is not 5 inside the password. So for that, we can move on into this, and we have the errors.email. We can provide this as well. So we can have the condition, and again we can choose the boolean value. We can have the errors dot we can have the password like this. So we can have this condition over there, like if this is true or if this is true, then the disabled would be true. So if we move on to the application, so now you can see now the disabled is true. Then you can see now the minimum length should be 5, and then you can see now we cannot submit the form as well. So everything seems to be working perfectly fine. So if we just click on the submit, then you can see now we are seeing the email and the password as well. And then you can see now with the React hook form, we have the performant forms as well. So you can see the component will only be re-rendered once we submit the form. So we can just check with the rendering as well. So we can check the render. And then you can see if we just save, if we just refresh this application, then you can see now the component will be rendered only one time. And if we add something inside that like this and some password value as well, so you can see if you just click on the submit, then you can see now the component will be rendered only 2 times after that, not on the every input. Like inside that, if we add an input like this, so on every input the React form gets re-rendered, the whole component gets re-rendered. So that's it for the form validation. So the next component that we'll be looking at will be the data grid. So what is a data grid? So the data grid is used to add the table with bunch of advanced properties that we can add. So the data grid is used to add the data grid like a table of the data inside it. And the Material UI has 2 versions of the data grid. The first one is the free one, and the second one is the paid one. So we can use the free version in this video. And now it is fully customizable. And what does that mean? So it is fully customizable, like you can add anything inside it. You can use it for CRUD operations. You can edit the content inside it. You can have forms inside it. You can asynchronously load the data inside it. You can asynchronously save it as well. You can have some icons inside it. You can have avatars of the user's image, and then you can have paginations to have different pages onto the data grid. And you can have all of the events that are supported in the JavaScript, like the double click, single click, and on mouse over and an event. And there are more properties of the data grid inside that. And in the premium version, there are more properties as compared to the free one. So it's a special type of component to specify or to visualize the data in the website. And now we can see the properties of the data grid as well. So the data grid has a lot of properties, but here in this PPT, we will just discuss few properties, because if we specify all of the properties, then the video length will be very long. So we can just specify the properties. So the first property that we have is the rows. So the rows is used to define the data inside the data grid, and the rows are the actual data which are linked to the fields of the data grid, and the columns are used to add the fields inside the data grid. So the columns have a field property which is linked to the rows fields. Like if we specify the columns as the field equals to the ID, so we need to specify the same ID in the rows data as well. So they are interconnected to show the data grid. And then we can see some additional properties like the pagination, to add some pagination to add different pages. And then we have the loading, if the data is currently loading, if you are sending a request to the server and the data is loading, so you can just show the loading prop as well in the data grid. And now we can just move on to the Material UI website about the data grid. So now we are into the Material UI website. Now you can see the data grid is a fast and the extendable React data table and the React data grid, and it is a feature-rich component which is available in the MIT and the commercial versions. So the MIT version is free and the commercial version is paid, so you have to pay for using the commercial version. And now we have different installation guide to install the Material UI data grid. So we have the MIT version, and for that we need to install a new package as the MUI/X data grid. So we need to install this library to use the data grid inside the Material UI. Now you can see this is the data grid that we can use, and now you can see we have some checkbox to select all of the rows, and then we have some fields like the columns, like the ID, first name. So they are the columns that are specified, and they are the rows inside the data grid as available in the HTML. And then you have some additional properties inside the fields, like now you can say you have the sort feature. If you will just click on that, the data will be sorted. And then you can have some more properties, like you can have sort by ascending, you have the sort by descending, and then you can have some search filters as well inside the ID. And then you can have all of the features that you can use inside the data grid. And then you can even have show and the hide columns. If you specify the hide, then this column would be hidden inside the front end, and then if you will add the show, then this column will be visible. And now you can see these are the columns that you can show, and you can hide all, you can show all as well. So this is the data grid, and it is a high level component that you can use to display the data inside that. And now you can see we have specified the columns as we have discussed the column props. So the data grid is there, we need to just call the data grid component, and we need to pass the rows and the columns, and then these are the additional properties. So the rows and the columns are there. So the columns, we have the field property which is very important inside the data grid, because it is connected to the rows fields here. Like now you can see the ID and the field equals to the ID are same, but if they were a bit different, then the ID will not be visible onto the web page. So they are connected, and same for the first name, last name as well. So now you can see we have the ID, we have the last name, we have the first name, and the spelling of the first name and the first name here as well should be the same, because if it would be the different, then the data grid will not show the data, because the rows and the columns are interconnected that you can use. And now we can see some additional properties, like we can have a header name, like this is the field name of the database, and then we can have the header name, we can change the header name onto that. And then we have the width, that we can specify the width of the rows, and then this is editable. And if we can see the editable property, so we can just move on. And then if you will just double click any property here, like now you can see it is editable. And if you will just change anything, like it will be the cotton, and if you will just hit enter, then it would be saved. So this is the editable property. So if you want the editable, then you have to specify the editable equals to the true. And then you have other properties also, you can have a type also. If the type of that row is equals to the number, then you can specify the type equals to the number. And then you have description as well of the column as well. And then if you want to remove the sortable feature, then you can just have the sortable equals to the false, and this will just disable the sortable. And then you can say you have the value getter, and the value getter is like to get the value if the column. And now these are the all properties that you can use in the free version, and there are a bunch of properties in the API of the data grid as well that you can use. So we can just move on to the data grid API. Now you can see now we have the import data grid from the MUIX data grid, which is a new package which we need to install. And then we have the components, that we have the rows and the columns, which are very important properties. And then you have the auto height to specify the height of the rows, and then you have the auto page size, you can have the cell modes model, and then you have bunch of different properties that are available. You can have the get row height, you can have get row class name, you can even get the rows data as well, you can have the loading prop to the boolean, you can have a logger, and then you can have the on change function on the send click function also. Like if you will click any cell, like now you can see the cell click is there, and then you can have cell double click, you can have cell edit, you can have the edit start, edit stop. And there are a lot of properties which are advanced that you can use as well. You can have the filter model change as well, you can have on page change, you have a lot of properties that you can use. And then you have base text fields as well inside that you can use. And then you have a lot of properties like the sorting order and the sort model. And at last you have the SX prop for these different styling that you can use. And now we can just move on to the Visual Studio Code to test the data grid inside that. And for that we need to install this data grid as well. So for that we need to move on, and then we need to install this package to use the data grid. So we need to add here the npm I, and we need to install this package to use. So this will install the data grid to use that inside our application. So the data grid is now installed, and now we can just use the data grid. So for that we need to import the data grid. So we can just move on, and then we can just copy that import statement. So we need to import this from this package. So we can have the import data grid from that library, and then we can just remove the use state from there because we don't need them now. And now we have the box, and then we can use the data grid. So this is the only component that we need to call here. And now in the props that we can see, like we have the columns and then we have the rows, and the columns accepts the array inside that. And now if I will now just move on to the data grid again from there, like we have the demo of the data grid, and now we can just get the columns from here as well, because we don't need to add the columns separately here and it will just waste our time. So we can just copy these columns from there, and now we have some columns here, and now we can just add here the columns. Like now you can see now we have the columns. So we can just minimize that, and now we can have the rows as well. Like now you can see rows are all of the rows that are the fields of the columns, like the ID, last name, first name, age. So we can just copy these rows as well to add the rows. So we can just copy, and then we can just paste here. So now if I will now just move on to the data grid, and for the columns we need to specify the columns, and for the rows we need to specify the rows. So we can have the rows equals to the rows. So if I will now just save, and if I will now just start the application now, so now the data grid will be then available onto the website. And now if we can see the code as well, like now you can see we have the ID, we have last name, we have the first name. So these field will be available onto the web page as well. And then this is the own value getter as well. So this is like a value getter that you can use to get the value of that name as well. This is a condition of the value getter that you can use, and this is a param. The param is a row object, and then we have the row.firstName, and this is a condition which is specified to the value getter. And then you can also see the description as well. This column has a value getter, and it is not sortable as well, as we have defined the sortable equals to the false. So now we have the error onto the web page. So I think we need to specify the icons also for the data grid. So we need to install that library as well. So we can just move on, and then we can just install the icon material, because the data grid uses the icons as well. So we can just move on, and then we can just install the icons as well. So we can just move on to the Amir tutorial. We can just add the npm install, and then we can just copy this icons library here. So we can just copy that icons/material. We can just paste this command over here. Now the icons will also be installed, and then we'll be able to use the icons and the data grid as well. Now you can see the icons are also installed, and now we can just move on to the application. Now again we are seeing this page because now we haven't styled the data grid. So for that we need to style the data grid as well. So we can just move on to the box, and then we can just specify the height of the box as well, because the data grid component depends on the parent component to specify the styling. So we can have a styling, the height can be equals to the 400, and then we can have the width as well for the box, and the width can be equals to the 800. So if I will now save, if I will now just move on to the application now, like now you can see now we have the data inside the Material UI, and now you can see these are the checkbox icons as well to select all of the rows as well. Like now you can see all of the rows are selected, and then you can have multiple properties as well of the data grid. You can have a first name, and this is also editable property. You can have a last name, you can have the age, and then you can have the search filter as well inside that. So if you will just search, the value will appear, and now you can just get here the full search as well. So you can just specify the starts with, and then you can have a LAN. So the LAN will be available inside the search filter as well. So this is about the data grid that you can use, and you have a bunch of properties as well. And now you can see we can edit the form as well. So this is the form that we can add. I can add my name as well inside that, and I can add there as well. So this is how we can use the data grid. And now you can see the last name filter has now removed that name as well. So we can just remove that filter as well. So we can just remove that, and now you can see all of the properties will be then available. And then we can just start here and then we can just search here my name as well. So now you can see we have the full name of the Nikhil Dadani that is available, and the ID equals to the 2. And now you can see the ID field is not editable. So if you will just double click over that, like you will see it is not editable. But if you will just edit the first name, like now you can see it is editable. So now this is about the data grid that we can use in the Material UI. And if I want to edit the rows inside the data grid as well, and if I need to get the name as well, like now, if I will now edit this last name as the Nikhil and the Thadani as well, and now if I want to get this name as well, which is currently edited, so we can just get that also. So we can just move on to the data grid, and then we can just have our own cell edit commit, and then this is a function like when the cell will be edit committed, when the cell will be edited and then it will be entered, then this function will be called. And then we can have the params which are available, and then we can just console.log the params as well to see which field is currently edited, and then we can just get all of the details of that rows as well. So we can have the console.log that params as well. So if I will now save, if I will now just move on to the application once again, like now you can see, if I will now refresh again, we can just move on to the inspect, and we can just move on to the console. Like now you can see this is a John's row. If I will now just remove this name, if I will now just add here this John as the Michael. So if I will now just edit, if I will now just hit enter, like now you can see this field is edited, and now we can see the ID1 field, like the field which has the ID1 which is selected, the field is in last name, and now the new value that is selected is the Michael. So this is how the form editing inside the data grid as well works. So this is all about the data grid that you can use, and then you can just specify all of the properties of the data grid. If you will just move on to the overview of the data grid, like now you can see you have the editing, you have the rows, you have the sorting, you have the pagination, and then you have a lot of properties that you can use. And then you can just play around with the data grid components as well. Like you can see we have the style, we have the localization if you want to localization to implement inside the data grid, and then you have the accessibility, you have the scrolling, you have the selection. So you can just select any of the things, and then you can just play around with all of these properties as well if you want to master the data grid. So this is all about the data grid inside the Material UI. So now, after discussing the basic functionalities of the grid, and now it's time to move on to the bigger things. So we'll create a project with the data grid. So we'll be having the project with some advanced functionalities inside it. So we can have some functionalities which are required in the real world. So we can see the functionalities as well. So we'll be creating the to-do list application. So we'll be fetching the to-dos from an API, which is a free public API that you can use. So we'll be having the features like the search of the data. So we can search any data. We can export the data from it. So you can export in CSV format, in Excel, or directly the print format. And you can have the custom rendering of a component cell. So for every column, you can render a custom component inside it. So we'll be seeing that functionality as well. We'll be having the routing functionality in the overall application as well. So with the router, once we click the ID of that row, we'll be moved on to the next page while fetching the details of that row record. And then we'll be having some filtering logics as well. We'll be having some fetching API. So there will be a lot of functionalities which are required in the real world. So these are the functionalities like the exporting data. So if you are a business owner, then this exporting functionality is so good for you. And then you will be having some filtering data as well, some search functionalities. So there will be a lot of functionalities. And then finally, the source code will also be attached to this lecture as well. And now let's move on and let's build that project from the scratch. So here we had this project that we created with the basic functionalities. So we had the functionalities of selecting all of those rows, but I think these are not required in the real world. So these are required when you only want some of the data. Like if you want only 3 rows inside that, so you can export that rows. So we'll be having some export functionalities as well throughout this project. And then you can see we have the first name, so you can edit that rows. But for the edit, we won't be using that functionality. So we won't be using the edit as well. But for the edit, I want to show you that how can you edit a single row, because this edit is not good as per the UX. So user won't double click on it and edit this row. So we'll be just moving on to a new page, and then we'll edit from there. So we won't be having the edit functionality as of now, but we can see the record from that page. So now let's move on and build that project. So here we have the test.js inside that. And now let's move on and let's define another file. It can be the data.jsx. So that can be the data.jsx file. And now we'll be using the JSX format because the React 18 has the by default support for the JSX values. So we'll be using the JSX. And inside that, what we'll be doing. So again, we can run the RAFCE, which gives you a boilerplate code for any React component. And after that, what you can do. So first we'll be fetching a data from any API. So for fetching the data from an API, so we'll be using the dummyjson.com. So you can move on to that site, dummyjson.com. And from here, we can get a fake or dummy JSON data with that. Like this, you can fetch a request, you can fetch an HTTP request, you can get some data like this. So we'll be using that functionality. So here you can see that's how we can just fetch a new request inside the React.js. So here what we'll be doing, so we'll be fetching the to-dos list from there. So we can just click on the to-dos and then you can see the JSON will be loaded here. So you can see now we have the JSON and there you can see now we have an object of the to-dos inside that. And inside that you can see for every single to-do we have the items, like we have the first array item with this object over there, and this object has the ID. We have the to-do item, like do something nice for someone, and then we have the completed functionality, and then we have the user ID with that. So we'll be just defining all of these rows which defines this. So let's move on. So first we'll be fetching the data from this URL. So this is the URL to fetch the data. And if you want only single record from this array, so what you can do, so like here you can see now we have the first item which has the do something nice for everyone. So you can get this ID like 1. So you can move on and you can add /1 and then you will be getting that single record if you just hit enter. So you can see now you have only one single record inside that. So this is the best API that we can use to generate some data inside the grid. So for that, now let's move on. So let's copy this whole URL from there. And now what we can do, so we can run the use effect from here. So the use effect is a hook which renders after the component is being fully rendered. So it is a type of function which have some callback function inside that. So when this component is fully rendered, then the use effect is being ran. So we'll be using the use effect here. So that can be the use effect from the React. And after that, what we'll be doing, so we'll be just rendering the callback function. So here is the callback. And after that, we need to only run it once. So for that, we need to define the dependency list and we need to define an empty array of the dependency list because now we want it to only run once after the component is being loaded. So that will be our approach. And now inside that, what we'll be doing, so the use effect is an asynchronous function, like it is an asynchronous hook. So we'll be rendering an asynchronous data over there. So we'll be creating a function to fetch the data. We can have the async, we can have the function over there, and then we can have the fetch data, or we can have the fetch to-dos. And after that, what do we need to do? So here we'll be using the await as well. So now to send an HTTP request inside the JavaScript or inside the React, we use the fetch. So we can use the fetch with that like this. We have the fetch function, which is globally available inside the JavaScript. So you can also use the Axios as well if you want to use. But here you can see the fetch solves all of our problems. So we can use the fetch as well. And inside that, in the first parameter, we can define the whole URL that we have just copied. So that will be the URL. And after that, you can specify some methods as well. Like here we have the method. You can specify the method as the get, or if you are making a post HTTP request, then you can specify the method as the post. But here we are just creating a get request to get all of those to-dos. So for that, we won't need to specify any method here. So by default method is the get. And now let's move on, and the fetch returns a promise, but with promise, it returns a response. So now it contains a full signal response, but we need to convert the response to the JSON. So for that, what do we need to do? So here we can use the then statement after that. So you can also define that inside a separate variable, and then you can use the JSON, but here the then would be okay. So we can use the then function over there. So after this promise is being fulfilled, then we'll be getting the response, the signaling response with that. And then what we'll be doing, so we'll be returning the response to JSON. So we'll be converting the whole response to the JSON format. And once we converted the whole response, then we'll get the actual data from that. So now the then is returning the actual data. And now we can just set another then statement over here like this then, get the data now. And then we can just log the data as of now. Like this, we can console.log the data over there. And now this is a database operation, or like it's an HTTP request. So we can also use the catch as well. So we'll be using the catch. So if we get an error, then what we'll be doing, so we'll be just logging that error as of now. And then you can see now we haven't ran this function. So we need to call this function as well. So we can use the fetch to-dos over here like this. So now we can just save, and then we can move on into the parent component, which is the app component. So here, instead of the test, now we'll be using the data. Like here are the data with that. So we'll be rendering the data inside this. So if we save, if we move on into the application, so if we move on into the React apps, so here you can see now with the data. But if we just move on into the inspect, if we just check the console window, so here you can see now with the data, we have an object over there. So you can just scroll down and open that object. So there you can see now we have the values, like we have the limit, we have the skip, we have the total as well, which has the 150 records. So here you can see now we are getting all of these records like this. We are getting over 30 records from this API. So here you can see all of the records are there. Like we have the ID, we have the to-do item, we have the completed, and then we have the user ID as well. So there are so many things that we can use. And now we have the data, and now we can just store this data as well somewhere in this state. So for that, we can again use useState in the React. So we have the useState over there. And then inside that, what we can do, so we can have the to-dos. We have the set to-dos, and initial value would be an empty array. That should be empty. And after we'll fetch the records, when we have the data over there, then you can see now we have the data property inside the to-dos. Inside the to-dos key, we have all of the array. So we can use the set to-dos. That should be the data dot to-dos with that. So we have the to-dos with that. So that will be the whole functionality. And now we can just log the whole data that we have inside the state. Like we can have the to-dos over here. So here we have the to-dos. And if we just save, if we just again move on into the console, we can again refresh. So now you can see now we have array of about 30 elements inside that. And now let's move on and let's define the functionalities of the grid. And here we can also provide the loading as well inside the grid. So for the loading, what do we need to do? So here we have a prop of the loading. So what it will do, so if we provide the loading as the true, then you can see if we provide it to the true, then the grid would load the data. So here you can see now everything would be faded out and the grid will load the data inside that. So we can provide the loading. So for loading as well, we can define a state. Like here we have the state, that's the loading, and set loading and initial property would be true because initially the grid would load. And after that, once we make a request, like here you can see here we are making a new request. So what we can do, so we can just provide the set loading property that should be equals to again that we have the true. And then after we define all of the data after the then statement, then we'll be defining again then, or we can define the finally after everything. So we can have the finally, and inside the finally now what we'll be doing, so we'll be having the set loading property to the false with that. So now when it will load the data, then we'll be loading the whole grid. And after the data is being loaded, then we'll be rendering the data inside the grid. So we can give the loading that should be equals to the state of the loading. So if we just save, so here you can see initially the grid is being loaded, and then you can see then we have the data. So then you can see now it's a grid functionality that we have the loader as well inside the grid. So if you have the millions of records inside the grid, then the loader is probably the best option because you need to load the data once and then you need to render it into the grid. So here you can see now we are getting everything inside that. We have the rows per page options. We have a lot of options over there. So you can define the 25. So here you will be seeing only 25 records over here. And then you can just move on like this. You can just click this and then you can see now you have other records. So everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And now as we defined earlier that we'll be just using the custom components as well for the data grid cells. Like here you can see here we have the ID. So we'll be customizing the ID as well here. So we need to customize the ID. So we'll be just making it as a link, and inside this link, once we will click on this link, then we'll be moved on to the second page. Like we'll create another page for the grid. So that will be the functionality. And there you can see we have the completed as well. So as per the user experience, so you can see now true or false properties should not be there inside the completed. So we can render any icon or we can render anything, like we can have some customized functionality of this true and false. So now what we can do to make it happen. So here inside the grid, we have some features. So if we see some of the features, now we are again back to the PPT. So if we can see the features, like here you can see we have the data grid project, and inside that we have the first feature, which is we have the render cell property. So what it does, so the render cell does, so it renders a custom component to be rendered for each column. So it is a great functionality that you can add inside the grid. So here you can see here we have the column, like we have the ID, and there we can define the render cell function. So we have the render cell, and it's a callback function that we can provide, and it returns a JSX. So make sure it returns a JSX over there. And then you can see render cell would be a callback function that we can define like this. So inside that we can define the JSX code, and it contains a parameter value as well. So it contains the params. So the params is the actual row object that we have for each column. So that is a params. So after the grid is being rendered, after the whole grid is being rendered, then each column when it will render, so it will move on to the render cell and it will render the customized version of the data inside that. So that is the feature of the render cell. And here what we can do, so you can just also log the value of the params as well. When you can see the params, you can just move on into the inspect, you can move on into the console. So here you can see these are the params of the row. We have the ID 5. So you can see when it is rendering the ID 1, so the ID 1 is being rendered like this. You have the API as well, you have the column definition, you have some more options, like you have here the value as well. So you can get the value, ID as the 1. So you can get the row property, so you get the whole row prop as well. So this is how easy to get the data of single row inside that. And then if you want to just edit some data, like here we won't be using any edit functionality, but if you want to just render a single button inside that to edit the data or to delete the data, then the render cell function is perfect for you. So after this, now what we can do, so as we know, now we have the params property, so we'll be returning a customized value inside that. So value is being rendered from the link. So inside the ID, now we'll be rendering a link inside that. So we need to define here the link. So once we will click on that link, now we'll be moving on to the different page. So for that, we need to use the React router DOM. So we need to use the router from the React to make it happen. So for the router, we can just move on into the terminal and select a new terminal from there. We can again move on into the branch. And after that, what we'll be doing, so we'll be installing the router. So we can use the npm install, we can have the React dash, we can have the router .dom. So we can have the React router DOM and we need to let it install. So now the router is being installed and now we can just move on into the main file of our application index.js. And now to use the router, we need to wrap a browser router inside the whole application. So we need to enable the routing functionality for this whole application. So for that, we are moving on into the index.js where we are rendering the root component, and inside the root, now we'll be just wrapping the whole functionality, whole application with the routing functionality. So we need to import something from the React router DOM that is a browser router. We have the browser router over there with that. So we can just import that as well. Like we can have the import, we can have something from the React router DOM, and then we need to install the browser router. We need to import the browser route over here. So now we have wrapped the browser router to the whole app component, and now we want to register the routes as well. So this is just a wrapping that we are telling the React application that will be using the routing throughout the application. So now we need to move on into the app component where we are rendering the component of the data. So here we need to register the routes. So what we can do, so we can remove the data as of now. So here we'll be just defining a new route functionality to define the routes. So we can have here the routes with that. So the routes is a container for all of these routes. And now we need to specify the routes like we do inside the tabs inside the Material UI. So first we have the tabs, and then we write each single tab inside that, which is a child element. So here we have the routes, and then we need to define the route. So for that, what we need to do, so here we only be having two route like this. We have the route, and inside this route, now what do we need to do? So first we need to define the path. First path would be a home page. So we won't be having anything after this localhost 300 after the server name. So we can define the path as this, and then we need to define the element as well. So here we have the element, and for the element that we need to render will be the data itself. So we have the data which contains all of this list. So we have this element, and after this route, now we need to define another data element as well. So we can just copy and paste here. So we can have the route path, and we can have the path, and then inside this path, now what we'll be having, so we'll be having some ID as well after this route. So we'll be having some ID. So for that, we need to store that ID inside some variable. So we can define that variable here. So to define that route variable inside this, define the params variable with the colon. So here we have the colon, and then the name of the variable would be the ID. So here we have the ID, and now we need to define another separate component for that component. So for that route, so we can have the data, we have the item .jsx, and inside this we can render the boilerplate code once again. And inside that, what we'll be doing, so we can again move on into the app. So here we have the ID, and for that we'll be just using the data item over there. So that will be the functionality. And if we just move on into the data now, if we just save, if we just move on into the localhost 3000, so we don't have anything after that. So now you can see now we are into the to-do list. But if we move on to slash anything after that like this, and then you will be seeing that now we are into the data item inside that. So that's how the routing works inside the React. And after this, now what we can do, so here we have the ID. So we can just wrap this component with a render cell method that we have defined. So we have now learned about the render cell. So now let's define the render cell inside that. So here you can see this is the ID field. So here we'll be just defining the render cell. We'll be just providing a separate link component. So for that, we'll be using the link, and it should be imported from the React router DOM. So we have this link. So we have this link, and after that we can just provide the typography inside this link to wrap some child elements, like the typography would contain the actual value. So we can get the value like the params.value for this list, for this item inside that. And for the link, now we'll be defining the to prop as well, like we can define the to. So we need to define the to. So here with the to, now we need to use here the backticks, because we need to move on into slash the ID of that value, like we have the params dot value. So we need to move on into the params dot value with that. So if we save, if we move on, so here you can see now we have the links over here. So you can see now we have the 1, we have the 2, we have the 3. And you can see once we will click on any link after that, once we click on suppose 2, then you can see now we are into /2 page with that. And if we just move on, if we just click on /13, so you can see now we are into the 13 as well. So this is how we can just define the links, and we can define the render item prop inside that. So that's how it works. And after defining this, now let's define their colors as well. So you can see the color is not looking good. So we can move on into the link. We can just provide this style prop for that link. So we can define the color that should be equals to, we can have the black. And if we just move on, so here you can see now this color is okay. So we can just move on with this color. And now if you want to just have some gap between the underline and the element, so you can define that as well. So you can have the text underline offset. Then you can define some underline offset like the 10. So you can see now you have some difference between them. So that should be the 5. So now you can see now that would be enough. So now you can see now we have the elements over there. Like now you can see now it is looking good. And now let's move on and let's define the same for the completed as well. So now you can see now the true or false is not good for the completed. So as per the user experience, so we'll be having some dynamic pages, or we can have some icons like the completed or not. So we can define the icons. So for that, we can move on into the MUI.com once again. And inside that, we can just search for the icons over there. So we can move on into the page. And then we can just search for the icons over here. Like we can have the material icons. So here we are into the material UI icons. So we have the material icons. And now we need to install this package as well, I think. So I think we already have this package installed inside that, because the data grid by default contains these packages. So here you can see now we have here the MUI icons material. So we do not need to install that. So we need the icons. So first that we can use, we can have the done all icon. So we can have the done. So we can have, so you can see this icon will look good like this. So this icon will look good. So we can just copy that icon, or if you want the rounded version or an outline version, so you can use that icon as well like this. So what I will be doing, so I'll be using with the rounded. So we can just get the rounded version, and then we can just move on, and then we can just define that into the data. Like here we'll be having this icon. And for the incomplete, now what we'll be doing, so we'll be just defining here, and I think we can have the delete or anything with that. So here we can have the note, or we can have the note. We can have the pending note with that, I think. So we can use this icon with that. Like here we have this icon. So you can get this icon over there, like the assignment late rounded icon. So that would be okay. So the icons would be same. So we can just copy that icon. And now you can see now inside the completed, now we can again define the render cell method like this. We have the render cell, and then again we can define the params value with that. We have the params, and after that what we'll be doing, so we'll be just rendering here the return statement once again. And now inside this return, now what we'll be doing, so we'll be checking like if the params dot value is equals to the true, then what do we need to do? So if the params dot value is true, then we need to render this icon. So here we have this, so we can use this icon over there, assignment turned in. And if the value is false, then what we can do, then again we can use the assignment. I think that should be the late icon, like the assignment turned late rounded icon. So that will be the icon. So if we just save, if we move on into the application, so here you can see now for the completed task, so you can see now this is looking good. So now you can see now we have the icon, and then you can see for the incomplete task, now you can see now we have a different icon like this. So that will be the icon. So now you can see now it is looking a bit better with that, with these icons. And you can also define the colors as well. So you can use the SX prop, like for the turned in icon, then you can use the color with that, with the SX. So you can have the color, like color would be the green for that, color would be the green. And for this color would be something around red or yellow with that. So you can use the orange with that, like you can use the orange. So if we save, if we move into the application, so now you can see now this grid is now looking good. So we have the completed icons, we have the incomplete icons as well. So you can see everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And now let's move on to the bigger things. Now we want to just export the data of this grid. So now to export the data inside the grid, now what we'll be using, so we can just move on and we can define the toolbar inside the grid. So what is a toolbar? So we can see the toolbar here, like what is a toolbar? So the toolbar are some tools which contains, like which is used to configure the data from the data grid. So inside the material UI, it is a set of tools which is used to configure the data from the grid. Like example, we can have the export functionality, we have the search functionality, and then we have the filtering functionality with that. So we'll be using these three functionalities with the toolbar. So we can just move on with that. So we can just move on here. And then inside the data grid, now we can just check the prop, which is the components. So what are the grid components inside that? So if it's the components inside the grid, so like it renders the available components manually. So the data grid has a lot of components that you can use, and you can find the list of those components inside the Material UI official website. So some of the components that are very useful for every use case, like we have the use case for the toolbar. So we can define the toolbar, and then you can use a lot of components like this. So here for the toolbar, we only have this object as of now. And then you can see we have the base buttons, like you can define the custom buttons. So you can have a base button variant of the outlined as well. You can have text field select, you can have the switch, we can have the tooltips, cell as well, the columns menu as well. So you can customize everything inside the data grid, because the data grid has a lot of functionalities that you can use. So these are the available methods that you can use with that. So here you have the footer as well, the header as well, the loading. So you have so many things that you can customize with the data grid. So here you won't be using every component of the data grid to customize, because that will cost you a lot of time, because in the real world, we do not use all of the data. We just use small set of data if we want to render the grid. So what do we need to do here? So we have the toolbar. So for the toolbar, now we need to define a custom component of the toolbar. So we can have the data grid toolbar.jsx. And now inside this, now what we'll be having. So first we can have the boilerplate code. And now we need to import something from the Material UI. So we can have the import something. It should be from, I think we need to import from the grid. So we can have the data grid from the Material UI. And here we have here the toolbar something. So we can have the grid toolbar export. So here you can see we have the grid toolbar export with that. So with that, we'll be having the export functionality over here. So like here you can see now instead of this div, now we can render a box of items. Like here we'll be having the box of items here. And now inside this, the first item that we can define is a grid toolbar export. So you can see if we just move on, if we just call this function here inside the toolbar like this, we can have the data grid toolbar. And if we just save, if we move on to the application. So here I think we have an error. We can refresh once again. So here you can see now the error is now gone. And there you can see now we have the button for the export. So here you can see now we have the button of the export. And if you will click this button, so you can see now you can download the whole grid data as a CSV, as in the Excel values. And then you can just download the grid data as a print format. So you can print as a PDF as well. So if we just click on the download as CSV value, so you can click on that. And then you can see now the files are being downloaded. So if we just open anything like this, so you can open that in Excel. So you can see now you have all of the data inside that. So here you can see inside the Excel, now you have full data available with the grid. So you can see this is how easy and it is how simple to export some data inside the grid. So you can see if you will just create this functionality manually with the CSS and with your own logic, then it would take a lot of time to complete this functionality. But with the MUI, so it's a best library which saves you a lot of time doing that. Like you just have to define the toolbar for the data grid, and then you have the export button with that. So once you will click on that export, then the whole data inside the grid gets exported. So this is how easy the data grid is inside the Material UI to define a lot of functionalities which are required in the real world projects. And after this, now we can just define the search filter and some filtering logic as well. So for the filtering, if we can move on into the data grid toolbar. So here we have the toolbar, and after that we can just define another thing. That is the grid toolbar filter button that you can use. So we have the grid toolbar filter button. And if you will just save this, if you will just move on again to the application. So here you can see now you have two buttons. First we have the export, then we have the filters over here. So you can see the export and the filters are there. And now you can see once you will just click on the filters, now you have the filters of the whole grid inside that. Like with the columns, we can have the user ID, and then we can just get the record of all of the user IDs, which contains the 43. So we can again move on into the filters. We have the contains or equals or ends with or not empty. So we can use contain, and then we can give the filter value as the 43. And then you can see if we will just close these filters, now we have this icon. And then you can see now we have the user ID of the 43 in which we have this data. So this is how easy it is to use the filters logic inside the data grid. So you can see everything is available inside the data grid. So you only need to know about the Material UI only, because there are a lot of things inside the Material UI that you do not even know. So you can see these are the functionalities that you can use with the data grid. So we have the export filters, and with that we can have the search functionality as well. So we can have the grid search button as well. Like we have the grid toolbar quick filter icon. So the third component that we need to render would be the grid toolbar quick filter. So you can just use that. So if you will save, if you will move on to the application, So here you can see now the third item is the search button inside that. So you can search for any data inside that. Like if you want to just search for the row which has the ID as the 10, you can just specify the 10 inside that, you get the data. And then if you want to just search for the data for the user ID, like for the user ID 26, so you can just paste the 26 over here. So you can see now you have the 26 over here of the user ID, and there as well we have the 26. And after that, if you want to search for a specific to do, like you can have to do something. So you can have to do something. So then you can see once you write any values inside that, so you can see the grid gets refreshed. So it gets refreshed with the latest values with that. So that's how it is easy to use the data grid inside the Material UI. So you can see everything is working totally fine. So the export, the filter, the search is working totally fine. And now we can just define some spacing between them as well. So what we can do, so we can use the display. That should be, we can give the flex box after that, and then we can use the gap as well. So gap should be something around 5 or 4 would be enough. So if we move on into the application, so here you can see for the export, the filters and the search, now we have some spacing between them. And then we can define some margin as well for this. So we can get the margin of something around 1 would be okay. So now you can see now it is looking perfectly fine. And if you want to change the style of these buttons, like with the export, we have the filters. And if you want to just change the styles, then we have another thing inside the component, which is the base button. So you can have a base button of this grid. And then for the base button, now what you can do, so you can use the button from the Material UI. So here we have the button inside that. So we'll be rendering the whole button component exported from the Material UI. And then if we just save, and again, you will see everything would be same because the button by default contains the variant as the text. So these are the text buttons. And now you can also provide some component props as well inside these components that are defined here. So like toolbar, you can provide some props to the toolbar. You can define some props to the base button as well. And to define some props, like you can have the component props over there. And inside that, you can just provide an object like we have the base button. So we can use the base button inside that. And then if you want to provide a custom variant for these buttons, then we can use the variant prop like this variant. And then we can provide the variant as the outline as well, like the outline. And then you will see now we have the buttons at the outline. So you can see everything seems to be working fine. So this is how we can use the props as well for the components. And this is how we define the props like this. So that's how it works inside the Material UI grid. So here you can see this page has been designed. So we have the export functionality, the filters, the search, and then the whole functionality of this grid is working totally fine. And there you can see now we have the rows per page options. So we can also hide this footer as well. So we can move on into the data grid. We can use the hide footer prop. And then you can see once we use this, now we do not have the footer, but now we'll be having all of these records inside this grid. So here we'll be having the scroll bar, and then you can see all of the items will be scrollable over there. But if we use here the hide footer, if we just remove the hide footer from here, then we'll be seeing the rows per page option. And you can also customize this option as well. So you can define the rows per page prop like this. So inside the top, then you can use the rows per page options, and it contains an array of the numbers. So you can define the array of the numbers, like you can contain around 10, 20 and 30. So here you need to define the page size as well after this. So you can define the page size, and then you can see now the page size is just 10. So you can move on to the next row, you can move on to the next page. So this is how it works. And then you can also define here the change as well. So you can have your own page size change. So with that function, with that event, so you can change the rows per page options as well. So this is how you can customize the grid inside the Material UI with these filters and all of these options that we have just seen. So this is very easy and simple to use. And now let's just move on and let's just define next page as well after this. So once we click on that ID, so now we need to fetch the record for that ID as well. So this is not related to the grid, but this is related to complete our application. So with that, we'll be just fast forwarding it. So now what do we need to do? So here we have the data item. So here we need to just first get the ID over here like this. So we can get this from the React Router DOM. So we have the use params hook inside the React Router DOM, which accesses the URL, which accesses the parameters in the URL. And as we have defined the variable over here, so we have defined the variable ID over here. So we can get that variable from the use params. So for that, we can move on there. We can import something from the React Router DOM, and something would be equals to, we can have the use params hook. And with that, now what do we want to do? So here we can have the const, we can have the ID, and that should be equals to, we can have the use params. And from this use params, now we have the use param, the whole object. Now it contains the property of that ID as well. So we can just get the ID from there, and then we can just lock that ID as well. So we can have the console.log, we can have the ID over there, and we can just move on into the inspect into the console window. into the console. So you can see now we got the ID as the 1 because now we are accessing the 1 inside that. And let's just quickly design this page as well, and let's wrap up this project. So after we have the ID, then we can just fetch the whole record of that to-do as we seen earlier. So now what do we want to do? So here we can move on into the data, and then we can just copy that function as of now. So like we can just copy that function. We can define the effect function here. And now what do we want to do? So here we need to run this function. We have the fetch to-dos. And then what do we want to do? So here we need to just use this state once again. So here we can have the use state once again. So with the state, we can use the snippet. Once again, we can use the to-do, set to-do, and initial value would be the null. So we will be using the null as the initial value. And after that, we have the dummy JSON ./to-dos. So we'll be using the backticks here because we need the dynamic ID as well here. So after the backticks, after the to-dos, then we'll be using the ID from the params. Like this, we'll be using the ID. And after that, that should be the set to-do. Okay, the set to-do, and then we'll be getting the whole object in the data. And after that, we won't be having any, finally, we won't be having the loading here. So now we have this data. And now let's just move on, and we have the set loading true. So we won't be having the loading here. And now we can just run this function as well. So we can have the fetch to-dos here. And after the fetch to-dos, now what we can do? So we can just log the value as well of the to-do. So here we have the to-do item. If we just save, if we move on into the application, into the console window. So here you can see now we have the to-do object as well. We have the completed, we have the ID, we have the user ID. So we have everything with that. And now let's render all of these things. So here now what we want to do. So instead of this, now we can just use a box over there where we'll be having the box functionality over this, and we'll be having the box, and we can remove this lock. And inside this box, now what we can do, so we can define a couple of props like padding that can be 10. We can again define the width of this whole box that can be 100%. We can have the display as well. We can give the display as the flex, and then after the display, then we can use the flex direction property. So the flex direction can be equals to the column. So we can just render the items on the bottom of each other, and then we can use the margin as well as the auto. So we can have the margin as the auto once again. And I think that will be enough. And after that, now what do we want to do? So here we can just render the typography details. We can have the typography, we can have the to-do details. And for the typography, we can provide here the variant that can be equals to the H4 would be enough. We can also give the padding as well, like padding should be equals to 1. So that would be the to-do details. And after that, now what do we want to do? So here we can render another typography. And with that typography, now we can just define the ID as well. So here we won't be using the variant. So the variant will be enough. And now we won't be using the padding as well. So here inside this, now we'll be rendering the ID of the to-do. Like the ID would be equals to, we can provide expressions, like we can have the to-do.id itself. So we have the to-do.id. And after that, what we can do? So if we just save, so here you can see now we have the to-do, we have the ID, we have equals to the 1. And after that, we can just move on, and we can just define the to-do item and their icon. And now we can just define the to-do here, like we can have the full completed to-do, and then we can just specify an icon that it is completed or not. So we can have the box with that. So we'll be using the display flex because we'll be rendering it only one single line. So we can have the display that should be equals to flex. And we'll be using the flex direction as well, like this. So the flex direction would be row by default. So we won't be using the flex direction. We can use the align items that should contain inside the center of the row. And then we can have the gap value as the 5. So we'll be needing some gap between them. And inside that, now what we want to do. So here we can just define the task like this. So we can have the typography once again. And with the typography, we can define here the task here. So we can move on here into this. And then we can use the task item here. So here with the task, and inside this, now we can define an icon, like we can again have the task item here, or like we can have here the node. So here that icon will be okay. And after that, now what we want to do. So here we can just provide here the task as well. Like after this, now we can have here the whole to-do item. We can have the to-do. And now the second element after this typography, now we'll be defining the icons. So for that, we'll be using the icon button over there. So we can have the icon button like this. And inside that, now we'll be rendering an icons conditionally. Like when the to-do is completed, then we need to render different icon. So we can have when the to-do is completed is true. when the to-do.complete is true, then we need to render a different icon, or else we need to render a different icon with that, or else we'll be rendering a different. So with that, now we'll be just getting the icons as well again from the MUI. So from here, you can search for the icon, like we have the done all icon like this. So here we have the done all. So we can just copy that. We can just paste that over here like this. And then we have here the hourglass as well. So we can have hourglass. So you can see this icon is there. So we can just copy that icon like this. And then we can just move on and paste that here. And now we can just render the content dynamically, like when the to-dos are completed, then we can use a done all icon with that, like the done all icon. And if the to-do is not completed, then we can just render here the hourglass top icon, like with the hourglass top icon with that. So that will be the functionality. And we can also provide the colors as well for this to-do. So this is very optional, so you can provide that as well. So we can have the color like when the to-do is completed. So then you can render a different color, like you can have the success, or else now you can have error color or with that. So you can have the error color with that. When we'll be having the to-do. So when we have the to-do, then we need to render this thing, or else now we'll be rendering an empty box with that. We'll be rendering an empty div. So that should be the empty div item with that. So if we save, if we move on into the application, so here you can see now we have the to-do details as well. So here we have the to-do details, we have the ID, we have the task as well, like do something nice for someone I care about. And then you can see now we have the icon. So everything seems to be working fine. And if we just move on into all of these to-dos, you can see there we have the loading bar. And then you can see once we open any to-do like this, and then you can see this to-do is being fetched. And then you can see the details of this to-do, like we are having football scrimmage with our friends. And then you can see now this is a pending icon. So you can see everything is working totally fine. So now we have created this project. So you can see we have created the project for the data grid. So we have a lot of filters. We have a lot of functionalities for this grid. We have the export functionality, the filter, the search functionalities. And then you can see we can just find any item with the search. We have used here a couple of options like the toolbars, the rows per page. And then we have seen a couple of options that how we can customize the grid. So you can also customize the design and the style behavior as well. So you have a lot of props like the SX prop that you can define, and inside this SX now you can define any prop like what you want, and then you can also provide some custom components. So you can see the project is complete, but here I want to show you one more thing. So you can see once you will export all of this data of this grid, so like you can see once you will just click on the export, and if you will download the data, then it will download the whole data that you have. So what if do you need only one single column, or you need a couple of columns like 2-3 columns to download? So then you can use the checkbox here. So then you need a checkbox selection. So you need some row selection, and then you can just export that data. So for that, now what you can do, so inside the data grid, we again have the prop for the checkbox selection, which we saw inside the earlier project as well. So you can just get all of these rows like this. If you will just click on that, you can see now you have all of those rows. But if you want only single row, or if you want only a couple of rows, then you can just do like this, like you can just select 3 rows, then you can export. And then you can see once you will export that data, now you only have 3 rows that you have selected. So that is very good functionality for the checkbox selection as well. So you can just select some of the records that you want to export. So this is how easy to work with the data grid inside the Material UI. So that's it for this big project. So now we will talk about the theme provider. So what is a theme provider? So theme provider is used to modify the current theme and then provide that to the child components again. So theme provider is used to modify the current theme of the Material UI, and in that we can modify the default theme like the default colors of the primary or secondary, and we can change the breakpoint sizes and much more. And then the child component needs to be wrapped inside it. So we need to wrap the child components with the theme provider to use the modified theme. And then we can just create a modified theme variable, and then we can just export that. And then we need to pass the prop theme, and then we can use that theme inside the child components as well. Like we can change the primary color, etc. And then you can access the current theme of the Material UI by the use theme. So the use theme prop is available inside the MUI Material package. So you don't need to install anything. So the use theme, you can just use the use theme. You can just give it the reference to the variable, and then you can just lock, and then you can see the current theme of the Material UI. And now we can see some properties of the theme provider. So the main property is a theme to refer to the modified theme, and in the theme variable we can just create a new theme, and then we can just modify some things, and then we can just pass it as a prop inside the theme provider to use the modified theme. So this is the relation between the theme. So now we will just move on to the theming inside the Material UI that we have. So now we have the theming, and then we can just customize the MUI with your theme. We can just customize as per our requirement, and you can change the colors, the typography, much more. And then you can see we have a theme provider. Here also it is written that you need to use a theme provider in order to just customize your theme, in order to inject a new theme. And now you can see you have some variables inside some theme provider as well. You have the palette, and in the palette you have the primary, you have the secondary, you have all of the colors. Like primary, you have the main inside the primary, and then you have these colors, and then you have the secondary, you have the error. So you can just change these colors as well. And then you have the typography, so you can change the typography styles as well. And then you can have some spacings, you can change the spacings as well. So by default spacing will be removed. And then you have the breakpoints like the extra small, and then you can say you have the extra small, and it is working from the 0 to the 600, and the small from the 600 to 900, the medium from the 900 to 1200, and then you have the large from the 1200 to the 1536 pixels. So this is the default breakpoints, and you can just change the breakpoints as well with the theme. So now we will just move on to the application to edit the current theme. And before editing the current theme, now if we want to access the current theme of the Material UI, so we can do that. So we can just import the use theme from this package only. So it will be the use theme, and then we can just go, and then we can just create a variable as the theme, and it will be equals to the use theme. So it will just use the by default theme of the Material UI, and then we can just log the theme as well. So if I will now save, if I will now just move on to the application. So now we can just move on to the log, and then we can see the current theme of the Material UI as well. So now you can see, now we have to object, and then we can just expand that object. Now you can see, now we have the breakpoints, we have the components, we have the mixins, we have the palette that we have seen, we have the shadows, we have the shape, we have the spacing, we have the transitions, we have the typography, that index, and all of the properties are now available. And then we can just change the palette of that also. Like we have the augment color, you can have the primary, you can have the secondary, and these are the main color. For the primary main you can use that, for the light you can use that, for the dark you can use that. So these are all of the colors that are available. And then you can see inside the breakpoints, and the breakpoints are very necessary if you are building a responsive websites. And then you can see you have some functions like you have the between. So if the breakpoint is between the start and the end, so this function will return a true or false. And then you have the down function, this also return a true or false. And then you have the keys of the breakpoints like we have seen, like the XS, we have the small, we have the medium, we have the large, we have the XL, and then we have the not. And then we have another function which is the up, and then we have the values of the theme as well. And then we can just directly change these values as well. So these are about the theme, and then you can read about the theme as well. You can just play around with all of the theme variables, and then you can just edit that. So now we will just move on to editing the theme as well. So for that we need to just create a new file, and it will be the theme.js, and here we can just declare a new theme as the theme will be equals to, and it will be the create theme. So we need to just create a theme for the Material UI, and then we need to import this from the MUI material package, and make sure you are importing it from the MUI material. And then after that we can just create here an object, and all of these theme properties are now available inside that. So if you want to access the palette property, so you can just add a palette, and then after that you can just add a primary. So the primary will also be available. And if you want to change the color of the primary as well, so you have to target the property of the main, and then you can just give any hex value. So for the hex value we can just get any hex value as well. You have the hex codes, so you can just grab any hex code. Like you can see, you can just move around, and then you can just grab this hex code now, and then you can just paste here. And then if I will now just save, and now we can just export this theme as well. So now we have just created a default theme for the Material UI. So now we have just modified the theme with the new color of the primary. So we can just save. And after that, as we have discussed, now we need to move on to the root component, which is the index.js. And here we can just wrap the app component with the theme. So for that we need to use here the theme provider. And make sure you are importing from the MUI material only. So then after that you can just move the app component below that. And then you need to pass here a theme prop. So there is a theme prop which is available, you need to pass, and then you need to import the theme as well, which we have just created. And now this modified theme will be then available to the app component. And then we can just move on to the test.js, and inside the box now we can just have here the typography. And inside the typography now we will have the color, and the color we will have, it will be the primary. So now we will see the modified color of the primary. So we can just have there, we can just have here the hello world. If I will now save, if I will now just move on to the application, so now you can see now we have different primary color that we have just used here. So now we have the same primary color which we have just used here. We have just choose this, and then you can see now we have the modified primary color inside the Material UI theme. So this is how can we do, and this is how can we modify the current theme of the Material UI. And then if you want to change different things in the typography only, so you can just move on to the theme, and then we can just move on to the console, and then we can see which object has the typography. So now you can see the typography is available in the root, so we can just target the typography after the palette, put with the typography. So now you can see the typography is available, and if you want to just change the size of the h1 element of the typography, so the h1 element is very big, so we can just change, and we can just target the h1 element, and we can just change the size of the font as well. So now you can see after the typography we have the h1 which is available, and then inside the h1 we have the font size which we can change. See, we have a font size, and then we can just change the font size as well. So by default font size in this h1 is like 6 rem, so it is like a 6 rem, so we can just change to 1 rem only, or we can just change to pixels as well, so it will be the 20 pixels. So if I will now just save, and if I will now just move on to the test, and here in the typography we can just have here the variant will be equals to the h1. So if I will now save, so and now you can see the h1 style is now applied to this, and now the font size is 20 pixels, and now we can just move on to the inspect, and then we can just check the font size here as well. So we can just grab that, and then now you can see we have the font size is equal to the 20 pixels. So this is how can we change the things inside the Material UI. And then if you want to change the things inside the breakpoints as well, so you can have a breakpoints, and then you can just target the values of the breakpoints as well. So in the breakpoints we can just see we have the values, and in the values we can just change the medium values, and then we can change the small values as well. So we can just change the XS, and then we can just change the by default value of the XS to the 200. So you can change with any number of the XS, you can change to the medium, and then you can use it with the grid, and then you can just use it for the responsiveness like the navigation bars or the sidebars or the menus and the forms. So this is all about the theme inside the Material UI, and then you can just change the modify theme, and then you can just access your modified theme as well. And this is all about the theming inside the Material UI. So now we will talk about the style components inside the Material UI, which is the style that we call. So style is used to apply the predefined styles to a component. So they are used to apply the predefined styles to a component, and we call the style function, and then we add an argument inside it, and the argument will be the component itself that we will be using. And then we can just apply that styles within the backticks, and then we can add the backticks right after that, and then we can add any style to it, like we can add a color, we can add a hover effect, we can add a margin, we can add any padding. So any style that we want to add, we can just add in the backtick as well. And earlier the Material UI provided us a package like the MUI/styles, which is now depreciated, and now they are recommending to use the style components inside of the make styles or create styles or with styles component, which were available in the MUI styles package. And now the MUI styles is not being used inside the React 18 anymore, so we can't use that. So instead of that, we have a style components that we can style before using that. And after that, the component which we use inside the style still accepts all of the values to be applied. So the components accept all of the values to be applied thereafter as well, because they are just the same components which we added the styles. So all of the props are now same. So if we see the properties, so all of the properties are now same as we have discussed. So all of the properties of the component are already available inside that. So now we will just move on to the Material UI styles package. So now we are into the style library interoperability, and now you can see instead of the styles, instead of the MUI styles, now we can just use plain CSS, we can use global CSS, we can use style components, we can use CSS modules as well, and the emotion as well, and then we can also use the tailwind as well. But now we will target the style components to see. So now you can see by default MUI components come with the emotion as their style engine, and if we want to use the style components, we can just add here the styled engine. And for that, here we have done the styled engine, and then here we have created the style. So now you can see we just want to import this style from the Material UI, and then we have the styled, and then we can just create a component like we have a customized slider. So here they are using the slider, so we have created the component, and after that we are calling the style, and then we are passing the component which we want to edit. And right after that we have the backticks, and in the backticks we have defined the color, and the colors we need to define should be in the hex codes. So we need to add the hex code of the color, and then we have the hover state of the color as well. And after that, when we are calling that component here, so all of the default props and all of the pre-available props are also available inside that component. Like in the slider you have the default value, so the default value is already available because all of the props will be then available, because we are just customizing the style of that component and not the properties. So now this is all about the styled components. So now we will just move on to the Visual Studio Code to test the styled component inside our application. And now we can just use here the style. So for that we need to import the style from the Material UI, and now we have imported the style. And after that, now we can just create a component. And if you want to create a component like the customize typography, so for that we can just create that. So it should the customize typography, so it will be a new component, and then we need to call here the style. So we can call here the style, and inside the style now we need to add here the typography. So it will be the typography, and right after that, as we have discussed, we need to add here the backticks. And inside the backticks now we can have the color. So we can have the color, and for the color it accepts a hex code, so we can just get any hex code from here. So I will now just grab this one. So we have to just copy the hex code of this, and then we can just paste the hex code here. And after that we can just have the hover state as well. So we can have the hover, and in the hover as well we can have the color, and the color would be the different inside the hover. So we can just grab any other color in the hover as well. So I will now grab this color inside the hover. It should be this color. So we can now copy this color, and then we can just add it inside the hover state. And after that we can just call that, and now we have just created the component. And now we need to call this component as well. So we can just call the customize typography, and then we can just add here. And now if I will now just save, if I will now just move on to the application, and now if I will now just restart the application, now you can see nothing is there because we didn't add anything inside the typography. So for that we need to add something to the typography as well, because it is a typography, only, but we have just changed the name and the styling. So we can just add any text, like it can be the hello world. So if I will now save, so now you will see there will be the hello world onto the web page. And now you can see you have the pre-default styles as well. So now you have the blue color of that. And now once you will just hover over it, but now I think the hover is not working, but we have the predefined styles of this color, and I think the hover is not working. So we need to remove this colon from there. So we can just save, and then we can just move on to the application. Now you can see now we have the hello world, and once I will just hover over it, now you can see the color is now changed. So this is how the styled component works. We can just add more components here as well. We can have the buttons as well, and then we can add some background as well in the hover. So we can add the background, and then we can just paste any property to the background as well. So we can just have any background, like we can have this background as well. So we can just copy that, and then we can just paste there inside the hover. So we can have a background with this state. So if I will now save, so if I will now just move on to the application, now once I will hover over it, now you can see hover effect also. Once I will hover over it, now you can see now we have the hover effect also. So this is how the style work, and we can add any type of style here as well. So the style will be applied to the typography as well. And now we can just define any variant over that also. So we can just add a variant, because all of the styles will also be available inside that. So we can add the variant equals to the h1. So if I will now just save, if I will now just resize the window as well, so now my window is now 100%, and now you can see now we have the hello world onto that web page in the 100%. And once I will change the variant equals to the h5 or something, so now you will see the hello world will be now changed. So everything is now working perfectly fine, and you can have any number of components with this styled as well. So this is how the style component works in the Material UI. So hi and welcome. So in this lecture we will see about the advanced component stylings of the Material UI. So this means like you can have a pre-default stylings of the component of a Material UI. Like you can define suppose a box, and inside the box you can predefine some of the styles. So what it does, so it will help you to use the style components inside the modern way. So in the modern way, you can use the theme as well with the component styling. So if you want to customize a container, suppose a box container according to a theme, then also it will be very helpful. Like if you want to create the modern web applications, and the same container can be used in multiple different ways. So you can create a responsive theme according to that container. And we will see now a very basic example with it. So we will create a container, we'll create a very basic container, and we can provide a custom stylings to that container. And let's see that how we can do that. So the problem statement which occurs here is if we want to create a custom component for the styling, then we want to use the styled API. Then we already have discussed about the styled API with the MUI. If we move on, if we just search for the styled over there. So here we have this style. So earlier we use this style. So you can see we have the style, and in there what did we use? So we provided the component, and the component can be the material UI component as well, and then you provide the styles. So inside the style function, first parameter that we want to provide, the first argument would always be a component that you want to design, and then inside the second parameter you want to provide the options, and the options are not the required property. And there you can see after that you have the callback function right after it with the styles, and these styles can contain the full theme object of the material UI. So let's see, you can see earlier we created a style div like that. We have the style div, and then we created some of the colors, the background colors, but we used the CSS styles. So this time let's see that how we can use the material UI component for the custom style components. So let's move on, and here you can see I am using the app.tsx, which is a TypeScript, and this is the modern way of building the web applications. So let's move on there. So suppose before the app I want to create a style component. So we can have the cons, we can have the style, we can have the box. So that should be equals to a style function. So it should be equals to the style, and it should be imported from the MUI material. And inside there you can provide a box because we are using the box. So you can use any component down there. It is up to you if you want to use any other component. So here I am using the style box, and after there, right after that, what we can do, so we can just use a theme property like that. So you can see inside the callback, if we again move on to the documentation, so inside the callback you got the styles. If you want to have the callback over there, like that can be a callback, and inside down there you can have the theme property. So you can see now you got the full theme property down there with the callback function within that. And after that, you can provide all your custom styles according to it. So with this callback, now you need to return and make sure you are using the round bracket first to return something. And inside there, you can provide all of the styles for the material UI. Like suppose if you want to have the background, so you can have the background down there, and that can be equals to, we can have the red. So if we move on, and you can see instead of using the box directly now, what we can do, so after this div, we can have the style box like that. So here we have the style box, and you can see there's a magic, like you can see all of the properties are still accessible to the box. You can see all of the properties are still there. You can say you can provide the SX property for the custom designing and so many things. And that's how the material UI internally works with this style. So it creates some of the style components that you can use directly from the component API. Then you can provide your own components as well. So that's a way that you can define your own components with the material UI. And after that, now right after that, what we can do, so we can have the hello or anything after that. So if we save and if we move on to the application, you can see now we have a style box, and inside down there we have the background that is a red. If we change this to the green, you can see if we save, so here we have the green, and you can see we are using the theme property. So with the theme, you know that we can use anything with the theme. We can have the responsiveness with the theme as well. So let's see that how it works. And after that, you can provide a property in which you can identify like if your breakpoints are down from any number or any string like the small or the medium. So let's see that how we can do that. So we can provide a property inside the square brackets, and inside there we can have the theme dot breakpoints dot, we can have the down, we can have the up, or let's start with the down. So if the theme dot breakpoints is down from the MD, so you can provide your custom styles over there inside the object. So there you can again use the background property like that. So you can have the background, and that should be, we can have the red. You can see now what you are doing down there. So you have a background property that is a green. So if your screen, so if the breakpoints of your screen will be down from the medium screen size, so then the background would be changed to the red. So let's see what happens down there. So if we move on, you can see now we have the green background. So everything works fine, but you can see once I move on to the small device, so once I move down to below medium device, you can see now we have a background as the red. You can see now you can play around with the background, and you can play around with the multiple different things as well. Like one thing can be like, suppose you have a navigation bar. So you can have the nav bar down there. So you can have the nav bar, and this time you have the style that is an app bar. So this is an example of the app bar, and inside down there, what you can do, so you can have the component of the nav bar like that. And inside down there, what you can do, so you have the background like this, you have the theme and everything with that. And inside there, you can also use again the toolbar down there. So you can have the toolbar from the material UI. If we save and if we move on, you can see now we have a toolbar down there. And then you can see once we move on to the bigger sizes, now we have a background as well as the green. And now let's see that what happens. So inside down there, suppose we have to provide a display property. So after the background, if we have the display down there, so we can have the display, and that should be, suppose we use the flex down there, And inside the flex direction, we have the flex direction, and suppose we use the row. So inside the full device, like you can see inside the normal screen size, now we have a flex direction of the row. But if you want to provide a condition according to the screen size, again, you can see if the breakpoints are down from the MD, then you can also use the display. So you can have the flex direction. You can see now you can again use the flex direction over there. That should be equal to, we can have the column like that. So that's a column. And if we just move on, and instead of using the toolbar down there, if we just use the list of items, like we can have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 5 items. Dot, we can have the map down there. And inside that, we can again have the item. And after that, we can again use a normal div with the HTML. The normal div would be okay. And inside down there, if we provide the key, that can be the item. And here as well, we can provide the item like that. So here we have the item. So if we save and if we move on, so let's see what happens. So you can see initially we have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And everything seems to be working fine. But you can see once our screen will be down from the MD, you can see now we have the responsive styles over there. So you can see with the help of theme property inside the customization, you can use any responsive styles over there. And that's a big advantage with the Material UI. So you can create your own components, you can have a custom components, and you can just move on and you can just create a custom version of any predefined component of the Material UI. Suppose that can be a bar. Suppose you can use a static string, you can have the HTML anchor element as well. So that's the use of this style property, and this is very helpful inside the modern web development. So that's it for this lecture. So I hope you have learned about this styled component now. So earlier we created a video in which we use the CSS. So in this way, we can use a component as well that you want to use from the MUI. So that's it. And let's wrap up this lecture. So in this lecture, we will see the difference between the SXProp and the style function inside the Material UI. So these two are used to define the styles for your Material UI components, but they are completely different. So both are used to provide the styles to a component. So let's see about them. So what are the differences between them? So you can see here we have the style and here we have the SXProp. So style creates a custom styled component. So if you have a component like that can be a web tag as well, that can be MUI component as well. So the style creates a custom styled component, and whereas the SX is used to provide custom styles to already designed component. So there's a huge difference between these two lines. So it creates a custom styled component and it is used to provide the custom styles to already designed component. So with this style, you can see if you have created a styled component, then still you can use the SXProp. So there is no any conflict with that. Let's come to a next point. So it does not provide the shortcut properties. So it provides you the CSS styles and it doesn't provide you the shortcut properties. Whereas inside the SXProp, what you can do, so for providing the margin from the left and the right, you can use the MX, and margin Y from the top and bottom, you can use the MY approach. So with this step, you can provide the margins directly. If you want to only provide the margin from all of these sides, then you can just use the M down there. So it provides you the margin from all of the sides. So it gives you a lot of shortcut properties that are available inside the documentation, but the style doesn't provide you the shortcut. And the main difference between them is it applies the CSS styles and it applies the MUI styles. So what is the difference between them? So let's move on to the application. So you can see here we have the background. And if you just access the SXProps directly down there, you can see if suppose the BG color is there, you can see now the BG color prop is not available there. So if you provide the padding down there, like if you provide the padding, that can be equals to, we can have the 1 and we have this thing. And if you provide the padding down there like that, if you provide the padding like this, so you have the padding 1. So there's a huge difference between them. So this padding 1 equals to the 1 pixels because it is coming directly from the CSS. So it means that it is the 1 px of the padding. But if we provide the padding from the SXProp, then it means like the padding is not the 1 pixels. So instead what it have, so instead it has the 8 pixels directly, which is coming from the spacing property of the theme. So it has the padding of the 8 pixels and it has the padding of the 1 pixels because 1 in the MUI means the 8 pixels. That's how, and that's all the differences between the SX and the styled component of the Material UI. And make sure that when to use when. So if you are creating your own project and make sure that you know all of the things like the differences between them, and they are available inside the documentation as well. So this was a huge thing in the Material UI, because some people, like I have received some feedback regarding the MUI, like some people use the style function but they don't get the same result with the SX. So that's because we have a differences between them. So it gives the CSS styles and it doesn't provide the shortcut properties, and it creates a custom style component of already defined or a new tag. So that's all the differences between the SX and the style function. So in this lecture, I'm going to show you that how to switch to the dark mode and the light mode with the Material UI. So this was the most requested lecture on the Material UI course, but now we have figured it out. And in this lecture, I'm going to show you that how to switch a website from the dark mode to light mode, or from the light to dark. So we need to use the palettes for the theme colors. So the Material UI is all about the theme. So inside the theme, we need to create a brand new theme. So we have already discussed about it inside the theme provider component. So what is a theme provider? So it provides you a theme object of the Material UI. So in this case, we want to create two different themes, one for the light mode and second for the dark mode. So we need to use the color palettes for that. And let's move on. So it is used with the theme provider component as discussed to create a customized theme according to the mode. Like suppose that's a light or dark. And MUI automatically picks the color according to the theme used. So it automatically picks the color, like we provide that according to a state, like if we have the dark mode or the light mode. So we create a brand new theme. So MUI then picks up the color according to the theme used. So before moving on to the development, so wait and let's see that what exactly is the theme object. So what exactly are the palettes? So these are the color palettes. You can see you have the property of the theme options inside that, and inside there you need to use these palettes for that, and you are free to customize these palettes according to your needs. Like I have picked these palettes from somewhere and I have shown it to you because I don't want your time to be wasted. So I'm providing you these palettes to be used, and they are the customizable, so you can customize according to them. So we have the dark palette as well, and we have the light palettes as well. So we have both palettes available. So what you need to do, so you just need to copy that directly down there. So you can click on the raw and then you can copy the whole file directly down there. And now you can move on to the application. And here you can create a new file that can be the lib.ts. So we can have the lib.ts file, and inside down there, you can paste that here. You can see now you have the light palette, and there you can see you have the primary color, you have the secondary color for the light theme, and you have the dark palettes as well. And inside there you have the primary, secondary, and all of the colors listed. So let's move on directly to the app.tsx file, and inside down there, let's define something. So we have discussed that we'll be using the theme provider. So we need to use the theme provider down there. So we need to wrap everything with the theme provider, and it should be moved on and imported from the MUI material. And inside down there, you need to provide the theme object that can be null initially for now. And now what you need to do down there? So you need to have a state. So you can have a state. So you have the first, in the first you can have the dark mode, and you can have the set dark mode, and initial value can be false, or you can have the true as well. So it's up to you. And then you need to import the use state from the React as well. So import something, it should be from React, and that should be the use state hook. So what we'll be doing down there, so we'll be creating a use state hook, and we'll be just switching the modes directly from our application. So we have a theme provider down there, and now we need to create a theme. So for that, now what can we do? So we can have a const, we can have the theme, and creating a theme is very easy. So you can just call a function of the create theme directly from the MUI material. So you have the create theme down there. So you have a create theme which can be imported from the MUI material, and inside down there you need to create the theme. You need to provide the palettes for the theme. So you can see we have a theme options property which we have already defined inside the lib.ts. So you can have the dark mode there. So you can have a condition down there. So if you have a dark mode, then you need to use the dark palettes down there. And if you are in the light mode, then what you need to do? So you can have the light palettes down there. So with the help of the state, you will be setting the theme accordingly. And after that, you just need to provide the theme down there like that. So that's how it works. And now what you need to do is the next step. So you can just move on. You can just import a component of the Material UI, which is a CSS baseline. So it provides you some base CSS styles which are applied to the MUI, which helps us to use the theme and everything with that. So it has the CSS baseline property, which is the base stylings of the CSS, which creates a basic version of the CSS with the Material UI combined. And now let's move on. Let's just see that what happens. So instead down there, what we can do, so we can have the switch as well. So we can use the switch and we can use it directly from the MUI. And inside the switch, now what we can do, so inside the switch, we can use a checked property, like we can have the checked, and that should be equals to, we can have the dark mode. So we have the checked property as the dark mode. And after that, we can have the on state as well, on change as well. So here we have the on change. And after that, now what we can do, so we can have the callback function directly down there. And then inside the callback, we have a very basic thing. So we can have the set dark mode, and it should be the previous value of the state. So it should always be the previous value of the state. So we can have the previous down there. And after that, with the help of this, you will be having the state properties down there, and you will be able to change the states, like the modes of your application, like the light or the dark. And after that, suppose you have a typography down there. So here you have the typography down there, and inside there you can have the hello with, we can have the mode as well. We can have a condition down there as well. Like if we are having the dark mode, then it should be the dark mode. And if we are in the light mode, then we can have the light mode down there. So we can have the hello with dark mode and hello with the light mode. And after that, we can have a button as well down there. So we can have the button, and we can define the variant as well. So we can have the variant, that should be, we can have the contained. So we need a filled button, then we can have the hello or something like that. So if we save and if we move on to the application, so let's see what happens. So if I move on to the application localhost port of the 3000, you can see initially we have the hello with the light mode. But once I click on that, you can see everything has been changed, and now you can see hello with the dark mode. You can see everything seems to be working fine. So you can see now everything of your MUI has been changed. You can see now the color palettes has also been changed. You have the hello, and it is working perfectly fine. You have the switch property as well. It is working perfectly fine. You can see, you can also see the colors of the typography as well. So inside light mode, you have the color of the black, and inside of the dark mode, you have the white color. And you can create a whole website with it. You can just wrap your website with the theme provider and make sure you have the state object, the dark mode or any mode properties at the top of your component level. And from there, you can just change the theme accordingly. So that's how you can use the predefined theme objects of the Material UI, and you are free to use any other theme objects. You can see here we have the palettes for that. So if you want to change any palette, suppose the primary color, so you can see now we are using this button. So we have this primary color for this button inside the dark mode. You can see now we have a little bit green and little bit blue color. So let's see if we change this color. So inside this dark mode, if we have the primary, we have the dark, and inside the dark, if we provide, suppose like we can have the white color down there. If we have this, if we save and if we move on, so if we move on, if we switch with that, I think something was there, like we can change the main directly down there. So we can have the main color. So let's see while changing the main that what happens. You can see now we have this color over there. You can see now we have the white color. You can see now the buttons have the white color, even if you are on the dark mode and even if you're on the light mode. And that's how it works. You can see everything seems to be working perfectly fine. So that's how you can change the palettes properties, and that's how you can switch to the theme properties of the Material UI. So now we will talk about the icons inside the Material UI. So as per the name suggests, the icons are used to display the SVG icons inside the web page. So the icons are used to display the SVGs onto the web page, and we can use any icon from the Material UI icons. So we need to install a new package as the Material UI icons to use the icons, and there are multiple different icons available inside the separate components. So we can just call the separate components, and then we can just directly use the icons. And then we can have the icon button for the button effect inside the icons. So what does that mean? So by default, the icons doesn't have the button effect. So if you will click any icon, so there won't be any effect. So for that effect, we use the icon button to add the button ripple effect to the icons. And then we will see the icon button after this slide. And then we can have some properties of the icons as well. So we have the properties like the color to define the color of the icon. And then we have the size property to define the size of the icons as well. And then we have some additional properties like the SX for the stylings as well. So this is about the icons. And now we will see about the icon button. So what does the icon button means? So the icon button is the button which is specially used for the icons inside the Material UI, and it adds a ripple button effect inside the icons which transforms an icon to a clickable icon, and there will be a button ripple effect. So this is icon button, and it supports all of the button properties like the colors. We can have the margins, we can have them paddings. So it supports all of the button properties and even events of the button as well. So now we will see the properties. We have the on click to add some on click event to the button, and then we can have the color like the primary, secondary or inherit to the button as well. And then we have some additional properties like the SX. We can have the margins, we can have the paddings, we can have any property which the button accepts. So this is about the icon button, and it is almost same like the Material UI button. So it is just specifically used for the icon. So now we will just move on to the icons of the Material UI. So now we enter the icon, and now we can see we have the Material SVG icons, and then we need to install a new package as this MUI/icons-material to use the icons, and then we can see the list of the icons as well. So now we have a link of the search, the full list of these icons. So there are multiple icons that are available. Like now you can see we have the ABC, we have this icon, we have the alarm icon, we have the accessibility icon, and then we have all of the icons that the Google Material has provided. And then we can have some different variant like the outlined, we can have the rounded icons as well. Now you can see the alarm has the rounded, and then you can have a two-tone effect as well inside the icons, and then you can have the sharp effect inside the icons as well. So all of these properties are now available, and then we can use any icon which we want. So to use that, we just need to click any icon. Like if I want to use this alarm icon, so now we have the import statement from this, so we can just click that and it will be copied, and then we can just use that icon. So now we will just move on to the Visual Studio Code to test the icons inside the Material UI. So now we can just use the icons. So for that we need to just move on to the icons, and then we need to install this package to use the icons. So we can just copy that npm command. So if you are using the yarn, then you can just use the yarn as well, but I will not use the npm because I have the npm. So we can just copy that, and then we can just move on to the terminal, select a new terminal, and then we can just move on to the Material UI, and then we can just install this package. So it will just install the icons. So we have to wait till it completes the installation of the icons, and the icons are now installed, and now we can just use the icons. So for that we need to move on to the Material UI icons, and then we can just select any of the icon. Like if you want to select this account icon, so you can just click on that, and then you have the import statement, then you can just click on that again, and then it will be copied. So after that you can just move on, and then you can just add the line here, and then the account circle icon will be then imported. And after that you can just move on to the box and add this icon here as the account circle icon, and then you can just close this. So if I will now save, if I will now just move on to the application to see if there is any change. Like now I'm into the React app. Now you can see now we have the icon onto the web page. So if I will now just zoom it out, so now you can see now we have the icon. And as we have discussed earlier that we can use the icon button to add the button ripple effect, so we can also use the icon button here. So we can just have the icon button, and after that we can just import this, and then we can just wrap the account circle icon between the icon buttons. So we can just save, and then we can just move on to the application, and then you will see now we have the button. And if I will now just click on the button now you will see now we have the ripple effect on the icon button as well. So now this is the icon, and now we can see the icon here as well. So now we will see an example. So now we will create a navigation bar, and this icon would be there on the navigation bar. So for that we can just move on, and then we can just have the app bar, and then we will have the toolbar inside that. So we'll have a toolbar, and after the toolbar then we will have the icon button, and then we will have this icon over here. So we can just cut from here, and then we can just paste. So if I will now save, so now you can see now we have the icon onto that navigation bar as well. So this is how we can use the icon, and then we can use any icon over here as well. So if you want this icon, and then we can have any icon like this icon as well inside that. So we can just get this icon, and then we can just copy, and then we can just paste another icon over here, and then we can just add here, and after that we can just have another icon button, and inside that icon button we will have this icon there. So now we can just copy that account arrow circle icon, and then we can just have here the arrow circle icon. If I will now save, so now you will see there will be two icons onto the web page. So this is how we can use the icons inside the Material UI. And if you want to change the color of the icon as well, so for that we can just move on to the icon, and then we can just have a color prop, and then we can give any color which we want. So we can give the any color, so we can see what color it accepts. So now it accepts the disable primary, secondary. So we can have a secondary here. So now you will see the color will be secondary of this icon. And then if we give the inherit, so then it will be inherited by the parent component. So now you can see now we have the black again, and if you want the color as a different one, then you can select any other color, like you can have the error color as well. So now you can see this icon has the error color, and then after that you can just have the on click event also after this icon button. So you can have on click, and then you can have on click, and then you can just have a function as the alert. So all of the JavaScript events are now supported inside the icon button as well. So we can just add icon selected. So we can just save, and then we can just move on to the application. So once I will click on this button as well, so now you will see the icon is selected. So this is how the icon buttons and the icons work. So now we can use any event of the JavaScript inside the on click of the icon button. So this is all about the icons and the icon buttons inside the Material UI. So now we will look into the Material UI grid system. So what is a grid system? So the Material UI grid system is the layout system which is based on the 12 column layout grid, and each grid has the 12 column layout, and we need to define the columns inside the breakpoints like the extra small as per our requirement. So this is the grid system in the Material UI, and then it is used for the responsive layout across the different screen sizes, and it works on the CSS Flexbox module. So it is used for the responsive layout across the different multiple screen sizes, and we can define like on which screen size how our content is gonna look. Like for an example, for small screen size, we can define that how many columns out of 12 we need to give to one content. We can give 4, and then we can give 8 as well, we can give 12 as well. So if we have 3 content, we can give 4 4 4. So it will just occupy only one grid, and then it will be available on just single line. So this is how the grid system works. And now it has the container and the items. So to define the grid layout, we need to define two grid. The first grid is the container, which we need to pass a prop as the container to add the grid layout into that screen, and the container is the parent grid, and then we need to add the child grid as well, and we need to specify the prop as the item to specify that this grid contains the items and this is a child grid. And we can define how many columns we need to give to the screen size, like for the small and the medium and the large. So this is about the grid system, and we can see some properties of the grid system as well. So we have a spacing property to define some spacing between the grids, and the spacing works on the parent grid, which is a container grid. So we can define the spacing in the numbers like 1 2 3 or any number. And then we have the breakpoints to define how many columns we need to give for each breakpoint, like for the small, for the medium, for the large. And then we can see additional properties like the columns. So if we want to change the default behavior of the 12 column grid layout, if we want more columns into that web page, so we can define 18, we can define 24 with the columns prop, and it accepts the number, and you can define any number of columns which you want onto one screen. And then you have the SX prop for the more stylings into that grid as well. So this is about the grid system in the Material UI, and now we will just move on to the Material UI grid system, which has the responsive layout grid, which adapts to the screen size and the orientation, and it will ensure the consistency across the different layouts. And now you can see how it works. So you can just read about this article as well. So the grid system is implemented with the grid component. So we need to use the grid component, and it uses the CSS Flexbox as we have discussed for high flexibility of the items. And there are two types of the layout, container and the items, as we have already discussed. And the item width are set in percentages. So we have to set the item width in the percentages as well. So you can have the spacing between the individual items. And then you can see there are the 5 grid breakpoints: the extra small, the medium, the large, and the extra large. And then you can have some integer values which can be given to each breakpoint. We need to give the integer values like the 12, we can give 4, we can give 8. So now you can say this is a basic grid which you can use. And now you can say this grid contains the extra small equals to the 8 and the extra small equals to the 8. So this grid has 2 child items onto the one line, onto just a one grid. And now you can see we have defined the grid as the container, and then we have the spacing of the 2. So there are 2 grid onto that, and then we have defined the spacings as well of the 2 columns into that. And then you have the grid. So the first grid that you have defined has the item, and then you have defined the access equals to the 8. So what does that mean? So from the access to till the available screen size, like for the extra large, so it will work as the 8 columns inside that. So this item will take 8 columns of the available grid inside that. Like now you can see this has the 8 columns, and same for this grid, you have the access equals to the 4, and from the access till the extra large, it will only take 4 columns onto that screen. So this is how the grid column works. And then you have the items as well, and then you have reverse of this as well. You have the 4 first, and then you have the 8 later. So this is how the grid works. And then you can have multiple breakpoints with the grid as well. Like here there was only single breakpoint for the access, and then you can have multiple breakpoints as well. So now you can see if your screen size will be XS equals to the 6, so from the XS till the medium there will be the 6 column layout grid. And if your grid has the medium to large, and then from the medium it will behave like a 8 column grid layout. So now we have the screen size of the medium. So once I will now reach to the small screen, so now you will see now the grid columns. So now you can see now we have the grid column, and now we have the XS equals to the 6, and then we have the MD equals to the 8, and same for the XS equals to the 6 and the MD equals to the 4. So what does that mean again? So for the item, so from the XS to the MD, because the MD comes after the XS, and then from the XS to the MD there will be 6 column layout grid. So this item will contain this 6 column into that grid, and same applies to this as well, and same to this, and same to this. But if our screen will reach from the medium to the extra large, now we have screen of the medium to the extra large, and then you have the 8 column layout, and then you have the 4, and same for the 4 and the 8 here, as we have defined MD equals to the 8, MD equals to the 4, and we have defined the 4 and the 8. So this is how the grid works. And then you have the spacing between the items as well. Like if you have the spacing equals to the 0, like now you can see you have some grid, and then if you specify the spacing equals to the 0.5, 1, 2, and you can define any spacing, you can define even 12 as well. So this is how the grid works with this spacing. So now you can have a row columns as well, you have a row spacing, you have the column spacing, and these are some additional properties that you can use. And then you have some responsive values as well with the grid. Like now you can say you have the spacing XS equals to the 2, MD equals to the 3. So you can just define, if your screen size is like currently XS, then you can define different spacing, and for the MD you can define different spacing. And then you can see the API of the grid as well. And now you can see there are some flexbox property as well, like direction equals to the row. You can have the direction equals to the column, then it will work in a column way. And then you can have the column reverse as well, because it works on the CSS flexbox, so it accepts all of the properties of the CSS flexbox as well. Like you can see you have the center, you have the flex end, you have the space between the items, you have the space around, you have the space evenly as well. And then you can have the aligned items to the flex end, and then if you will specify the flex start, so it will start from there because the flex starts from there. And then you have the stretch to stretch the items, and then you have the baseline to add a baseline into that. And then you can have the auto layout as well inside the grid, so you just need to pass the XS prop inside that to add an auto column layout. And then you can have the variable width component, which is additional. If you can use, then you can try out this as well. And then this is a complex grid that you can use, but now we will start with the basic one. And then you can see about the grid inside that, and then you can just change the columns as well. Like now you can see you can change the default number of columns, like the 12 with the columns prop. So here we have the columns equals to the 16, and now this grid has the 16 column layout onto that screen. And now you can see the XS equals to the 8, so from the XS to the LG it is the 8, and same applies to here as well. And then you can have some limitations as well that you can learn. And then we can just move on to the API of the grid to see about what components and the what prop it accepts. So it accepts the children node, it accepts the classes object to add the classes. You can have the columns, you can have the spacing between the columns, even you can have the component inside the grid. And there, which is very important, is the container and the item. They are very important. And then you can have the directions, as we have saw directions inside the flex box as well in the previous window. And then you have the large, MD, and the small, and the XS, and the XL, and the XS. So and then you have around 5 to 6 breakpoints that you can use. And then you can see about more stylings here. So now we will just move on to the Visual Studio Code to test this grid. And now we are into the Visual Studio Code, and now we can just test the grid. So we need to import the grid from the Material UI. So now we have imported the grid, and now we have the box, and inside that box we can have a grid. So now we have specified the grid, and now this grid is a container grid, so we need to specify the prop as the container. And now the container as prop is equals to the true. So now we have the container, and now inside that we need to add the items of the grid. So we can add a grid again, and then we need to specify the grid as the item. So now this grid will contain as the item grid, which we can specify, and this is also a boolean value. So you can just specify the item, and it will act as the item equals to the true. And now we have the grid, and now we can just add something to the grid as well, like the item. And then we can just specify the breakpoint as well. So as we have defined the breakpoints, so we can just define the breakpoints equals to the XS. So from the XS to the XL, it will work as the 12. So this item will contain the full grid which is available onto the screen size. So we can just save, and then we can just move on to the browser to see if there is any change onto that screen. So now the code is now compiled, and now we can see the item onto that web page as well. So now this is the item, and then this items contains the full 12 column layout grid into that screen. So we can just specify the SX prop as well to define the background color of that as well. So we can just define the background, and the background we can define that can be yellow. So if I will now save, so now you will see this grid will contain the full column layout grid, which is a 12 column. So this grid has the full 12 columns onto that. But if we specify the access equals to the 6, and we can just define one more grid here, we can just copy and then we can just paste, and now we can just copy and then we can just paste, and now you can see we have the items, and then you can see now we have two items onto that access, and this item contains the access equals to the 6, and this item also contains the access equals to the 6. So how will it work? So if I will now just save, if I will now move on to the application, now you can see now we have two items onto the one grid only, because this grid has the 6 column layout, and then this grid also has this 6 column layout. But if I will now change this grid to the 8, or if I will now change to the 10, and this grid will be equals to 2, so now we have again the 12 column layout. So we have defined the 12. So if I will now save, so now we can see we have the item. This item has contains the 10 column layout, and then this item has the 2 column layout, so it all compiles to the 12. So this is about the grid that we can use, and then we can just define the spacing prop as well for the grid. So we can define the spacing equals to the 3. So if I will now save, so now we will have some spacing between the grids as well. So the spacing will not be visible because we have the background color of the yellow onto the grid. So this is how the grid works in the Material UI. So these are the basics about the grid, and now we can just move on to the intermediate level, and then we can just remove that access to the 10 or 2, and then we can just play around with all of the available breakpoints onto that grid only. And now we will start implementing with different screen sizes. So now you can see this grid item has the access equals to the 10. So I will now change it to the 12. And this grid item also I will now change it to the 12. So now if I will now save, so now you will see now we will add two grids onto the web page. The first grid also has the 12 column, and the second grid also have the 12 column. And now we can define that from the extra small to the small screen sizes. Now we can have some different values. So we can have the small, and then in the small we can just have here this 6. So then we can just again have the small equals to the 6. So now we have defined the XS equals to the 12 and the XS equals to the 12. So from the XS to the small screen, it will work as the 12 column layout. So this item will contain the 12 columns, and same applies to this. So from the XS to the SM, this will behave like the 12 column layout grid. But from the SM to the extra large available screen, there will be only 2 column layout grid onto the web page. So if I will now save, now you can see now from the small to the large, now we have 2 columns onto that grid. The one contains the 6 and the other one contains all to the 6. But if I will now just move on, if I will now just make this screen size the extra small, so now you can see now the screen size is the extra small, and now you can see now we have 12 column layout, and then again we have the 12 column layout. So this is how the grid works. And then we can have some ND property also. So we can have the MD, and for the MD we can have 4, and there as well we can have the 4. So how does it work? So from the XS to the SM, again we will have the 12 column layouts, then we will have 2 grids, and for the SM, and then we will have the 1 column layout grid only, and then for the MD we will have 4. And how does that work? So now we have defined the MD equals to the 4, and this will just work as the MD equals to the 4, MD equals to the 4, and this will compile to the 8. So we need to define one more grid to add it to the 12. So we can just save, and then we can just add one more grid. So now you can see you have the 12 column layout grids for the XS, and then you have 3 column layouts for this as well, and then you can have the MD equals to the 4 and 4 and 4. So from the MD to the extra large, it will be 3 column layout onto that grid, and each column will contain the 4. So now if I will now just save, if I will now just maximize that, so now you can see now our screen has the MD to extra large, and now from the MD to extra large, now we have 3 items. The one contain the 4, and this also contain the 4 columns, and this one also contains the 4. But if I will now just reach to the small screen sizes, so now you can see from the small to the medium, now we have 6 column layout, and now we have the 6 column here, 6 column here, and the 6 column here, and then we can just define the one more grid to complete that layout also. So now you can see now we have the 6 here, 6 here, 6 here, and 6 here, and then we have 2 grids of the each item on the, and in the each grid we have the 6 columns onto that, and then we can just define the large as well. So from the large we can just define as the 3, and here as well we can just define as the 3, and here as well we can just define as the 3, and here as well we can just define as the LG equals to the 3. So if I will now save, so what does that mean? So if I will now ask you that how will it look, so again from the extra small to the small, there will be a 4 grids onto the web page with the 12 columns. And now from the small to medium, there will be around 2 grids onto the web page, which will contain 6 there, 6 there, 6 there, and the 6 there. And then from the medium to large, now we will have 4, 4, 4, which is 12, and then we have the 16. So this will contain on the single line. So all this will contain on the single line from the medium to large. And then there will be a one more grid again, where will be close to the large, it will be 3. So if I will now just save, if I will now just refresh again, so we can just refresh and then we can just move on to the application. Now you can see now our screen has the LG, and now this screen is the LG screen, and from the LG to the extra large, now we have 3 column layout. So we have 3 here, 3 here, 3 here, and the 3 here. But if I will now just minimize that from the medium to large, so we can just minimize that again. So now you can see now our screen has the medium to large. So now you can see now we have the 4 here, 4 here, 4 here, and the 4 in the new grid. So this is how the grid column is working. And then we can just have the extra large property as well, which is the last property that we can use. And in the extra large, then we will have the 2. So here as well, then we will have the 2. And here as well, we will have the 2. And here as well 2. And now you can see now we have the 8 columns into that. So now we need to define 2 more grids to complete to the 12 for the extra large. So we need to define 2 more grids again, there and there again. So if I will now just save, so now this will be a complete grid column layout onto that web page, and this is now the fully responsive grid system. So now we can just move on to the browser to see the fully responsive grid. Now you can see our screen has the extra large, and now you can see for the extra large, now we have 6 items onto that single grid, the item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and each grid contains the 2 columns inside that. But once and after that, if I will now just resize this, and now we have the large to the extra large, and from the large to the extra large, then we have the 3 column layout. We have the 3 this, 3 here, 3 here, and then 3 here. And then if I will now just minimize more, and now our screen has the medium to large, and for the medium we have 4 column layout, as we have defined as the medium equals to the 4. So we have the 4 here, 4 here, 4 here, and the all compiles to the 12 again. So now we can just move on to the small screen sizes. So now we can just move on to the SM screen size. So now this is the XM, and then you can see we have the SM equals to the 6, and each grid contains the 6 columns, 6 here, 6 here, 6 here, 6 here. And now if I will now just move on to the full access property, so now you can see each grid has the 12 column layout. So now you can see each grid has the 12 column layout onto that from the access. So this is how the grid is working inside the Material UI, and now we have completed the full grid inside the Material UI. So this is all about the grid system inside the Material UI. So now as we have learned a lot about the Material UI throughout this entire course, and now let's discuss about the responsiveness of any project with it. So in this module, we'll be discussing the responsive values of any project inside it. Like we can create our application, but our application needs to be responsive in almost all of the screen sizes. So for that, we need to use some responsive values. So you cannot just directly use the width of something around 500, 600 or any numeric width. And you cannot just define numeric height. You cannot just define the numeric font sizes like 20 pixels, 25 pixels, because it won't look good in all of the screen sizes. So it will look good inside the current screen size of the window. But once you switch to a mobile phone, to a tablet, to an iPad, then it won't look good. So let's see about the responsive values, that how can we customize the responsiveness of our application. So here the responsive styles comes from the theme object to every component of the Material UI. So as we discussed about the theming inside the Material UI, so the use theme, which is the hook which is available inside the Material UI. So the use theme provides you a theme object, which is the current theme of our application. And then from that, you can access some values, like you can access the theme dot breakpoints, like you have a breakpoints key inside the theme, which contains so many values and functions. So the breakpoint contains some functions, like it gives you a true or false values, like if your breakpoint is down from the medium screen sizes, if your breakpoints are down from the small, are down from the large, are down from the extra large, or up from the small large, or between something. So we have a lot of properties in the theming.
So with the theming, we can customize the responsive values inside any of the application built with the Material UI. So that is the motto of this project. So now what we'll be discussing, so we can give various responsive styles numbers like we do inside theme objects. Like in the theme, we can provide any colors, we can provide palettes, we can provide a lot of things like the theming of our application, the dark theme or the white theme. So we can provide the theming values to our components, but let's discuss the problem statement. So about the problem statement, if we need to see the problem statement, so here you can see now we have a component test, which has nothing inside that. And now we can move on and we can just run the test here. Like this, we can run the test component here like this. And now we can just move on inside that. And there you can see now we have the test over there. But you can see if we just move on and if we just remove the test from here, and instead we can just define here the typography from the Material UI. So you can have a typography. And now inside this typography, now if we define anything, like if we define the name of this application, like that can be the responsive styles. So if we define this, like if we now save, so now you can see we have the responsive styles over here. And if we provide some multiple variants, like we can provide the variant of something around H1. If we save that, so now you can see now we have the responsive styles. But here you can see if we just move on, if we just move to the smaller screen sizes, like if we just move on into the device toolbar, so here we have the screen size, and if we just provide the dimensions of the iPhone XR, then you can see now this text is not visible. So you can see now this text is not visible overall. So you can move on into any of the device, like you can move on with the Samsung Galaxy S8. You can see again, this style is not responsive. We can move on into any of the device. So you can see this style is not responsive at all. So now we need to fix this. But how can we fix this styling of the responsiveness? So if we just remove this, now you can see it is working on the web, but not any other screen size. So let's just move on and let's just define the responsive values. But how can we define that? So now you need to provide the values for all of the screens. Like in the responsiveness, you have the values for the XS, which is the extra small screen, the SM, which are the small devices, which have some small screens. And then you have the LG devices, like you can have the LG devices, like this screen is like an LG. And then you can have the medium screen sizes as well. So the medium can contain some tablets, some iPads, and you can have some extra large screen sizes. Like if you have the extra large TVs like 55 inch or like 125 inch. So you can use the Excel properties for that. So we need to provide all values for all different screen sizes. And now let's see that how can we give the responsive text to a typography. So here we have the typography inside this application, but how can we manage the styles? So in typography, we can provide the responsive font size, but how? So it accepts a theme responsive object to enable the responsiveness. So it accepts a theme responsive object. So you can give the theme responsive object. So you can say it accepts the whole theme prop with that. So we have the theme, which has the type of this theme object. And inside that, we can provide the responsive values inside that theme object. So what we can do? So we can provide an object value with that. So here we have an object. And inside that object, now we can just define all of the screen size values. Like we can define the value for the small screen sizes. Like we can have the SM for the small. And then we can give the font size for the small. That's something around 10 pixels. Okay. Then we can give the numeric value as well, like the 10. And if we can move on and we can define for the extra small screen sizes as well. So for the extra small, we can give you the 8. And then for the medium screen sizes, then we can provide the medium. That should be equals to, we can have the 14. And then for the large, like for the LG, we can define the 20. And then for other screen sizes, like we can have the extra large, and extra large would be equals to 24. So now you can see now this typography is now seen as a responsive typography. So we have defined the font size, which has the values for some of the screen sizes like the small, XS, MD, LG, and the XL. So if we just save, if we just move on into this application, so here we have here the 1110. If we just open the Chrome fully like this, so here we have the font size of something around 20 inside that. So if we just move on into the inspect, we can also check that font size over there. Like we can move on into the elements, we can check this element, and then you can see now we have the font size of 20 pixels inside that. So you can see the font size is 20 pixels, but you can see if we just move below the large screen size, you can see now the size of this font has been smaller. So you can see once we are moving it into the MD, so you can see now our screen is the MD screen size, and for the MD, we are giving the font size of the 14. So you can see how it decreases the font size once we change from the large to MD. So you can see that is the responsiveness. And then you can see once we can just move on below the MD as well. So you can see now we have the below empty point. So we have the font size of 10 pixels inside that. So you can see now we have the font size of 10 pixels. And then you can see once we reach even below the small screen size, then you can see now we'll be having the font size at the 8. So you can see now we have the font size as the 8. So that's how the responsiveness work inside the Material UI. So this is just a text. You are defining the styles for the typography. So you can define same for any component inside the Material UI. So you can give the width as the responsive width, the height as the responsive height, and you can provide almost any property like the border radius. So you can provide anything to any component inside the Material UI for the responsiveness. So make sure you are providing all of the screen size values like the small, extra small, MD, and this. If we just move through the application, so here you can see now we are into the web. And on this page, you can see now the styles are looking good. But if we just move below the medium screen sizes, below the small, if we just check on any device, like now you can see on any device, now it is looking great. So you can see inside the Galaxy Fold, now this device is looking great with this value. So here you can see now it is looking great. You can move on with the Pixel 5. It is looking great over there as well. iPads as well. It is working on the Surface Pro 7 as well. So you can see everything is working totally fine with the responsive values. And then you can just check the responsiveness like this as well. Like if you have the screen size, the width of 748, 1709, you can see all of the responsive styles. So you can see how the responsiveness comes from here. So you can just test and you can just play around with all of these values with the responsiveness. So that's how we can do that. So now we have discussed the responsive style values inside the typography. And now it's time to move on to see the other components as well, that how can we define the responsive values to them. So we'll be again using the theme object, which contains the responsive values for all different screen sizes. So let's see. So in any component inside the Material UI, you can provide the responsive values to it. And again, it accepts the theme responsive object to enable the responsiveness to any project. So let's see that how we can achieve that. So here we had the typography inside that. We had the same file of the test. And now we can just provide the responsive values to this file. So what we can do, so we can just remove the typography and we can use the box from the Material UI. So that can be a container. So we'll be using the container over here. So we can just move this box to here and we cannot import second library. And now after that, what we'll be doing here is we'll be defining some width and height for this box. Like if you provide the width like this, that should be something around, we can give the 1000 pixels of the width. And then we can also provide the height as well. So something around, we can give the height of something around, I think the 1000 pixels height would also be enough. So we can have the 1000 pixels like this. So if we just save, and then you can see the box won't be visible inside that. So you can see now the box is not visible. And now what we can do, so we can define the color for this box. So we can define the background color, like the BG color property. So the BG color, that should be equals to, so we can give like red color for the BG. So if we just save and if we move on to the application, so here you can see now we have this full box here. So now you can see now we have the full box, which contains the width of 1000 pixels, the height as well for the 1000 pixels. And now you can see now it is not responsive. If we just check in any of the screen sizes like this, if we just check the responsiveness over here, so you can see now this box is not responsive. So you can see now this box is not even responsive inside that. And now we need to make it responsive once again. So you can see any screen size covers the full width of this box, because the width is only something around 338 and we are defining the width of 1000 pixels. And now we can again use the responsive values here, like for the height as well, we can give some responsive values like this. So here we can define for the medium, or first we can define with the extra small screen size, and we can define the same for the small screen size. So that should be around something around 500 pixels again. And for the medium, again, we can define the height of 500, because the height would be same inside any of this application. And then for the large, what we'll be doing, so we'll be defining the height of something around 700 pixels. We can have the 700 pixels, and then we can just increase this as well to the 600. So that would be the height responsive values. And now let's move on to the width as well. So this is the main part, because the screen is determined on the basis of the width. Like for the access, now we can define the width of somewhere around 350 pixels, 350 pixels inside that. And then for the small devices, now we can define the width of somewhere around 400 pixels. And for the small as well, we can give the width of around 450 pixels. We have the 450, we have the 600. And for the extra large devices, like for the large devices, we can provide the width of somewhere something around, we can define the 800 pixels with that for a container. And after that for the XL again, so for the XL it can be somewhere around 1000 pixels would be enough. So if we just save, if we move on into the application, so here you can see if we just move to this selector and if we just select this box, so here you can see now we have the width of 350 pixels. It means so now we are into the extra small category. If we just define here some more values, like we can check the responsiveness, and then I think we are not showing this content as of now, so we can remove this like this. So here you can see we can just move on. So now you can see now the width is now the 450 pixels. So now you can see now we have the width of small. Again, you can see now the responsive styles are working totally fine. So full responsiveness is working totally fine. So you can see the height as well is working fine. So if we just increase the size, so you can see the height has also been increased, and then we can just increase according to any of the screen size that we can define. So you can use the responsive styles for any component as well. So we have the box, so you can use the container, you can specify in any of the component, you can use the forms, you can use any labels, you can use whatever that you want, and you can define the responsive styles for them. Or if you do not want to provide the responsive styles, then make sure you define the width. So if your content should be fit to 100% of the size, then you need to define the 100% over here. Like you can define the width of somewhere around 100% like this. And then if we just save, if we move on into the application, so here you can see now we'll be having the width according to the size. Like now you can see now we have here the width of 100%. So for any of the screen size, now the width would be 100%, and same defines for the height. So we can define the height as per the viewport height. So we can give the 100 VH with that. So if we save, so you can see now we'll be having the 100 viewport height. So the full viewport height will be calculated according to the screen size. So that's how we can define the responsive values inside any application built with the Material UI and along with the 100%. So 100% works with the CSS as well. So now we have discussed the responsiveness inside our application, and now it's time to move on to the bigger things. So now you already know that what is the responsiveness, how we can create responsive styles, how we can give the responsive numbers to any of the screen size. Like if we want to render a content, we give the screen size numbers. Like for the small, we give some numbers. For the medium, we give any number. And now it's time to move on to the bigger thing and to more advanced and more easy thing. Like what is that thing? So here in the Material UI, we have a hook, which is a use media query. So what is this hook? So this hook is a hook which renders on a condition. So we provide a condition to the use media query, and then it returns a value like Boolean value, a true or a false. So if the condition specifies, if the condition is met, then it gives you the value of the true, or it gives you the value to the false. So that's how it works. But what query do we send to it? So we send a query to the use media query, like if the screen reaches below the certain endpoint, like below the 350 pixels, then this query would run true, or it will give you the value as the false. So that's how use media query works. So we provide the queries to it. Like if you want to render a header, like suppose we have a navigation bar, we have a header on the top of this application, and there we have a certain links. Like on the header, we have around 10 links inside that, and those links are perfectly available for the large screen sizes. But if your screen reaches below the medium screen point, then what you will do? So you render something on a condition. Like once your screen reaches below the medium screen point, then you render a drawer menu. Like you provide the drawer menu, or you can provide a side nav menu to an application. So that's where the use media query helps you in any project. So now let's see about this. So we can provide the responsive layouts, like the responsive layouts can be achieved from use media query, and we can restructure the whole layout of the application with the use media query hook, which is available from the Material UI. So you can provide any options. So you can render any different content which is available with the use media query. So you provide a query, you get the true or false value, and then you can render a certain content based on that condition. And then it returns true when a specific condition gets met and false when not. So this is about the use media query as per the definition and as per the usage. So now let's see about the use media query as well. So here you can see, suppose we have this application, we have nothing inside that as of now. But if we can move on and we can just define the use media query here, like first we need to import the use media query. Like we can have the use media query. So here you can see it is available inside the MUI material package. So you can use that, and there you can see if you will just hover over this, so you can see now it returns a Boolean value. So you get the Boolean value. So you can get the Boolean value based on a specific condition, and you can render as many as media query that you want inside any application. So inside this, we need to specify a condition. Like if we can specify a condition, like if our screen size is below the 500 pixels, or if our screen size is below the medium screen size, then we can render a content. Like we can create here a typography over here. So we can have a typography, and then we can provide here something, a value, like we can provide the value based on a condition. So let's define the condition first, that what will be having the condition. So as we know that use media query will contain a condition, so we can extract that value from it. So we can have a const, we can have the is below MD, that should be equals to the use media query. And then inside this query, now what we'll be doing, so we'll be defining here the content, like if is below the MD, then we'll be rendering like below MD, or else what we'll be rendering, so we'll be rendering above MD. So that will be the content that will be rendering for this query. And after that, let's define the query. So for the query, we can access the theme property. So here you can see inside first object, so you can just provide the theme here. So you can see the first parameter is the query input. So we can define a query input, which is based on a condition of a query. So we can just provide the theme queries as well. So as we have just learned about the theme, like we can have the breakpoints, we can have the colors. So we have so many things with the theme. So we can use the theme from the Material UI once again. So we can have a const, we can have the theme. That should be the use theme from the Material UI. So you need to import from the MUI material. And after that, now you have a theme prop with that. Now you have a theme. And then you can just run a condition, like you can have the theme dot, you can access any points. So we can have a breakpoints, and inside the breakpoints, you have certain values, like you can have the values, you can have the up, you can have the unit, you have the only, not, keys. So these are the functions that you can define. So if we define the function like the down, then what we can do, so we can just put the function down, and you can see it accepts a key as the number or the breakpoint value. So if you provide the number, then it will be calculated as a width in the pixels. But if you provide a string, then that should be inside the string. Like you can see, we have the responsive values. We have the variable as the is below MD. So we can use with the LG, or we can use with the MD. Like now you can see, now this use media query will return a true value when the theme.breakpoints will be down from the MD. So like when will be down from the medium screen sizes, then this will return true, or it will return the false. So that is a query that we have just made. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, if we just refresh the page once again, so here you can see now we have the below MD. So now you can see now our screen is below the medium screen size. Now it is small screen size. So that's why we are seeing below MD. But you can see once we will just reach to the larger screen sizes. So now you can see now we have a content of 100% inside that, and then you can see now we have the above MD. So that's how it works. Now you can see once our screen will reach below the medium, so now you can see now we have the below medium, and once our screen reaches above the medium, so now we have the above. So that's how the use media query works inside the Material UI. So you can provide any values, you can provide the down, you can provide the between inside that. Like we can have the betweens, like we can have the 500 and the 700. So like if the width is between, so like you can see if the breakpoints are between the 500 and the 700, so like we can have the is between value, then we can just render here the is between here inside that. We have the is between, we can here as well is between, or else we'll be having the above over here. So if we just save, if we move on to the application, so like that should be not. If we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you can see now we enter the mobile device. So you can see now we have the value as the no, because now our screen is not below the 500 and the 700. So now you can see we have the width of the 400. But if our screen will be inside the 500, so you can see once we reach the 500, so now we have the is between inside that. So you can see that's how it works inside this. So you can just play around with all of these values with the theme.breakpoints.between, and then you can provide any value that you want. So you can have other functions as well. You can just move around with it. And then you can just play around with other functions like the not, we have the only, we have the unit, we have the up, we have the values. So this is all about some conditional responsive values inside the Material UI and how can we access the use media query hook inside that. So that's it for this lecture.
So in the source, I will create a new folder as the components, and inside the components we can just create a new file as the navbar.js, and inside this file we will render the header. So first I will enter a default setup of the React application by writing the rafce command. So it will give us the default layout, which is just like a empty function which we have the navbar, and it is returning only the div which is containing a text of the navbar, and it is just exporting the navbar as a default export. So we can just remove this as well. Then we can just add here empty tags here as well from this. So now we can just render here the header. So first we need to import some grid. So it will be the grid from the Material UI. so that we get to know that what exactly is the grid. So I will first import the grid from the Material UI to give you a demo that how the grid works. So first, if I will provide here as the grid, and then you will see the grid contains a parent grid. So if I will provide here as the container, so the container is a parent element of the grid which renders all of the child grids inside that. So if we provide a prop container, and it will be identified as the true, so this grid will be identified and it will behave like a parent grid of all the child grids. And the grid contains the 12 column layout onto the full screen. So we can just define the grid inside this as the child grid. So we can just define here some columns for that, like this grid is an item grid. So we can just specify that this grid is an item and it is a child of that parent grid, which is exactly the container. And then we can just specify the size of this grid. So by default, the size of the grid is always the 12. So if you will provide the grid as the x is equals to the 12, and you will render something like hi, and then we can just save, and then we can just go to the app.js to render the navbar, like it will navbar, and it will be auto imported from the component / navbar. So the application is now compiled, and now we can go to the browser as well. Now you will see I have opened a DevTools from the Chrome. Now you will see we have a hi onto the screen. So if you will just click the element of this, now you will see this will contain a MUI grid, and then you will see it contains a XS as the 12. So as you can see here, it contains a XS as the 12, and it is specifying that this grid is containing the full 12 column layout onto the screen. And if you will just divide the navbar, and if you will just divide the grid into two parts like hi, and you can divide one more thing like, and then you can give it the 6 as the XS, and then you will give it as well the 6. So then you will see then it will be divided into two columns. Now you will see, if you will just hover over it again, now you will see this grid has the 6 column layout, and then this grid has a 6 column layout. So this is the grid. Now about the item prop which we are using here, it is specifying that it contains the grid of the 12 column layout, and it is supported from the extra small screens until the extra large screens that are supported in the Material UI. So if I would provide here the medium screen size as well, like MD, and the MD specifies the medium devices, so it will take from the XS to the medium. So if the screen would reach the medium size, then it would be divided into the 12 part, and for the extra small it would be divided into 6, and then we can just get another grid. So the another grid will specify the item as the XS6 again, so that it compiles to the 12. The medium devices will also contain here the 12. If I will now save, so now what it specifies that this grid will contain the item, and it will reach from the small to the medium. So when the screen will be in between the small and the medium, so it will be identified as the 6 and the 6. So both the grids will show in one line, and it will form a grid column as the 12 column layout. But once the screen will reach the MD screen, and from the MD to the available screen that we have in the Material UI, so it will show the 12 column layout. So if I would now save, and if I would now go to the screen, so now you will see once the screen will reach the after the medium, so then you will see now that contains the 12 column layout, and this contains a 12 column layout. This contains a full grid, and this contains a full grid as the MD. So these are about the grid, and we can define any other type as well, like the extra small, extra large, or anything. So now we can start building the navigation bar with the grid. Hello everyone, Nikhil this side. So in this video I'm going to show you that how to build a responsive navigation bar with the Material UI grid, and this will be the navigation bar which we will be building, and the background is the gradient color. And then you will see now we have the logo, we have the links, and all of the links are coming dynamically. And then you will see once you will click the link, the click will be then highlighted. There is a highlighter as well of the links, and then you will see then we have the call to action buttons of the login and this sign up. And this is a fully responsive project. So once your screen will reach below the medium points, so once the screen will reach to the small screen, so then there will be a hamburger menu, and once you will click the hamburger menu, you will see all of the links in the drawer. So then this is the application which we'll be building. So let's start. So please like the video so that more people can see this video as per the YouTube algorithm, and please subscribe to the channel as well to get the more videos like this. So let's start. So now we can just start building the application. So first of all, we want to create a new React application, and for that we need to write the command as npx create -react -app and the name of our application, which will be like the my app, and then we have to wait till it installs until it creates a React application for us. So now the React application is now installed, and now we can go inside the directory of the my app, the cd and the my app, and then we can just install some things. So we need to go to the Material UI to install the Material UI library. We can just go to the very first link, and then we can just copy the command as the npm install MUI material and that. and then we will just copy, and then we will just paste this command, and then we have to wait till it installs the Material UI also. And then till then we can just go and we can just grab the icons library also of the Material UI. So we need to search for the icons, and then the icons will be there. So we can just install the icons material with the npm, and if you are using the yarn, then you can try out with the yarn as well. I'm using the npm, so I will grab the npm here. After the installation of the Material UI, then we can install the icons also. So we can just go inside the directory again, and then we can just paste these commands. So now we can just go inside the directory of the my app, and then we can just go inside the app.js where we have the default layout of the React application. So we can just remove from the header till the header, and we can just remove this class name app also, and then we can just remove here some css also, like app.css and all. And then we can just go to the index.js as well to remove the report web vitals, because it is of no use in our application, and I will remove it from here as well. And now if I will now save, and if I will now run this application, once the installations and all will be complete, so there you will see there will be an empty and the blank React application which we want, so that we can start building the header from the scratch. So we have to wait till it installs until it compiles, and then we will start the server to see if there is any change onto the screen. So now the icons also now installed, so now we can just start the server as the npm start. So the server will be started in a localhost at the rate of the port 3000. So we have to wait till it compiles. So now you can see the React app is now compiled, and it is now running on the localhost port 3000. So now we can just start building the header. So first thing, now we need to import some app bar. So the app bar is like, it provides us the basic nav bar in the HTML do we use, and it provides us some style nav bar which has some predefined styles inside it, and it gives us the blue background inside that. And then we can just import, and then we can just use the app bar. And inside the app bar, now we can also remove this empty brackets here. So the app bar will be provided here as the default. So the app bar will be the parent of all the elements inside that. So if you will now save, and now you will see nothing onto the screen, because now the app bar has nothing inside that. But if you will provide it anything, like you will provide it as the hi, then you will see it will render the hi with the blue background with that. So now, as I specified the earlier, that it provides us the blue background of the navbar, now you will see it contains the hi. So now instead of the app bar, now we need to define the toolbar as well. So because the toolbar provides us the basic structure of the navigation bar, like how the navigation bar exactly looks. So we can just add here the toolbar, and we can just import here from the Material UI as well. And then inside this toolbar, if you will just provide here the typography, and the typography is used for the text, so you can just define the typography, and then you can just provide here some logo or anything or any text inside the navigation bar. So typography, if I will provide as the shop, and it is like a shopping app. So if you will now save, now you will see the navigation bar is now increased, and it is giving us this structure of how the navigation bar actually looks with the help of the toolbar. And this is providing us the shop as the prop, and it is providing us the text as the shop inside that. Now we have the shop. So now we can use it inside the grid as well. So now we can just remove this typography from here, and now we can just add here the grid inside the toolbar. So now we need to start from the scratch again. Now we can start from the grid. So now grid, the first grid will contain a container. The container will then be having some child grids inside that, and if you want to provide some spacing between all of the grids, then you can define the spacing as well. And the spacing by default, if you will just provide it as the 1, so 1 is equals to the 3 pixels inside the Material UI. So if you will provide the 1, then it is the 3 pixels, then you can just provide the spacing. But I will not use the spacing here as of now, but we can see if we can try it later or not. But now we have a grid of the parent, so now we can just render the child grid as well. So this grid will contain a child grid, because I will specify the item, and then I will specify from the all of the screens, from the extra small devices to the extra large devices as well. So for all the screen sizes, now I want to define the logo. So first thing would be the logo. So the logo will contain the 2 columns of the grid, and then we can just specify the logo. And for the logo, we can just go to the Material UI icons, then icons, then we can specify any icons from the Material UI that, and we can just find the icon for the shop from the Material UI. So it will be the shop. So now we need to see, so now this icon is looking good, so I will now grab this icon, and then now we can just go and we can just import this icon here. by pasting this, and then we can just add here the typography again, and then we can just define here, and then we can just render here the shopping cart icon inside that. So it will be like the shopping cart. So if I would now save, now we should see the change onto the screen once again. Now you will see, now we should have the shopping cart icon on the screen. Now you will see, now we have an icon, and to check the grid is working or not, now you can just right click and you can just inspect. Now you will see it is a grid, and now it contains the 2 columns, then it contains the other columns inside that. So this is the grid, and then we can just specify some more things inside that. So now the logo contains the 2 columns of the grid, and now we can just specify the links between the grid. So for the links, I will now create another grid, the grid, and it will also be the item prop, and then we can just specify the size again as the access. So from the access to the available size screen, and then we can just define as the 5. So it will contain the 5 columns of the grid inside that. And for the links, we can use here the Material UI tabs which we have. So it with the tabs, so you can just search for the tabs here from this icon, and then the tabs will appear. And then you will see there should be some tab screens, and then you can see some tabs, like how the tabs will look. So this is a thing which we wanted, and then we can just check more tags here. So then now you will see this tag is looking good, so now we will check this tabs. So then you will see now we have a tabs which is a parent tab, and it renders all of the child tabs inside that. So now we can go inside our application, and then we can just use the tabs. So now we will import the tabs from the Material UI, which is a parent of all of the child tabs, and then we can just use the tabs, and so we can just render the single tab. So we can just import it, and then we can just give it a label prop to define a label for this tag, and then we can just define as like the products, and then you can define another tab here. You can just copy and define another tab, like it will be like the label equals to like the overview. You can define another tab, like it should be like the pricing. So if you will just save, and if you will just go to the screen, now you should see them change onto the screen. Now you can see, now we have 3 tabs which are rendered into the navigation bar, and then you can just inspect again to check how the grid is working here. Then now you will see this contains a grid. So now you will see this grid, the empty grid which we have as of now, and now you will see this is also a grid which is like a flex container of the grid, and then you will see this is also the grid inside that. Now we have defined the grid of the 2 columns for the logo, the 5 columns for the tabs, and then now I want these tabs to be stylables. Now we can just want some styles over these tabs. So once I will click on any tab, so it should be highlighted as we saw in the Material UI. So for that we need to provide the value. The value prop defines the highlighted tab inside that. So if you will provide the value as 0, because the tab starts from the 0 index to the available index that we have. So if you will provide the 0 index, so it will start from the 0, from 1, from the 2, because it acts like an array. So if you will just save, and if you will just go to the browser, now you will see now the first tab is highlighted. Now it is invisible because we haven't defined the color, because the color is only primary which we are using from the Material UI. So we can just define it as the text color in the tabs. So we have a prop to define the text color, and the text color would be the inherit which I will be using. If I would now save, now you will see the text color would be inherited, and now you will see the product is now highlighted. And now we can just define another thing like the indicator color, and the indicator color is the color which we can define, which you have seen there in the Material UI tabs, that there was an indicator line after that. Background is the primary, so we can define it as the secondary as of now. If I would now save, now you will see there should be some change onto the screen. Now you will see now we have the products highlighted, and if you will provide the value as the 1, so it will give the value to the overview, and then overview will be then highlighted. And now we can just make it a more dynamic by clicking on this product. So I want this to act like, once I will click on the product, so the product should be highlighted. Once I will click on the pricing, so the pricings would be highlighted. So for that there is a on change prop also, as we have in the input values. So this has a on change. So the on change prop will then define the value. So for the on change to work, now we need the state, because once it will click any of the index, then we need to update the state, and for that we can use the use state. So for the use state, now we can import the use state from the React, and now we can just define the state as the first will fill the value, set value, and by default value will be equals to the undefined. So we can just set the value as the undefined, so that no any tab will be selected at first. So then we can just provide here the on change, and the on change prop first, as always, it will give us as an event, and then it also gives us a value prop which is provided by the Material UI. It gives us an event and it gives us a value as well, which is provided by the Material UI. So it gives us the value that which tab is then selected. So it takes the record of which tab is selected, and then it will update the state. So we can just set this set value to the value which is now updated. So if I would now save, so now we should see it should be dynamic now. So if I will now refresh it, now once I will click on the products, so I think there is any error. So now we haven't given the value of the value here, so we can just define the value to the updated state that we are updating. So if I would now save, now you will see once I will click on the overview has highlighted. Once I will click on the pricing highlighted, products and the products highlighted. So now the tabs are working fine, and now we can just define some call to action buttons like the login and the sign up here. So we can just define that, but before that I want the tabs to be dynamic. So for that you can just get the value from the props, or you can just define a constant array there in the app.js. So you can just define here the constant array before this, so it should not be recreated after every render. So I'm defining outside the component function there. So it will be const the links array, and it will be equals to an array. So first it will be clicking at the products, it will be the products. Second it will be the services, and then third it will be like the overview, and the fourth I want as the contact us. So now we have 4 fields inside that as the products, services, overviews, and the contact us. If I would now save, and if I would now provide some props to the navbar, like it will be the links, and it will be equals to the links array. So then we can just get the links array inside the navbar, and we can just define the props as the links, and then we can just use the links inside that. So now we have all of the links, and now we can just remove every tab from here, and after the tabs, which is the parent tab, then we can just create an expression, and then we can just create here the for each loop for the links. So it will be the links dot map. So the map returns an array after every iteration. Now you can see about the map, so returns an array of the results, and then we can just define the callback parameter inside that. So the callback parameter, first it will be the item itself, like it will be the link. After the link we can just define another thing as the index. So we can just provide the key to every tab which is then rendered, and now we can just render the tab. So it will be the tab, and then we can just define here the label. Label will be equals to the link, as we are now receiving from the links, and then we can just define here the key as well, so that the React knows the key of every list item, because it is now acting as a list. So it will be the key equals to the index, so the index would be the key. If I would now save, I need to close this tag also. So now we should see the change onto the screen once again. Now if I will now go to the Chrome, so now this is the dynamic tabs which we are getting from the app.js from the props, and you can just get the tabs from the server as well if you want to create it more and more dynamic. So you can just create whatever you want. So now we have defined the tabs, and now we need to define the buttons. So we have defined the grid with the 2 column for the logo, the 5 columns layout for the tabs, and now we can just define the buttons. But now once the screen will reach below the MD, like below the MD, so now you will see the links have now less space according to the available space. So we can just define one more space to this. Now the links have now the 6 space inside that. Now you will see the links have now the 6 spaces, and now we can just define the call to actions button. But before that we have now to provide the space between them, like we have the space between the logo and the links. So we can just define the space also between them. So for that we can just define some space by giving the empty grid inside that. So it will contain the grid, and it will be the item prop, and it will be the access equals to like we want to give the 2 spacing of the grids between the call to action buttons. So it will be the spacing, and then we can just close the div, and then we can just close the grid. So now we have defined the grid with the item prop, and then we have defined the access equal to the true, and this grid is an empty grid. Then after that we can just define the buttons. So to the grid, and it will be the items, it will be the access, it will be equals to the 3. So now we have given the space of the 3 items, and now we have given the space of the 3 to the buttons, and then the buttons we can render inside the box. So the box will contain all of the 2 buttons inside that. So first we can just define the button. The button can have, and the button will be then imported from the Material UI as well, and then we can just define the variant of the button. Like variant is the style which are now predefined in the Material UI, so we can define the variant as the content, and then we can just define like the login. Then we can just define another button after that. The button would contain the sign up. I will copy and paste the button and with the sign up. So we can just decrease the size of this empty space between that. So now it combines to the 12, and now you can see the 6, 3 and 3, 6, and it will containing the 12. If I would now save, so all 12 columns will be then inside the grid. So there is an error like box is not defined. So we can just define the box, and box, if you don't know about the box, so box is just like a container div which renders the child elements inside that. So now if I will now save, now we should see the change onto the screen. So now you will see, now we can see the change onto the screen, but now you will see the designs are not good according to the button. So we can just give the button an SX prop which define the CSS inside that. So we can define the margin left to the first button, and it will be the auto. So it will be rendered after that, and then we can just define the same SX to that, but this time the margin left will be equals to, like, we can just define the margin left of 1 pixels inside that. If I would now save, so now we should see the change onto the screen. So now the buttons have now the margins between them, and now we can define the box as the display, and it will be equals to the flex, and now the flex container will then enhance the full available space inside that. So the display flex will be having the full space of the button. So if I would now save, so now you will see the button are going to the right, and now the full navigation bar is completed. And now if you will just minimize the screen, now you will see all of the things will be then rendered. And if you will just inspect over all of the things, and then now you will see, once you will just check about the grid, now you will see this grid contains the access as the 3. Now you can see inside the div, and then you will see now this grid contains the access again, but now it is not showing as of now because all of the things are now covered with the buttons in the tabs. And then you will see the logo contains the access equals to the 2 of the grid. So the navigation bar is now completed, and now we need to define some colors of the navigation bar. Like the color is not looking very good, so we can just define the color, and for the color we can just go to the CSS gradients to apply as gradient color for a navigation bar, for a app bar component. So we can just define a gradient. Now you can see now we have a predefined gradient here, and now we can just define the gradient according to ourselves. Like we need to define the gradient. Now I will define the gradient like this. Color would be like this, the color like this as well, third color would again. If I would now check this color like where it is the grid, now you will see now we have the background as the linear gradient. So we can just copy this linear gradient here, and then we can just paste inside the app bar. So we can just apply the SX prop inside the app bar, and it will contain the background image because the linear gradient always applies to the background image. So we can just define the background image as the linear gradient. So if I would now save, now we should see the change onto the app bar. Now you will see, now we can see the change onto the app bar. Now we can see one more thing, that now all of the content inside the grid are not centered. So then you will see the logo is going up, and now you will see the products are okay, but the login and the sign up buttons are going up. So we can just define the place items prop to the grid. So we can define the SX prop again, the SX, the place items, and it will be the center. You will provide this. Now you will see all of the things will now be rendered at the center. Now you will see all of the things are now in the center. So now the logo is in center, the buttons are now in the center as well. Now we can just define the colors of the button as well, like buttons, just define the color as the first color of the buttons. So we can just go and we can just grab the first color like RGBA of this gradient. Then we can just apply the color as the background. The background will get this color. Then the same background will apply to the second button as well. So it will be again the background, and then now you will see, now we should see the change onto the buttons. Now you will see now we have the buttons onto that, and it contains the login and the sign up buttons. So now the navigation bar, so the first look of the navigation bar is complete, but now one thing is missing, that once I will now decrease the size of it, now you will see once I will reach the fully small size of it, now you will see it is still responsive, but we need to define here a hamburger menu where we can just select the menu, and then it will open a drawer for us from the left. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, then we can go to the Material UI again, and then we can just check where is the drawers. Like you can see there are some drawers in the Material UI. Now you will see this is the site of the Material UI. If you will just minimize the window, now you will see now we have the app bar menu, which is the menu icon, and the menu icon contains all of the things which are then rendered inside the navigation bar. So we can just define that. So we can just go and then we can just search for the menu, like it will be the drawer, and the drawer will help us to achieve that. And now you will see now we have the temporary drawer which we can use, like temporary drawer. Once you will click on the left, now you will see this is a drawer which we want to open, and the drawer will contain the links which we have inside the upper area of the navigation bar. And for the drawer we can just use the drawer component from the Material UI. So we have the drawer component. As you can see, we have the temporary drawer, and then we have a drawer component, and the anchor is like the anchor point where we want to start. The left will start from this, the right will start from this. So you can just define the new component for the drawer. So I will call it a new component, the drawer, as a component .js. So now we can just define a basic setup of this component by RAFCE command. So now we can just define the drawer inside that. So now this div will not be there, so we can just define an empty closing tags between them. Now the first thing would be, now we need to import the drawer from the Material UI. The drawer will then import it, and then we can just define the drawers. So the drawer contains some states inside that. So first it will be the open. So if you will provide the state as the open equals to the true, so the drawer will be by default opened inside that. Then we can just change the behavior of that also. So for that, now we can use the drawer. So the drawer contains an open prop 2, and then we can just define one more prop as the on close. So once I will click out of the drawer, so the drawer should be closed. And for that we need to handle this from the state, apply that, and we need to handle all of the things from the drawer. And for that, now first we need to design the drawer component, and then we need to go to the navbar. Then we need to set the screen sizes as well, and then we need to use some media queries of the CSS, like how to use the drawer and when to apply the drawer. So when the screen breakpoints would be like lower than the medium screen, and then only we need to apply the drawer. So we can just use after creating the drawer component. So we can just create a state as the use state here for the drawer, and the use state will get the like the open drawer or the set open, and the by default value will be equals to the false of the drawer. Then we can just import the use state as well. Then we can just use a icon after the drawer. So there will be an icon after the drawer. So for the icon we can just go to the Material UI again, icons again. Then we can just grab the menu icon from the Material UI, so that we can show us the menu like this, as we have inside that menu. And we can just select whichever menu icon which we want, like this, in the Material UI. Then we can just grab any menu icon, like I will grab this. So I will now copy this, and then we need to just import this here to paste, and it will be imported. And then we can just get the icon button from the Material UI, and the icon button is like it defines the icon inside that, and it is then clickable, and it defines all of the functionalities of the icon, like on click, on close, and everything with that. So the icon button gives us that functionality. So we can just render the menu rounded icon inside that. We can just use the menu icon there, and then you will see now we have the const open state also. So we can just define the state as the open, and then we can just define the state as the on close, and the on close will handle the state, like it will be the function inside that. And then we can just define the function, the set open to the false. I will now save. Now we should see the change onto the screen, but for that we need to call it inside the navbar file also. So after this we can define here, so before the toolbar, so we can just define here the drawer component also. Now you will see now we have the drawer icon, but now by default value is now the false of the drawer open. But if I will now give it the value as the true, so then you will see now there will be some change into the screen. Now the drawer is open. Now there's nothing in the drawer, so we can see nothing there. And now you can open the drawer from the top as well, the right as well, the left as well, and from the bottom as well. But I will now define the as open only. So the open will be there, and by default it is false, and then we can just render the drawer there. But now to render something in the drawer, and now we need to render the list inside the drawer, and for the list we can just use the list from the Material UI as well. Material UI is very helpful by giving us all of the components, by providing us all of the predefined components. Go to the list, then we can just use the list structure there, and then this will be the list which we'll be using. So we can just define list by ourselves. So then we can just define here the list inside the drawer. So there it will contain the list inside there, and it will be auto imported then from the Material UI, and then it will be having a list item, and it will be the button. So the list will be clickable, so the item of the list will be then clickable, and then we can just define the icon also, like the list item icon, and the icon will be then there, and then we can just define the closing tag for the list item icon, then it will be auto imported, and then we can just define some text between that. So the list structure is very complex as of now, so then you will see now we need to define the list item text. So this will contain the text of the list, and if you will provide the text as anything like the products, so then you will see this will containing a text as the products. And now if you will just save, now you will just see the changes onto the screen, like there is one warning that the list item is not defined. Now we can see now there should not be any warnings. Now you can see, then we can just define the open as the true for as of now. And now if you will just save, and if you will just go, now you will see there should be some change onto the screen, but now there is nothing there. But now you will see we have a list of the products here, and now the list is showing here because I think the list should be showing here, so there is an error I think. So we can go to the drawer to check what is the error. So then now you will see now the drawer is now closing before rendering the list, so we have to close this after the list. So if I would now save again, so now we should see the change onto the screen. So now you can see now we have the drawer here which is containing from the left, and it is containing the products, and we can render all of the links inside that. And now you can define the anchor of this drawer from here as well. So if you will define it as the anchor as the right, so then it will be rendered from the right side of the screen. Now you will see now it is rendered from the right side, but now I want it from the left. So the by default anchor is the left, so we can just remove the anchor, then it will be rendered inside the left. Then now you will see now the link is now rendered, but now we need to define that when we need to use the drawer, because when the screen size will go below the small sizes after the medium devices, from the medium to small, and then only we need to show the drawer. For that we can just go to the navbar file. Now we can just define the screen breakpoints here, and for that I will now go to the Material UI again to check what are the default screen breakpoints. So we will use the default, so you can just select the breakpoints, or you can just check the default theme which we have in the Material UI. So by default theme contains all of the elements which we use in the Material UI, like breakpoints, the direction, the components which contains an object, and the platelet, like the spacing, like the shape, like the mixing, and there are so many things which you can use. But now we will stick to the breakpoints which we will use. Now you will see once you will expand the breakpoints object, now you will see now we have the up, we have the down functions, and then we have the between, and these all returns the true, like if the screen is below this and down this, and down means like below this. And now if you will just expand the values also, now you will see the XS. The XS contains the extra small sizes, and then you will see the SM, and the SM contains the 600 value, and then the MD which contains the 900 pixels, and then the large contains the 1200 pixels, and the extra large contains the 1536 pixels. So now we have seen all of the things inside that. Now these are the keys for these breakpoints, and we will define the screen from the small, like the once the screen will reach the small, and then only we need to show the drawer, and then we can use that. So we can just go to the Material UI again, and then we can just import first the theme. So for that we can just get the theme from the Material UI, and to get the theme there is a component of the use theme which we can use. So then we can just define the theme in the navbar, like const as the theme will be equals to the use theme. So we can just give a reference of the use theme to this theme variable. We need to just define the theme. Now we have the theme, and if you will just console.log the theme there, so we can just log the theme, that what we have inside the theme. Then you will see you have something in that theme. Once you will just click on the inspect, and if you will just go to the console window, then you will see there will be some theme object inside that. Now you will see there is an object, and then you will see the theme contains the breakpoints, the direction, and everything which we can see the default theme. So now we have access to the Material UI original theme. Then we can just define like the when the breakpoints will go below that, below the SM, below the MD, or below the XL. Then we can show the drawer, which is this, and then we can just go to there. Now you will see now we have the theme, and for that now there is a one more thing from the Material UI, which is the use media query. So we can use the use media query to get access of the theme and the breakpoints and to set the matches with that. The use media query now returns a boolean, like it returns a match object. Like you can run the function which we have seen in the default of the Material UI, like the up, down, and it gives us a match element which is like a boolean value. So we can just define a variable as the const is match, and it will be equals to the use media query of this Material UI. And then now in the use media query, now you will see now we have the query of the input, and now we can just check when the theme dot breakpoints that we have, and now we can just call the function of the breakpoints, like with it having the up, down, between, and below, everything. And then we can just call the function. So the use media query will return us the boolean, like the if the match is true, then we can show the drawer component. So the theme dot breakpoints, and then we can just check like if it is down from the small size, and then only we need to show drawer component. And now the isMatch value will contain the value inside that. So once if you will just console.log that what the isMatch is doing, so you can just console.log, and then you can just go to the screen now and go to the React tab. Now you can just refresh again for the clean check. Now you will see the by default value is equals to the false, but once the screen will reach below the small sizes, now you will see it will give us the true. Now you can see now it is giving us the true, that now the screen size is now giving us the true, because now the screen size is below the small. So we can just render that, and then for that now we can just get like when the screen size is below the small, when the value is the true, then we can show the button is always showing, so we can fix that also. And for that we can just grab the drawer component from there to the up, like we can just render all of the things now in the expressions. Now we have the toolbar, then we can just render the drawers. Like I will now just minimize this grid, which is the main grid which contains all of the child grid. And now if I will now just grab it inside the expressions, so now these are all in the expressions. So we can just check like the is match equals to the true, then we need to show the drawer component where that we have. Then we can just show the drawer component inside that, inside the empty tag, or else then we need to show the grid if the isMatch is false. So by default the isMatch will be false, so once we will open the browser it will containing the full screen, so the isMatch will be then false. But once the screen will reach to the small size, then you will see the isMatch will be called, and then so we can just grab the drawer component here, and the drawer component will be then there, and then you can just render that. If you will just see that what happens to the screen now, then you can understand what I am doing here is, but once the screen will reach below the small point, now you will see now we have the button, but it is not doing anything, but now we have the button, and now we have all of the functionalities working, only the drawer component is missing. Now you will see it is working perfectly fine, it is giving us the result exactly what we wanted. And then we can just go to the drawer component, and then we can just define the on click to that. On click equals to, like we can give a function, like it will be the set open, and it will be the true. Like first once it will click this, so once we will click this, so the set open will be then have the true, so we can just define as the opposite of the open that we have. If I would now save, and if I would now just go to the screen, now once I will click this, now you will see the products will be opened. Once I will click outside of that, now the products will be gone. And then we can just define the SX prop here also, like the SX, and the SX will contain the margin of the left to contain the auto, so it will move to the right side with that, as the automatically margin will be then rendered to this. So now you will see it is now gone there, and now you can just define another SX prop as the color equals to the white. So if you will just save, now you will see the color should be the white of this. Now you will see the color is white of the menu icon. Now everything is working fine. So now the drawer component is working perfectly fine. Now you will see once the screen will reach below the small point, now you will see now we have the drawer icon. And once you will click this, now we have the drawer. And now last but not the least, we can just define something also in the navbar, that we can just define the typography as well to give us the layout of this, or we can just define here the logo. So we can just get the logo from the typography, and then we can just grab the logo here as well. So once I will now save, now we should see the change onto the screen. So now you will see, once the screen will reach below small or any screen size, so the logo will still be there. So we want this to be rendered always, so we have defined the logo here as well. Now we can start working on the drawer components. So we need to get some props inside that, which contains the pages array, so with the links again, and then we need to get the links from the navigation bar, which is getting links. So we can get these links only. So it will be having a link inside the drawer component, so with the links, and it will be the links which we are getting from the app.js. So now we can just get the links, and now we need to go to the drawer component, and now we will dynamically render this list. So we can just cut this here, and then we can just create an expression again as we did in the tabs. It will contain the links dot map, and then it will contain an iterator object inside that, which will, the first iterator value will be the value, and then the second it will be the index. So we can just specify that, and then we can just render every single list inside that. So now you can just paste this list item button, list item icon and all, and then now you will see we have the products, and then you can just define here the link inside that. So if you will just save, and now you will go to the screen once again. Now if you will just click on this, now you will see, now you have all of the links inside that are there. So we have now created the dynamic list, the dynamic arrays, and now we have the fully working navigation bar. And now we can just define the color also of this, like the background color of the drawer is not so good, so we can just define the color as well. And you can just define the color by going to the drawer, and then there is a like a paper props of the drawer. So the paper props are the CSS classes of every element in the Material UI. So you can just define inside that. It will contain the SX, and the SX will contain the value after that. So we can just define that, like it will contain the background color. Background color, we can just define the color by going to the navigation bar. We can just grab any color between them. So I will grab the second color. So the second color from the linear gradient is this color. So we can just grab this. We can just go to the drawer component to define the gradient color, and then the color is this. And now we can just define the color of the list text as well. So the color white. So if I would now save, now we should see the change again onto the screen. So the error is because we have defined the is equals to sign here, so it will be the object. So we can just define the object color here. So now you will see, now we will see the change onto the screen. Now we have the products, we have the services, we have the overview and the contact us page. We can do one more optimization here. Now we can just define here the key here of the list item button, so that the React knows which element about the when to render, and it has a unique for the every element. So we can just define the key as the index, and then if you want to define a divider between all of that, so you can just define the divider also. And for the divider, you can just call the divider after the button. So divider, it will divide every single link, and it will give us some spaces between that. So now you will see it is containing the divider color. So now we have covered everything navigation bar, like how to build the navigation bar, and now it is dynamic navigation bar as you can see now. But there is one more thing, like once I will click on the services, so now I want this to be closed. So we can just define our own close also to the drawer component, and then we can just define a on click to the button. So the on click will set the open to the false. So the on click, again the arrow function inside that will set open to the false. If I would now save, so now we should see the content should be fully working. Now you will see, once I will click on the products, so now it is now gone. Once I will click on the contact us, now everything is gone, and now you will see everything is now working properly fine. And now there is one more thing, like once I will reach the small screen, so now you will see the tabs are invisible. So then we can just fix that also. So we can just go to the nav bar. Now you can also give us the breakpoints down from the MD. So when the screen will be down from the medium screen, then you will see now it is gone. So now you will see, now we have the hamburger menu. If you will just expand this, now you will see, now we have all of the links. So now by doing this, so now our navigation bar is fully responsive. and now it contains fully responsive links, fully responsive logo and the buttons as well. And then now you will see it contains the hamburger menu as well. So now everything is fully responsive. So this was the project which I want to show you, that how to build the navigation bar with the Material UI grid. So we have now completed the application. So now the project is completed, and now in this video we have learned about the Material UI, like how to build the Material UI navigation bar with the grid and render the tabs and render the logo and render the sign up buttons and the login buttons with that. And we have also seen the drawer with the Material UI, like how to make the menu icon and how to open the drawer with the Material UI. So now we have completed this project. So thank you guys for watching the video, and I hope you will like the video as well. And guys, please subscribe to the channel if you are new. Thank you. So in this video, we will create a responsive navigation bar with the Material UI 5, and it will contain the logo, the link tabs, and the login and the sign up buttons. So without wasting the time, let's start. So we are building a navigation bar using the Material UI 5, and it will be in the React and the Material UI. There are some basic requirements, like you should have the knowledge of the React, like the hooks, and you should know about the Material UI, that how it works. So now we will see about some basic terminologies of the Material UI, like there is an app bar. It is a component, it is a pre-built component which help us, and it provides us a basic pre-built navigation bar inside, which will be at the top of the web page. And there is a toolbar which provides a structure in the navigation bar, like the items will be in a row or a column. So it makes a block of all of the items which are available in the app bar. And there's a typography which is used to add the text inside in the nav bar. And we will see about the more components in the Material UI throughout this tutorial. So let's jump right now to the development. So I have created a React application here, and you should also create it now. So the command would be here, like if I will now close the server, so there the command would be npx create the React dash app and the name of the app, like it will be my app. So you have to hit enter. So I have already created the app, so I don't need to enter again. So you can create your React application here, and then you can run the npm start command after creating it. So then it will start a local server on your system, and it will be on the port of the 3000. So here you can see we have a server here. So now let's start to the development, and now we will install some Material UI libraries. So then we should go to the Material UI here with the Material UI, and then we need to install the Material UI. So we have to wait till it loads. So here we have the MUI, the React component library. Here we have to click this, and then we need to click on the npm installs. So first we have to click here the get started, and then it will move us to the development part, and then we have to just install it here. So we have to go to installation here, and then there this will be the first command if you are using the npm, and if you are using the yarn, then you can click here, and then you can copy here, and then you can paste to your compiler. And then if I will copy this command here, and then we need to go inside a terminal, and then if I will select here and then we need to just paste this command here to install the libraries. So then it will install, and then we need to install some icons also. So we need to go to the icons. So search here and then go to the icons, and now here we have the icons of the Material UI, and then we need to install the icons from this command npm install /MUI icons and dash material. So we have to copy this command, and we have to install the icons also, so like this, and it will install the icons here also. So then we had to wait till it installs. Until then we can go to the source, and then we can go to the app.js, and then we can remove here some basic applications. Like here if I will remove the header tag from this, so the header will be removed from here. And then if I will just remove the class name app also, and from the app.css and the logo also, so then it will be our basic application here. So if I will now save, so then you will see the application will be now the basic application here. So if I will now reload, then you will see it will be gone. So now you will see there is nothing on the screen. So now we will create a header with the app bar of the Material UI. So then we need to go to the Material UI, and then we have to search for the app bar component, like it will be app bar. So then we have to click enter. So then you will see there is an app bar on that. So if I will click the app bar, so now you will see it will open the app bar for us. So then you can see we have the app bar here. So if I will show the source code here, so then we have to first import the application bar with the app bar. So
if I will import this nav bar here, so we have to click on the show code, and then we need to import the app bar from here, Material UI. So if I will now create another component here, like it will be the header.js, and then there will be the basic React setup here with the RAFCE command, and then you can see the header component is created and it is now default exported. So then we need to import the app bar from that. So it will be the import, it will be like in the block app bar, will be from, it will be from slash material UI MUI and dash material. So the app bar will be imported now. And then instead of this div, if I will use here the react.fragment here, react.fragment, and now inside this fragment, if I will now use here the app bar, so it will be the app bar, and then if I will now close, and then if I will now save, so then you will see there will be nothing on the screen again. So if I will now go to the React tab, so now you will see there is nothing on the screen. But if I will now add here the typography inside the app bar, like the typography is used for the text, so if I will now use the typography, and then it will be imported from the MUI material again, typography, and then inside this typography, if I will now add here like the application name, like it will be the Shopee. So if I will now save, so then you will see it will show us the typography on that. So if I will refresh the page, and if I will now add the header to the app.js, here we need to import the header. So it will be like the header.js. So it will be imported like here, the header is now imported. So now if I will now save, and if I will now go to the React application, so wait till it compiles. So we need to go to the application till that. So it will shows the basic navigation bar on that. So now you will see there is a Shopee here, and then you can see there is a basic navigation bar which is of the color blue, which is the primary color on that. And then the application bar is now created, and then we need to import the toolbar. So for the toolbar, if I will now add the typography inside the toolbar, so it will be the toolbar, and then we need to import the toolbar from the Material UI again, and then we have to wrap this typography inside the toolbar. So if I will now save now, so then you will see it will create a basic structure again. So if I will now just, there is an error, I think though the toolbar is there, so it is showing us the toolbar. So if I will now save, so now you will see it will just increase the size of the navigation bar. So then you will see now all of the items will be now in a line. So now we need to import here some more libraries, and then we need to import here some icons from the Material UI. So then we need to get here some icon like import, and the icon name will be, if I will now go to Material UI and search for the icon, and the icon will be like the shopping icon here. So you can see there will be the list of icons, search full list of the icons, and then you can search for the shopping icons from here, like it will be shopping. So it will come in that. So if I will now get this icon from here, shopping cart icon, so if I will now copy it, and then we need to import this icon here. So now instead of this typography in that, if I will now use the icon, like it will be shopping cart icon, this icon will be there. If I will now copy and paste this, so then you will see there will be the icon there. So if I will now save, so then you will see the icon will be there instead of the Shopee. So now you will see the shopping icon is there. So now the logo is created. And now I will change the background color of the application bar here. Now this is showing us the blue, which is the primary color, but I will now change this. So there is a prop named SX here, and the SX will help you to add some styles in that, like the CSS styles in that. So if I will now add here some background, and the background will be now, color will be like there, like it will, I will use the hex color, it will be like hash 063970. So if I will save, and then you will see once it will compiled, so it will show us the dark blue color here. So now you will see the color is now shown here. And now I will now use here some links, and for the links we will go to Material UI, and then we will search for the tabs. So it will be the tabs.
So we will use here the tabs of the Material UI, and the tabs will be shown inside the application bar and inside the toolbar. So we have to wait till it comes. So my net is slow today, I think. So now we can see here the tabs, and now if you will see the tabs, so then you will see these will be the tabs like item 1, 2 and 3. So then it will be moved on to the one tab, to another tab, and then to another tab. So if I will now use here the tabs, so if you will see here the code of the tabs, like here, this will be the one which we'll be using. So then you will see there will be a lot of code with these tabs, but now I will create it very simple for you. So then we need to import here the tabs. So then it will be like the tabs after this toolbar icon, and then after the shopping cart icon. So then here if I will use the tabs from the Material UI and the tabs, so it will be auto imported from that, and then we need to just close this tab, and then we need to create the tabs here. So a single tab will be there. Like if I will now create here some properties with this tab, like it will create a SX, and the SX will be equals to again the CSS styling, like it will be the margin left, and it will be like the auto. So if I will now save, and if I will now define here some color of the tabs, like it will be text color inside this tab, so it will be the text color. So the text color we need to define here. So I will define the color as inherit here. It will be inherit, and then if I will now just save, and then I will create a single tabs here. So that it will be like the tab, and then it will also be imported from the Material UI, from this MUI material. So it will be the tab again, and then it will contain a label inside it. So the label will be there, and it will be equals to like it will be products. And then if I will now just close this tag, so if I will now save, so then you will see the tabs will be shown in the website. So if I will now go here, if I will now just refresh the page, so now we should see the tabs here, but now it is not showing. So now you will see the tabs are showing here with the products. So then if I will now remove this margin left auto from there for now only, so if I will now remove this, so then you will see the tabs will be shown there. So now you will see the products is there. And now if I will create more tabs from here, like it will be the tabs again, it will be again the tabs, like there will be the 4 links, like it will be products, services, it will be like the contact us, and it will be like the about us. So if I will now save, so then you will see the 4 links will be there, like the products, services, contact us, and the about us. And now we will create some buttons with that, and the buttons will be containing a login and the sign up functionality with that. So if I will now import the buttons also, like button, and then it will be imported again from the Material UI, as the Material UI has all predefined components here. And then we need to define the variant, and the variant will be equals to the contained. So it will be the full button, and it will be the contained button which is contained with the color. So then we need to create the button, and this button will contain a login, and then we will copy this button one time, and this button will also be used for again the sign up component. So it will the sign up. So if I will now save, so then you will see the buttons and then will be contained here. So then you will see the product, services, about us, and the buttons. And then if I will define some buttons here, like SX to the button, and it will be equals to like the margin left to auto. So if I will now do this, so then you will see the button will be gone to there. So then you will see here it is attaching the about us the page, and then the buttons will be gone there. So the margin left auto will be gone, and then it will just create a margin by automatically creating some space on the navigation bar. So then for this button, if I will define the SX prop again, and it will like the margin left again, and it will be equals to like it will be like the 10 EX. So if I will now save, and if I will now compile, so then you will see there will be the margin between these buttons. So then you will see our basic navigation bar is created now. So then you will see it is responsive or not, I think. So the tabs are going below the buttons, so we need to fix that also. And then first I will create here the tabs, and then if I will now click on this tab, so this tab will be opened, and then I need the underlined here. So for that we need to select here the value. So if I will now give here the value to this tabs, which is the parent component of the tabs, so the value will be equals to the 0. So if I will now save this, and if I will now just add another prop, like it will be the color, so then the color will be, I think the color is there, so it will be the indicator color. So indicator color, so there is a prop name indicator color which will be indicated from that, like which link is opened, so it will indicate that according to this value. So if the value is 0, then it will indicate this button, this tab, and if the value is 1, it will show this. So it will start from 0 tab to the n number of tabs. So the here, if I will now define another color as the secondary, so the secondary color by default will be like the pink color. So if I will now save, so then you will see the by default the product is now the underlined component. So then you will see, if I will now use here the value as the 1, so it will show the services tab here. So it starts from the 0 until the n number of times. And now if we want to fix that, and if we want to show which tab which we have clicked, so then Material UI provides us the state component, and it is like us we need to set the state from this apps component there, and for that we need to use the use state from the React. So first we need to import the use state, like const use state. We need to import the use state from the React, and then we need to use the use state here, like the use state. So then we need to create the state for this. So it will be the use state, like it will be the value, and it will be the set value, and the initial value will be now the null, which is the undefined. And then we need to use here the value as the initial value of the value. And then once it will be clicked, so then you will see we need to add here the on click here. So the on click, once it will be clicked, so it will throw us an event in which we can just set the value of this number. So the on click function in the tabs will give us a event and then the value, and the value will be given to the current tab which is the clicked. So the event will select the click tab with here, like if I will click the services tab, so event will give us the event, and then the number of tab, like it will be services, which is equals to the 1. And then if I will click the about us, then it will show us the number of 3. So then it will start from the 0 until the n number of times, as I have specified earlier also. So then we need to set here the value, like set value, and the set value will contain here the event. So the event will be coming from this, and the value will also be coming from this. So we need to set the value from here. So if I will now save, and if I will now just run again on the site, so then you will see initially there will be no any underlined tabs. So if I will now click the products, so I think the products are not showing here, so we need to fix that. So the e value is here, so then we need to just check that what is happening here. So the tabs are showing here, and then so I think the error is here, I think so. Sorry, this will be the on change, because this is the input type, so then it will be the on change here. So if I will now save, so then you will see it will throw an event, and it will throw a value, and the value will be set to the set value function, which is updating the state, and then the state is shown in the browser. So if I will now click on the product, so then you will see the product is now the underlined, and the services, then the services is underlined, and the about us and the contact us also. So this is the basic navigation bar which is created, and which is now currently showing on a web page. So it is not responsive, I think. So we need to create here the hamburger menu. So once it will click that, so then it will open a drawer from the left. So we need to now build that component, and now the basic navigation bar is completed, and now we need to fix that also. So for the responsiveness, we need to use here the drawer component from the Material UI. And for the drawer component, so if I will now search for the drawer, it will be the drawer, and then we need to just see. So now you can see there's a drawer here, and then if I will now scroll down, so then you will see there's a temporary drawer and all. So if I will now click on the left, so then you will see the drawer is now opened. So once if I will now click there, if I will now click out of the drawer, so then you will see the drawer will be closed. So this is the drawer. So like this, if you will click on the open, so then you will see it will scroll up. So we will use a simple drawer here like this. If I will now click on the button here, the hamburger menu here, so it will be opened. So then we need to use here the drawer, and for the drawer we need to build another component which will be the drawer.js, like it will be the drawer So the name will be collapsing and the name will be giving us the problem. So I will use the drawer component, like the drawer comp.js, and then we need to import here the React RAFCE. So the React will be imported from this, and then we need to use here the drawer. So if I will now use again the React.fragment, and then it will be closed. So then we need to import the drawer from the material UI. Now import the drawer from, it will be the material UI /MUI material, and then if I will now use here the drawer, like drawer, and then if I will now just save, and if I will now just export this React application, I think the drawer component is now giving us the errors, so it will be closed, and then the return will also be having a closing bracket, and then it will be exported to the default as export default till your drawer component. So if I will now save, and if I will now use here the drawer, and then you will see the drawer will be opened, and then inside this drawer, if we have to see this drawer, then we have to open it, then we have to edit some text, and then the text will be there inside the list. So if you can see that, so then you will see it contains a list, and it is now in the list component. So then we need to get the list component also, list in the drawer tab. So then you will see the list are there like this. So we need to import the list also from here, like the list, and then we need to use the list. So the drawer is now shown, and if I will now use here the drawer, so some list inside that list, and then we need to add here the list item button. So it will be a clickable list. So if I will now add the list item button here, after this list item button, so the list item button will be then imported from the material UI again, and inside this list item button, and then we need to use here the list item icon. So then you will say list item icon. So then you will see it will also be imported, and then inside this again we need to import the list item text. So this is very long, but we will create a shortcut way for you doing this. The list item text, and the text will be shown there like this, like it will be, if I will show the text, like it will be like this login. So if I will now save, and if I will now use the drawer component after this, so it will be inside this application bar. After this application bar, or that, if I will now use the drawer, like the drawer, it will be imported from the drawer component file. So it will be imported now, drawer component, and now if I will now save, so then you will see the drawer will be there, but now nothing is there because we have not specified the open of the drawer. So if I will specify the open prop to the drawer, like open, and it will be equals to the true, so then you will see the drawer will be directly opened. So then now you will see the login is there, and now it is not closing because we haven't specified the closing state of the drawer. So the basic drawer is here. So whenever we will be refreshing the page, so drawer will be here. So then we need to get the drawer now. So then you will see now we need to just close this drawer. So for that we need to use the state, and then it will containing a state. So again we need to import the useState from the React. So it will the useState. So it will be imported. So first it will contain the state of the drawer, like open drawer, and then we need to use the set open drawer, and then initial value will be the false. So it will be the false, and then we have to import the useState also from the React. So it will be imported. So now instead of this open, we need to use here the open drawer, and then for that we need to specify the onClose prop with that. So to close this drawer, if I will now click here this side after this drawer, so it will be closed. So we need to specify the onClose, and it will be equals to the function, arrow function, and then it will be pointing towards the function to that, and the set open drawer, like set open drawer will be then equals to the false. So if I will now save, and if I will now go to the screen, so then you will see nothing will be there because we haven't specified the open value of the drawer. And for the open value we need to specify the button. Like if I will now use here the icon button here inside that, so now you will see the by default it is closed. So if I will now use here the icon button, inside of the drawer. After the drawer, so it will contain the icon, button. So it will be imported again from the Material UI, and it is auto imported. So then you will see icon button, and then we need to use here the on click with that icon button having a on click prop, and it will be equals to the, and the on click is there, and it will be equals to the again the function inside this, and then it will open the drawer like set open drawer, set open drawer, and then it will be equals to the opposite value of what we have the drawer. So the drawer, so if the drawer is now the false, then it will show us the true, and else it will show us the false. So if I will now save, but now you will see we don't have anything in the icon button. So if I will now import the menu icon from the Material UI, so it will be the icons. Again, we need to get the icons. So the icons, we need to click on this, and then we need to get the material icon, which is the hamburger menu. So we need to click on the search full of list of this, and then the hamburger value will be there like menu. So it will show us the menu. So then you will see the menus there. So we need to just import this, and then we need to copy, and then we need to paste this again, and then we need to use here the menu icon here, the menu icon. So it will be imported, and then it will be shown inside that. So if I will now save, and if I will now use here the screen inside of this bar. So if I will now go to React App, so then you will see there is a button, and if I will now click this button, so then you will see that the drawer is now opening, and if I will click on this outside of this drawer, so then you will see it is now closed. So now we need to fix the layout of this. So now we need to add here a condition, like in the header component we will go to header, like if the screen we have, if we have the screen, then if it now goes against the breakpoint, like if I will now go, if it will go to the medium, so then we need to show this button, and hence we don't need to show this button. So if the screen will be smaller than this size, so then you will see it will show us the drawer component button here, and then the button will be having all of the functionalities like product, services, about us, login, and the sign up. So we need to get this thing, and for that we need to import here the media query from the Material UI, and it will like the use media query, and it will use the CSS media query, which will help us to get the screen size like the medium, desktop, small, or all. So then we need to import the media query with the use media query. So then you can learn about this, like this is a CSS media query hook for the React, and it listens for the matches to the CSS media query, and it allows the rendering of the component based on whether the query matches or not. So it will give us the true or false condition, and then we need to check if the match is there, like if it is matches the MD or the desktop screen or the small screen, so then it will give us the true, else it will give us the false. So we need to use the CSS media query, and then we have to also use there the use theme, which will give us the theme here in the Material UI, which is now our current theme, and then we need to import the theme also. So we need to go to header, and then we need to import the theme and the CSS media query, like use media query, and then use theme, and then we need to set the theme here. And for that, if I will now go here before the return statement, if I will now specify the theme, like it will the const theme, and it will be equals to the use theme which we have imported. So if I will now save, and if I will now just console.log the value of the theme, so then you will see it will show us the current theme of the Material UI which we have here. And then if I will now go to the console inspect, so then you will see the theme will be there. It will be shown there like it is an object, and it contains all of the things, like it contains the breakpoints which we'll be using now, and then it will contain the between, down, not, only, and the unit and the up. So then you will see in the keys it contains the extra small, the SM screen, the MD screen, the LG screen, and the XL screen. And for that we need to call here some functions like the down, like the not, like the only, like the up. So it will check if it is down from the medium screen. So if it is down, like if the screen is now subtracting the medium screen from the browser, then it will show us the budget component. So then we need to use this condition here. So for that, if I will now use the CSS theme also, and then we need to get the media query also. So if I will now define another thing, another variable like const is match, and it will be equal to the use media query, and the use media query will contain a keyword here. So then it contains an argument there, and then the argument will be the theme which we have created. So it will check the current theme of that, and the theme will be there. And then we need to call the function like breakpoints dot down. If the breakpoint is down from the MD, like it will be the MD. So if the screen is down from the MD, so it will show us the match. So if I will now just console.log the is match, if it is matching or not. So if I will now save, so then you will see if I will now inspect this again. So if I will just clear the console here, and then you will see if I will now just subtract the screen from here, like it will be this. If so, then you will see now it is showing us the true here. So first it will show us the false, and then it will show us the true. So we need to check this, and then if I will now just throw here again, so then you will see inspect again, and then by default it will show us the false, and then again it will show us the true, because now the screen size is now less than the empty screen, so it will show us the true. So we need to just check this, and then we need to just send this button to here after this. So is match is there, and then after this toolbar icon of the shopping cart icon, I will add the conditional rendering here. So then if it is match, if it is match, so the variable is now shown here, and then we need to render the, like it will be a ternary operator, like then we need to render here the typography first, like it will be that typography. So the typography will be here, and then it will contain here some text, like it will be Shopee. And then after the typography, we need to get this drawer component here. So we need to remove the drawer component from here, and then we need to add there. So after this, we need to add the drawer component here. So if I will now save, so then you will see the error is there, I think the expected this, because now we haven't specified the another condition after this. And after this, we need to specify another condition like this, and else if the screen size is now greater than this, then we need to render all of the tabs and all. So it will be like just tabs. If I will now click the button also and this also, so then you will see from the tabs till the button will be shown here, and then first it will contain an empty text. So then inside this, the all of the things will be containing this. So if I will now save, and if I will now just go to the Chrome, so if I will now refresh the page again, so now you will see the thing is now gone. So if I will now just resize the window, so once it will be resized, so now you will see this contain a button, and then if I will now click on this, so then you will see all of the screens will be showing here, but now the login is only showing. So we will fix that also. So then now you will see the project is now the responsive project. So once it will resize below the MD, so it will show us the button here, and then we need to fix the button from there also. Like if I will now just save, and if I will now just close again, so we need to go to the drawer component, and then we need to select here the button. So first the icon button from the drawer component will be containing a SX again for this styling of the CSS, and then the color will be the white, and then it will contain a margin left will be auto. Left will be the auto. So by the margin left, it will go to the right side of the screen. So then you will see if I will now save, it will go to the right side of the screen. So once I will click this, and it will show us there, and then you will see the Shopee is there. So we will fix that also. And first now we need to fix that the screens, like for every screen we need to get this all of the list kind of button, then icon, then the text, and then again the icon, then the closing buttons and icons. So for that we need to fix that also. So I will create here an array like the const pages, and it will be equals to, or if I will now create here the array in the header component, because here also we are using the tabs. So here it will be the constant array. So here const array, like the const pages will be equals to an array of the pages, like it will contain the login, or like first it contains the products, it will contain the services, it will contain here the login button, or like the services there, and then it will contain here some more functions, like it will be the about us, and then it will the contact us. So if I will now save, and if I will now just get this array from there, so it will be the pages. So after this tabs, so if I will now create here first, like it will be like the pages, it will be an array, so it will be dot map function will be there, so it will create a map of the array, and then there will be the values of the iterator, so it will be like the page and then the index. So if I will now save this, and if I will now just give here the tab, so now it will contain a tab, so this tab, and then it will contain a label equals to the products, and the label will be now the dynamic label, like here it will be the page, and then it will also contain a key also, because the list item will also contain the key in the React, or it will throw us an error. So the key will be equals to the index, so it will give us this functionality. So if I will now just save, and if I will now just comment this, or if I will just remove this tab, so if I will now save, so then you will see all of the things will be same on the application. So if I will now just create this, so then you will see all of the things are now same. So then same thing we need to do this inside the drawer component. So we need to go to the drawer component, and there we need to get this array, like it will be like const pages will be equals to the 10, and here we need two more things also, like the login and the logout. So the login and the logout will be there at the separate screens. So if I will now save this, and if I will now just after this list item, if I will now just create a map of the pages again, pages.map, and it will be having an iterator, like it will be the page, and then it will be the index again. So then we need to get this, and then after this we need to get the list item buttons here, like this, and then if I will now go this, like list item button equals to this, and it will contain the key will be equals to the index, and then the text will be equals to the dynamic text, which will be equals to the page. So it will be the page. So if I will now save, and if I will now just go to the screen again, so once it will just resize the window, so then you will see, if you will click this button, so then you will see all of the functionalities are now there, the product, the services, the about us, the contacted, and the login and the logout. So now you will see we have created the responsive layout, responsive navigation bar with the React application and the Material UI. And then we need to fix the Shopee also. So for the Shopee, we need to go to the header, and then we need to get this thing like header, it will be, so we need to fix this from that. The typography of the Shopee will contain the SX prop, SX equals to the CSS styling, and then it will contain the font size, it will be equals to the 2 rem, and then it will contain the padding left, which will be from the icon, so it will be the 10%. So if I will now save, and if I will now go to the Chrome again, so then you will see the Shopee is there. So now if I will now just go there, so now you will see the Shopee is there, but it is showing us 2 rem is against, so it will be 1.5. So if I will now save, so then you will see all of the things are now okay. So now you will see we have created a responsive navigation bar with the React and the Material UI. So this is all about the React and the Material UI in that, and this is a basic responsive navigation bar. And now here, if you will click on the products and all, so if you will click on this products services, so now you will see nothing will be happened. So then we need to fix that also, there is an error. So we need to go to the drawer component, and then you will see list item button, and then we need to add the on click also, on click. So once it will be clicked, so then you will see we need to just click here the set open drawer. We need to set the set open drawer to false again. So once it will be clicked, so set open drawer will be set to the opposite of this, like it will be like the false. So if I will now save, so then you will see once I will click any of the page from here, so it will be closed from here, I think. So it is not showing, I think. So if I will now refresh, and if I will now save again, so then you will see
I think this is not working, so it will be the false. So the on click is there, so the C is 2 times. So now if I will now show again, so then you will see once I will click any of the page from here, so it will be closed. So this is about the navigation bar and the Material UI. And here one more thing, we need to set these products and the about us pages between the center of this. So for that we need to go to the header.js and then we need to set this in the center. So for that we need to go to the tabs and then we need to provide the SX prop, and it will contain a margin left. It will be the auto. So if I will now save it that, so then you will see it will go into the center of the page. So then you will see now it is coming at the center of the page. So this is what we have created now.
So now we have learned the topics of the Material UI, and now in this module it's time to start building some projects. So here we start with a mini project 1, which is based on the login and the register screen, which we'll be building with the Material UI, and it will be a fully responsive project. And you can also switch between the scenes, like if you are on a login you can also switch to the sign up, and if you are on a sign up you can switch to the login screen as well, and it will be a fully responsive project. And then we will use couple of components from the Material UI, like the box. We have learned about the box, and we'll use it for wrapping the layout, and then we'll be using the typography for text headings, and then we'll be using the buttons for submitting the data of the form, and then we will use the icons as well. And then the source code of this tutorial is also attached. So let's see the demo and then we will jump right into it. So here is the project which we will be building. So we have a login screen, and then you can see this is a nice login screen, and then you can see we have two text fields for the login. First is email, and then the second one is the password. And then you can also see we have the login button here as well, and then we also have a change to sign up button as well. So once we will click on the change to sign up, now you can see now the sign up screen will appear, and then you can see now we'll be having three text fields here. First for the name, the email, and the password which we want to set. And then again we can also just move on to the login as well by clicking on the change to login, and then you can also see some icons here in the buttons as well. So for the login we have different icon, and for the sign up or the register we have different icon, and all of the data of this form is also stored inside the state, so we can also get the data as well. So once I will now remove this, I will now just click on the login. Now you can see we have the data of the login as well. We have the email and the password, and once I will click on the change to sign up, we can delete this data, and then we can just provide the name as the Nikhil. And once I will click on the register, now you can see we have the name and the email and the password of the user as well. So everything is working fine. So this is the login screen which we want to build, and now I will show you if this is responsive or not. So now you can see if I will now just to minimize the screen as well, now you can see till the access screen as well, project is fully responsive. So it's a fully responsive project which you can build. So let's start implementing this project into our application. So now we are into the VS Code, and now we can just start implementing the project. So now we have the file as the test.js. We can also create a new file as the auth.js to start implementing this project as well. So now we have the auth, and now we can just have here the initial setup of the React application with the RAFCE command. And after that, now we can just start building the application. And now we can just remove this auth, and inside that we will have a form, because this is a login and the sign up project. So first thing which we need is the form, and inside this form now we will have the box. So we will be using the box with the Material UI. So now I will import this box as well. We need to import the box from MUI Material. So now the box is now imported, and now we can just use the box. And now inside this box, now we will just define some styles. Like we can just define some styles, like we can just define the display can be equals to the flex, and then we can also define the flex direction, and the flex direction will be equals to the column. So this is the initial setup for this box. And after this box, now we will just add here the typography to test if everything is working fine or not. And in the typography, then we will add some text, like this is a form. So if I will now just save, and if I will now just open the React application on the server, so the npm start, and now I forgot to add this inside the app.js as well, so we need to add there as well. So now instead of this test, now we need to add the auth. So we'll be using the auth here. So now the auth is now imported, and now we can just remove the test from there as well. So now if I will now just save, if I will now move on to the application, now you can see this is a form. And if you will just inspect the element from there, like now you can see you have the typography root, and then this is into the HTML which is into the form. and now you can just select anything, and then you can also see we have a form, we have the box, and then we have the typography. So now everything is working, and now we need to just define some styles inside that. So in the form we will have the typography, and the typography can be a login and the sign up. And after the typography, then we will have some items, like we will have the text fields. So we'll be using the text fields from the Material UI. So there will be 3 text fields for now. So I will now just copy, I will now paste the 3 text fields here. So if I will now just save, now you can see, if I will now just close this, now we have 3 text fields onto the browser. And now I know that it is not looking good, but now we have to style everything from there as well. And after the text field, now we'll have the button as well from there. So we have a button, and then it can be the login button. So if I will now save, so now you can see, now we have the login button as well. So now we have defined the input elements inside the form. And now after that, now we can just define some more styles, like we can just define here the max width property. So the max width we can just define here as the 400 to that. So if I will now just save, so now you can see the width will be now decreased of the login form. You can see we have the login, and now the width is now decreased. And after that, now we can just define some more flex items. So we can just define here the flex, I think we can just define align items, and the align items can be equal to the center. And then we can also define the justify content, can also be the center. So now we have defined some flex items there, and now we will see there will be some change onto the screen, and now you can see there is some change. And after that, now we can just define some more style. We can just define here the margin, and it can be the auto from all these sides. So if I will now save, so now you can see this is now into the center of the web page. And after that, we can just define some margin from the top as well. So we have the margin from the top, and the margin top can be, we can just define as the 5 for now. It is a hard-coded value for now. And now you can see, now we have the form. And after that, we can just define some padding as well inside this form as well. So for the padding, we can just define the padding equals to the something like 5, or we can just define here the 3 as well for the padding. So now you can see there will be some padding between the element of the box. And then if you will just inspect that, if you will just select the box, now you can see this is the form, and you can see this is the box which has the green color on the background, and now it has some paddings between the content. And after that, we can just move on, and then we can just define some border radius as well. The border radius for now will be equals to, we can just define as the 5. So if I will now save, if I will now just move on to the application once again, but now we don't see any border, so we need to define the border as well for that. And after the border radius, now we can just define the box shadow as well to implement the shadow inside the application. And for the shadow, we can just define a string, and then we can just define the 5 pixels, and again 5 pixels horizontally, and then we can just define the 10 pixels of blur, and then we can just define the color of the hash CCC of the box shadow. So if I will now save, so now you can see, now we have the rounded border with the box shadow inside that. And after that, we can just have here the hover property as well. And for the hover, we need to add here the SX prop. And the SX prop, we already knew about the SX prop, and the SX prop is used to add some custom CSS styles into that. And then we can just have here the hover property. So you can just press the control and the space, and then you will see all of the properties here inside that. And if you will just add here the hover, now you can see we have the hover property, and now you have the hover, and inside that you can also create an object of the properties for the hover. Whenever we will hover over it, so the styles which will apply there will be applied to the there as well. So we can just have here the box shadow, and the box shadow, we will just increase the box shadow in the hover so that it should be a clickable. So we can just add here the 10 pixels. We can just double all of the items from there, 10 pixels vertically, 10 pixels horizontally, and then we can have a 20 pixels of blur, and then the color will be same. So if I will now save, I think there is an error. So I made a mistake. So there should be the colon here and not just the object. And inside that, now we need to remove the curly braces as well. So if I will now save, and it should be compiled successfully. Now it is compiled, and now we can just move on to the application. And once I will just hover over it, now you can see the blur is now increased, and now the shadow is now increased of the box, and everything is working quite fine for now. Now we need to just define some styles for the typography and for the text fields as well. So for that, we can just move on to the typography, and inside that we can just define the variant. So the variant we need to define for the typography can be the H3 or H2 for the heading, and after that we can just define the padding as well for the typography as well, so that it can have some space between the elements. And then we can just have here the text align into the center as well. So if I will now just save with that, if I will now just move on to the application once again, now you can see now we have the big login typography there, and now it is looking good. And now you can see now we have also defined the login as well, and now we need to just create the styles for the typography as well. So for that we can just move on to the text fields, and then we can just define a variant, and it can be the outlined, and we can just define the variant for all three text fields there. Variant equals to the outline, and there as well variant equals to the outline. So if I will now just save, if I will now move on to the application, now the variant would be now outlined there. And after the variant, now we can just define some more styles. So we can just define here the placeholder, and the placeholder for first text field will be the name, and we can just copy that, and then we can just paste for the second text field here as well. We have the placeholder equals to the this, placeholder equals to this, so it will be the email, it will be the password. So we have defined the placeholder as well. So if I will now just save, now you can see now we have the name, email, and the password there. And now we can just define the type of the text fields as well. So we can have a type, and this is of the type of the text, so we don't need to add anything here because it is the by default text, but I will now still add it here. And now after that, now we can just add the type, and this would be the type of the email. So this text field will be the email, and then we can just have here the password as well for the last text field. So we can just change the email to the password. So if I will now just save, and if I will now just move on to the application, now you can see for the name we can just write any name over there, and for the email we need to write the email over there as well. And then we can just have here the password as well, and for the password now you can see now we need to add here the password for the password. And after that, now we can just define some margin between the text fields as well. And now you can see there is no any margin, and all of the text fields are now just attached to each other. So we can just define the margin. So the text fields have the prop of the margin, and now you can see the margin can be the none, dense, or the normal. So we can just define the margin, and we need to define the margin as the normal. So we can just do same for every other text field as well. So we can just copy out, and then we can just paste here in the email and in the password as well. So if I will now save, if I will now move on to the application, now you can see now the text fields have good margin over there. So we have almost completed the login screen as well in just very less time. And after that, now we can just move on to the button, and then we can just style the button as well. So for the first button here that we want to use, will be having the variant will be equals to the contained, and then we can just define the color as well of the button. So we can just define the color as the warning. So if I will now just save, if I will now move on to the application, now you can see now we have the color equals to the warning, and now you can see the button is looking nice. And then we can just define some more props to the button as well. So we can just define the SX, and then we can just define the margin from the top, because the margin top is very less, so we can just define the 3. So if I will now save, so now you can see now we have the 3 margin from the top, and then we can just have here the border radius as well inside the button. So we can have a border radius, and the border radius can be equals to the 3. So if I will now save, if I will now move on to the application, now you can see the button is there, and you can see we have the border radius as well on the buttons, and everything is working perfectly fine till now. And now till now you can say this is also a responsive project till now. Now you can say you can just minimize the screen, and now you can see it is fully responsive, and it is fully in the center of the web page. And after that, we can just define here one more button for the change to sign up or change to login. So we can just have here the one more button, and for this button we don't need to define here the variant and the color, so we can just remove that. And after that, the text will be the change to, and it will be the sign up for now. So if I will now just save, if I will now just move on to the application again, now you can see now we have the change to sign up button. But now you can see now we have 3 text fields, so now we will just fix the functionality as well. So now the stylings of this form is now almost complete, and now we can just style more according to our requirements. But now we will start implementing the validations with the form as well. So we will handle the form with the state, and then we will just handle all of the button for the change to sign up. So the sign up text should appear, and then we can just have here all of the state handling feature inside the form as well. So let's start implementing this state. So now the styling part in the application is completed, and the next thing which we want to do is we want to implement the state inside the application. Now you can see now we only have the login text here, and this is a static and the hard-coded text. So we need to update the state dynamically, and then the state will update the text here as well. So once the screen will be of the sign up screen, so now you can see now we only have the sign up screen only, because we have the name, we have the email and the password. So all three fields contain the sign up, and if there would be only two fields of the email and the password, then that will be the login screen. So for now this is a sign up, so we need to change the state accordingly. If the screen will be of the login, so we need to change the state to the login, or else the state will be the sign up. And then we can just also change the change to sign up button from there as well. So if there will be the sign up, we need to add here the change to login, and if there would be the login, we need to change the state to the sign up. So for that we can just move on to the application, and then we can just use here the use state for that. And the use state, we will have the variable as this is sign up, so that will be a boolean state. So whenever the sign up will be true, we need to show the sign up screen, and whenever the sign up will be false, we need to show the login. So for that we can just have here is sign up, and for the set is sign up, and by default value will be equals to the false. So this will be the use state, and after that we need to update this state as well. So in the change to sign up button that we have, we can just have here the on click prop. So we can just have here the on click, and whenever we will click that, we will just update this state again. So then we will have here the callback only, and then we will have there the set is sign up prop, set is sign up state, and then it will be equals to the reverse value of this is sign up. So for that we will just have here the reverse value of the exclamation mark, and then we will have the is sign up here. So if I will now just save, and if I will now just log the value of the sign up as well, so we can just log this is sign up. So if I will now just save, if I will now move on to the application, now you can see once I will move on to the inspect, once I will move on to the console, now we can just clear everything from there. And once I will click on the change to sign up, now you can see now we have the login, now we have the sign up property is true. And once I will click on the change to sign up again, now the sign up property will be equals to the false. So now after that, now we can just add here the condition, like we only need to show first text field whenever the is sign up will be equals to the true, so that it will help. So whenever the sign up will be true, then only we need to show the first text field, or else there will be the login screen inside the application. So for that we can have a is sign up, and then only we need to render this text field. So if I will now just save, I think this is the email text field, so we need to remove that. We need to add it to the name here. So like now you can see this is the name, so we need to add the condition here, like the is sign up is there, and then only we need to render this text field only. So if I will now just save, if I will now move on to the application, now you can see now we have the login screen. But once I will just click on the change to sign up, now you can see now we have the name here. And once I will click on the change to sign up again, and now you can see now we have the login. And now we can just fix the functionality one by one. So the first functionality that we want to fix would be the change to sign up button. So for that we can just move on to the text of the change to sign up. We can just remove the text, and then we can just add here the condition. So the condition would be if the is sign up property will be equals to the true, and then we need to add the text as the login, and then we need to add here the, and if the is sign up property will be equals to the false, so we will just add here the text as the sign up. And before that, now we need to add here the change to, so we can add a change to. So if I will now just save, and if I will now just move on to the application, now you can see now we have the change to sign up. But once I will click on the change to sign up, now you can see we have the change to login. And once I will click again, now you can see again we have the change to sign up again. So everything in now application is now working fine, and now it is working fine. And now we need to just update the state of this typography as well. So for that we can just move on to the typography, and here inside the static text, now we need to add here the text. So if the is sign up property will be equals to the true, so we can just have here the is sign up. So once the is sign up will be equals to the true, then we need to add here the sign up, or else if the login will be true, or if the sign up will be false, then we need to add the login. So if I will now just save, if I will now move on to the application, now you can see we will now refresh the page again. Now initial value is the false, now we have the sign up, and now you can see now we have the login screen inside the application. And again, if I will now just click on the change to sign up, now you can see now we have the sign up screen, we have the sign up, and then we have the name field as well. But now you can see we have the change to login as well, but the button is still showing the login. So for that we can also change the button as well. So we can just move on to the button, and then we can just remove the static text, and again we have the is sign up. If the is sign up will be true, then we need to show here the sign up, or else we need to show the login. So if I will now just save again, if I will now just move on to the application again. Now you can see everything is working quite fine inside this functionality. So now this functionality of showing the login and the sign up screen is fully completed. And now the next thing which we want to do is we want to handle the state of this text field as well. So for now we cannot get the values of these text fields. So now we need to add here the use state again to get the values of these text fields as well. So let's start. So we can just move on and then we can just declare a one more state. So we can just have here the one more state here as well. So we have the use state. So we have already handled the form inside the previous lectures. So we can just add here the same functionality. So we will add here the name, and the name by default value will be equals to the empty string. And then we'll have the email. By default value will again be the empty string. And then we'll have the password. By default value again we will have the empty string. And after that, now we need to match the name to the text fields as well. So now you can see now we have the text field, and now we need to add the name as well. So this identifier of the text field will be equals to the name, and for the email we need to add the name equals to the email, and for the password we will have the text field of the name equals to the password. So we'll have the name equals to the password. So if I will now just save, so there will be no any change onto the screen because now we have just defined some identifiers into the text field. So now this should be the same of the name, email and the password of the name equals to the name equals to the email, and the name equals to the password. And after that we need to define here the value as well. So we need to just define the value of the state value. So for that we can just have here the inputs dot email here inside the email, and then we need to just define the name value will be equals to the inputs dot name. And for the password as well, we will have the value will be equals to the inputs dot password. So now the value will be there. So if I will now just save, so now we cannot edit any value inside this email or the password field or inside the name field as well, because now we have just defined the value as the empty string. So the value will not be changed. Even in the sign up, the value will not be changed of any text field. So now to accept and handle all of the values inside the text field, so we need to just move on to the text field, and then we need to add here the onChange function inside the text field. So whenever the values of the text field will be changed, the onChange function is called. So we can just have here the handle change function inside the onChange. So we can have a handle change, and the same function would be there in every text field. So we can just add here to this text field as well and to this text field as well. So if I will now just save, so now you can see now we have the handle change function. And now we need to define the handle change as well. So we can just define the const handle change will be equal to the function which will get e as the parameter, which is the event. And after that we need to just update the values of the inputs. So after that, now we need to update the state of the inputs as well. So for that we need to add the set inputs, and then first we need to grab the previous state. So to grab the previous state we have the callback function inside that. So we can have the callback function, and after that now we will just return the previous state inside that. So then we will just have here the object inside that, and for the object first we will have the previous state inside that object. So we will have that previous state, and after that we need to add there the name property of the text fields. So we can just grab the name property of the event.target.name property of every text field, and then we will just grab the value of that text field as well. So we'll have the event.target.value. So this is how we will update the state inside that. So first we will have the previous state, because we don't need to lose the previous state of the text field as well. So if we type the nikh, so we don't need to lose the nik of the previous state. So for that we need to add the previous state, and after that we need to target the name property of that text field. Like name is the same name that we have just defined in the inputs as we have discussed previously as well, and then we will just dynamically update the value of that name only. So now if I will now just save, and if I will now just move on to the application, now you can see now we have the login, and now you can see the values can be now changed inside this text fields, and now you can see it is accepting values, and then we can just have all of the values as well. So to get all of these values now we need to just move on, and then we need to just click on the sign up. So whenever we will click on the sign up, so we need to get all of these values of this form. So for that we can just move on to the button, submit button, and then we can just add here the type of the button to the submit, because now we are into the form. So we need to add the type equals to the submit, and after defining the type, now we need to move on to the form, and then we need to define the on submit here inside this form. So whenever the form will be submitted, so the on submit function will be then called, and then we can just have here the handle submit as well. So now we need to declare the handle submit function const handle submit will be equals to the function which will have the event as the parameter, and then we will just have here the handle submit. So the first thing which we want to do inside that, we need to just prevent the default behavior of the HTML inside that. So we need to call the event.prevent default, because the form data sends a new HTTP request whenever the submit button is clicked. So we need to just prevent that also. So now the event.prevent default is now called, and now we can just log the values as well inside that. So we can just grab the values of the inputs. So if I will now just save, and if I will now just move on to the application, we can just move on to the developer tools again, and now we are into the console. So once I will add anything into that, like we have the name equals to the Nikhil, the email we have is the nikhil@test.com. we can have any password like 123456. So once I will just click on the sign up, now you can see now we are able to handle all of this state inside the text field as well. Now we can just get all of this value like the name, we can grab the name, we can get the email, and then we can grab the password. So now we are getting the values as well. So once I will click on the change to login, and now once I will just click on the login button, once I will click on the submit button, now you can see now we can grab the values. Like now you can see the name is the empty string because we don't have any name, and then now you can see now we have the email as well inside that. We can grab the value of the email as well, and then you can see we have the value of the password as well. So everything in our application is working fine. And once you will just click on the change to sign up, and then you will just add anything into the name. You can add the Nikhil again, you can just change the email as the test@test.com, and then you can just change the password of the 123456. So once you will just click on the sign up, now you can see the state of that application will be then changed, and now you can see you have the name as the Nick, you can have the email as the nikhil@test.com, you can have the password as the 123456. And once you will just click on the login again, like now you can see you can just grab all of these values again, and now you can see there's an error. So now you can see once you will just switch from the sign up to login, and now you can see you can still see the name as the Nikhil here. So once you will just click on the login again, like now you can see you have the values, but you can still see the name as the Nikhil. So for that we can just move on to the application and we can just fix that also. So like now you can see now we have the button on click. So here we have the set is sign up, and then we can just wrap it inside the function. So we can just remove it from here, and then we can just have here the handle, or then we can just have here the function as the reset state. So we can just copy that, and then we can just declare a new function as the reset state. Const reset state will be equals to the function, and inside this function the first thing which we want to do is we want to just change the state of the set is sign up. So it will be equals to the previous value of the is sign up, and after that we need to just reset the state of the inputs. So for that we can have the set inputs. So the by default value of the inputs will be there. So the inputs will be having the value as the name will be equals to the again the empty string, the email again will be the empty string, and for the password again we will have the empty string. So this is how the things work. So if I will now just save, if I will now move on to the application, we can just remove everything from there. So once I will just click on this change to sign up, once I will click anything into the state, like we have the name, email, and the password. Once I will just click on the sign up, now you can see now we have the name and the email and the password. And once I will just click on the login, now you can see the state is now changed. And now once I will add anything inside that, once I will click on the login, now you can see the name is now the again the empty string, but we have the values of the email and the password. So now everything in our application is working perfectly fine. So now we have completed this project, but the last thing which we have missed is we want to add the icons into the login button and into the change to sign up buttons as well. So for that we can just move on to the MUI.com in the icons. So we can just move on to the icons, and then you will see there will be the material icons, and then you can just select any icon from there. Like for the login, we can just have here the login. You can just log in and then search for it. Like now you can see you can have the outline, and now you can see this login is looking good. So we can just get this login icon, and then we can just move on to the application, and then we can just paste this icon. And after that we want to get the register icon as well. So we have the register, and now you can see this register icon would be okay. So we can just get that, and then we can just import that icon here as well. So after importing the icon, now we have the prop inside the button, which is the end icon. So with that, the icon will be added into the end of the button. So for that we can just add here the icon. So we can just add here the login icon from there. So we can have the login outlined icon. So this is how we can add the icon. So if I will now just save, and if I will now just move on to the application, now you can see now after the login, now we have the icon here, and now it is looking good as well. So for that we can again get a state inside that. So we can have inside the state, so we can just have here the isSignUp property again. So when the isSignUp will be equals to the true, then we need to handle a different icon, and if the isSignUp will be equals to the false, then we need to handle the login. So if the isSignUp property will be equals to the true, so we'll have the how to register outlier icon. So we can just get this icon if the sign up is equals to the true, and if the sign up is false, then we will add this icon here. So if I will now just save, and if I will now just move on to the application, now you can see now we have the icon inside the login. And once I will just change to sign up, now you can see in the sign up we have different icon, and in the login we have different icon there. So you can also add the icon to change to sign up button as well. So you can just get this end icon property, and then you can just add the end icon here as well. So you just need to change the order of the icons. So for that you can just get this icon, and then you can just add the condition here, and here you need to remove this colon here. So now what it is saying that you have the end icon. So the isSignUp property is equals to the true, then we need to show the login icon as we have did here. And then if the isSignUp is equals to the false, then we need to add here the sign up icon. So if I will now just save, if I will now move on to the application, now you can see in the sign up we have the change to sign up. Once you will just click on the change to sign up, you have the change to login, and in the login you have the login icon here. So everything of our project is completed successfully. So now we will see the summary of this application of what we have built. So now we have completed this project, but the last thing which we have missed is we want to add the icons into the login button and into the change to sign up buttons as well. So for that we can just move on to the MUI.com in the icons. So we can just move on to the icons, and then you will see there will be the material icons, and then you can just select any icon from there. Like for the login, we can just have here the login. You can just log in and then search for it. Like now you can see you can have the outline, and now you can see this login is looking good. So we can just get this login icon, and then we can just move on to the application, and then we can just paste this icon. And after that we want to get the register icon as well. So we have the register, and now you can see this register icon would be okay. So we can just get that, and then we can just import that icon here as well. So after importing the icon, now we have the prop inside the button, which is the end icon. So with that the icon will be added into the end of the button. So for that we can just add here the icon. So we can just add here the login icon from there. So we can have the login outlined icon. So this is how we can add the icon. So if I will now just save, and if I will now just move on to the application, now you can see now after the login, now we have the icon here, and now it is looking good as well. So for that we can again get a state inside that. So we can have inside the state, so we can just have here the isSignUp property again. So when the isSignUp will be equals to the true, then we need to handle a different icon, and if the isSignUp will be equals to the false, then we need to handle the login. So if the isSignUp property will be equals to the true, so we'll have the how to register outlier icon. So we can just get this icon if the sign up is equals to the true, and if the sign up is false, then we will add this icon here. So if I will now just save, and if I will now just move on to the application, now you can see now we have the icon inside the login. And once I will just change to sign up, now you can see in the sign up we have different icon, and in the login we have different icon there. So you can also add the icon to change to sign up button as well. So you can just get this end icon property, and then you can just add the end icon here as well. So you just need to change the order of the icons. So for that you can just get this icon, and then you can just add here the condition here, and here you need to remove this colon here. So now what it is saying that you have the end icon. So the isSignUp property is equals to the true, then we need to show the login icon as we have did here. And then if the isSignUp is equals to the false, then we need to add here the sign up icon. So if I will now just save, if I will now move on to the application, now you can see in the sign up we have the change to sign up. Once you will just click on the change to sign up, you have the change to login, and in the login you have the login icon here. So everything of our project is completed successfully. So now we will see the summary of this application of what we have built. So now in this section we will start with the major project. So now we have the first major project, which is the modern UI UX homepage design. So we will design the homepage, which is the modern UI UX homepage of that application. So we have created the homepage for a software application, which is the CodeENV, which is a code editor. So now we have just created the homepage of that application, and this is a fully responsive project as well. So you can just run this project on any of the screen size, and that would be a fully responsive. So we have a lot of features in this project as well. So I will show you the demo as well at the end of this lecture. So here we have used some components of the Material UI, like we have used the box, we have used the text fields of the Material UI, we have used the typographies, we have used the buttons, we have also used the icons as well. And here we have used the drawers, we have used the Google fonts as well. And for the drawers, we have used the drawers for the responsiveness of the headers, and then we have used the Google fonts. And here we are not using the basic HTML fonts, we are using the Google fonts, which will look very good inside this application. And here we have the animation clips as well, where we will run some animations inside our application. And here at the end we will use the styled components as well, which is a new concept inside the Material UI. So we will get a custom style component and then we will render that component. So there are a lot of features in this project, so let's start building that project. And then the source code is also attached to this lecture. So now I will show you the demo of that application as well. So now we have this application. So first we have the navigation bar. So now you can see the header is also looking good. So we have the logo as well, then we have some links as well, and there you can see we have a little nice hover effect onto the links as well. We have the products, solutions, the pricing, and the enterprises. And then you can see now we have the buttons of the talk to us and try this software for free. And here you can see now this is the animation which I was talking about. So this is very good animation where you become limitless, where your productivity is brilliant, and so many things. And here you can see now we have just used the Google fonts and not from the basic HTML fonts. And now this font is also looking good according to this application. And here we have the buttons of the sign up with the email and the sign up with Google. So we have two buttons here as well, with the sign up with the email and the Google, and we have some icons on the buttons as well. And here we have the content as well. So we have the content on the left and then the images on the right. And here you can see now in the second content, the content is on the right and the image is on the left, but the background is also white. And here as well we have the faster development as well. So now we have the third content as well, which has the content on the left and then the images on the right. And then you can see we have the images, we have the shadows on the images as well, and then we have the lazy loading of the images and for the animations as well. So our application is built with the production ready state, and now everything is working fine in our application. And here we have the footer as well, which is also looking good. So we have different font for the footer, and then we have the try code env for free, and then we have the talk to sales department. So we have this footer, and now we can just check the responsiveness of that application as well. So you can just click on the mobile device to check the responsiveness, and then you can just search for the responsive. And now you can see once our screen will be on to the large screen sizes, like on the desktop, you will see there will be a links like the products, solutions, we have the pricings, we have the enterprise, so everything will look good. But once our screen will reach below the medium screen point, then you can see now the header will be gone, then the header will be hidden, and then you will see there will be the drawer inside this application as well. So in the drawer you will see all of the links that were available there. So they have a product, solution, pricing, and the enterprise. So all of the links will be then there inside the drawer as well. So we have all 4 links there. And then you can see the animations will continue run even if we are on the smaller screen sizes. Then we have the content as well. We have the sign up options same as we are on the desktop and as we are on the mobile. So the sign up options and are same for any screen size. And then you can see now we have the contents here as well, like the get things done. Yeah, the productivity is brilliant, and then we have this faster development. So the content will also look good. So now you can see we have also aligned the font size dynamically. So for the bigger screen sizes we have the bigger font size, but for the smaller screen sizes the font size is smaller. So we have this approach as well, and that's a very good and responsive approach. And there you can see we still have the footer as well. So here now you can see now we have the fully responsive application which is working perfectly fine. So now let's start building this application. So I'm sure that you will learn a lot of things with this project as well. So let's start building this project. So now let's start building that application. So now we need to open the VS Code, and then you need to open a new folder as well. So I've opened a folder as the MERN frontend, and now we need to create a brand new React.js application inside this folder. So for that we can run the command as the npx. It would be the create-react-app, and then the name of the application, like in this case it can be the home page. So it can be the home page, and then we need to press enter. The React app will be then installed within very few moments. So you just need to wait for a moment. Until then the React app would be then installed. So the React app is now installed, and now we need to move on to the homepage folder. So we can have the cd command, and then we can move on to the homepage. So now inside the homepage, now we can run the npm start command to start the brand new React.js application on the port of the 3000. So this will create the local development server on the port of the 3000. So here you can see now we have the localhost port of the 3000, and then the React app will be then compiled within very few moments. So now you can see now we have the empty React.js application, and now we need to again move on inside the home page, and then we can move on inside the source folder, and then we can move on into the app.js. And now we need to remove everything from there because we need to start from the scratch. So for that we can remove everything from the header till the header, and then we can also remove the class name equals to the app because we don't need that CSS file as well. And then we will just remove the logo and the app.css import as well. And now we need to move on inside index.js. So the index.js is the root file of the React application, and now we need to just remove this report web vitals as well because we don't need the performance results as of now. So we can remove that, and then we can remove that import as well from there. So here you can see now we are creating a root, and it is equals to react dom.create root, and the React DOM version has been changed. So now it is 18. So now we don't need to just directly render the root with that. So now first we will create the root with the document.getElement by id root, which is available inside the public folder. You can check inside the index.html. So here we will have the only div inside the application as of now, which is root. And then we will render the app component within that root. So we can move on to the index.js, and here you can see root.render, and we are rendering the app component inside the root, and the app component is the parent of all of their components inside that, which we need to render onto the web page. So we can render the hello, and then we can save. And now we also need to move on to the index.css, and by default there will be some margins over all of the elements of the HTML. So we can select all of the HTML elements by selecting with the universal selector, and then we can define the margin would be equals to, we can define the margin as the 0, and then we can define the padding as well to the 0. So it will give the margin and the padding as 0 to all of the elements. So if we now save, so now you can see now we have the div with the hello, and now everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just created a brand new and the fresh React.js application. And after that, now we need to build the home page of that application. So how can we build that? First we can move on to the paint, and here first we will design that home page. So we can just define here a navigation bar first. So there would be the header. So this will be the header, and the header color will be the transparent, which can be the white. And then we will render some links inside that. So first there will be the logo of that application. So suppose this is a logo, and then we will just render some links. So suppose this can be the link. So that will be a link. And here as well there will be the link. And here as well there will be the link, and here as well there will be links. So there will be some 4 links inside that application. And after that, what we need to do, and over this side and this side would be the options of, we can have the options of the talk to sales. So we can have the button. So we can have here the buttons of the talk to sales, and then we will have a button of the try. So we can have a talk to sales, and then we will have a button of the try. So this will be the navigation bar of the application first, and after that then we will just create another element inside that. So this can be the video element. So in this element we will just render the animation video. So the video link will be then attached to this lecture, so the video would be available to you. So the video will only contain the animation inside that. So we will play that animation inside the video tag of that HTML. So there will be the video. So this will be the video, suppose. So there can be some options inside that video, like there can be some animations. And after that video, now we will just render some buttons inside this video as well. So there can be the buttons again. So that will be the buttons inside that. And after that, what we need to do, so this will be the header of that application. So first we can just start building that header, and after that there will be some more functionalities after the header. There will be the content page, there will be the sections inside the page, and then there will be the footer of the page as well. So first let's start with that header. So we have the logo, and then we will have some links, and then we'll have some buttons, and then we'll have the animation video with that. And with the video we'll have some buttons like talk to sales, and then we'll have the button of the start demo. So we can close that paint, and now we can just move on to the application. So now inside this application, the first thing that we need to do is we need to again move on to the materialui.com to install the Material UI, and then this will be the link. So we can just copy that link, and then we can just create another terminal, and you can select any of them, and then I will select the PowerShell, and then we can move on to the home page, and then we will just write this command. So we need to write this command as well. And after that, what we need to do is now we need to move on to the icons of the Material UI as well. So we can have the icons, and then after that we need to just install the icons as well. So we can have the MUI icons dash material. So after this installation, then we will install the icons of the Material UI as well. And after that you can just paste the icons as well. So you can have the npm install, and then you can just paste this link of the npm MUI icons dash material. So you need to install this library as well. So I will now press enter, and then the MUI icons package will be then installed within very few moments. So let's wait for that installation as well. And now we can just move on inside the source folder, and then we can just create a new folder, and it can be the header. So this will be the header folder, and inside that we will just create a brand new file. It can be the header, app.js. And now inside that, now what we need to do is, now first we need to just render here the RAFCE, and the RAFCE just creates a setup of the React application. So you can install a extension inside the VS Code, which is the ES7 React snippets. So if you will just write here the RAFCE, and then this will just create a basic structure of the React application. So we have the const header, and then we are returning that header, and then we are just exporting that header as well. And after that, we need to move on to the app.js, and inside that div, now we can just render here the header. So we have here the header, and inside that we will just call here the header. So now we need to import the header component, and then we can just run the header inside that. So we can save, and then we can just move on to the applications. So here you can see now we have the header inside that. And after that, now we need to just design the header of that application. So after that, now what we need to do is, now we need to render the app bar. So as we have learned throughout this course, so we need to render the app bar for the header, and then we need to import the app bar from the Material UI as well. We can now import something from the Material UI. So it can be @MUI material. And after that, we need to import the app bar. So it can be the app bar. And inside this app bar, so the app bar just give you a basic nav tag with the HTML with some predefined stylings. So it will just give you the blue background color if you will enter anything inside that, like you enter the hello, and then you can move on to the application. You can refresh the page, and then you can see this will give you the basic nav tag with the blue background color. And now what we need to do, so inside this app bar, instead of directly rendering all the things, so we can use the toolbar, which will just increase the width of the navigation bar, and the toolbar works on the flex basis as well. So you can use items with the flex box. So after the toolbar, if you will just save, if you will just move on to the application, so there you can see now your navigation just got real. And after that, what we need to do, and inside that we need to render the logo. So first we can render the logo. So we can just move on to the Material UI icons, and then we can search for any logo, like we can search for the software. So that would be the software, I think. So we can just copy that, so that will look good. So we can just copy that, and then we can just paste here. So now we have the API icon with that. And then what we need to do first, so we can just render here the box, which will be the parent container of all of the elements inside that. So we can import the box as well. So now we have the box, which will be the container inside the toolbar. And first what we need to do is, now we need to render here this icon. So we have the API icon with that. So we can save, and then we can move on to the application. So now you can see now we have the icon as well. And after that, what we need to do is, now we can just change the color of the app bar as well. So we can have the BG color in the SX prop, which will give you the custom CSS stylings for every component. And then you can just give as a transparent. So if we now save, so now you can see now we have the transparent color with the header. And now what we need to do again, so we need to move on to the app bar again, and then we also need to remove the box shadow, because we don't need the shadow as well. So we have the box shadow as is 0. So if we now save, so now you can see now we don't have any shadow as well. And after that, what we need to do, so with the API icon we can just change the color as well. So we can just change the color to the black. So we can change the color to the black. So if we now save, so now you can see now we have the black color icon with that. So everything is working perfectly fine, and now we have rendered the icons with that. And after that, what we need to do is, now we need to just render here some links inside that. So with that, what we need to do is, now we need to render the tabs. So for the links, we can use the tabs from the Material UI. So if you will just move on to the Material UI, and then if you will just search for the tabs, so then you will see these are the tabs. So we can just render these tabs inside that navigation bar. So we can just move on, and then we can just define another div with that. So this div will be the parent div of all of the child elements, and I think we need to just give the styling for this div as well, because that's a container. So we can just provide the SX prop, and the SX prop will contain the display would be equals to the flex, and then we can have the width will be the available 100%. So we can have the width of the 100%, and after that, the first there will be the API icon, and then we will render some tabs. So we can again define a div, which is the box, and then inside that we can just define some tabs. So with the tabs, we can just define some links inside the tabs as well. So here we have the item 1, item 2, item 3. So we can just create the array of the links of the tabs, and then we will just dynamically render all of the things. So we can have a const, we can have the links will be equals to, we can have here the array of the links. So first there can be the products, and then there can be the solution, and there can be the pricing, and there can be the enterprise as well. So we have these 4 links, and after that we can render these links as well. So inside that box, inside that container, so first we can just use the tab. So first we can import the parent tabs container. So for the tabs, first we have the parent tabs container, which holds the values of all of the child elements. So here we have the tabs, and inside that what we can do is now we can just render the links of the tabs. So we can have here the links dot map, so we can run the array dot map, and with that we can pass here the link as the callback parameter. And inside that what we can do is now we can just render the brand new tab. So the tab is a child component and the tabs is a parent component, so we can just render the child components, and with the tab we can just provide here the label as well. So we need to provide the label for the tab, so the label would be equals to the link, and then we can just render the key as well. So with the link we can pass here the index, and then we will just render the key as well, because the React needs a key for rendering the list. So we can have the key would be equals to the index. So the index will give you the index of any item, like first index, second index, and the third index. So if we now save, if we now move on to the application, so here you can see now we have the products, we have the solution, we have the pricing, and then we have the enterprise as well. So now everything is working perfectly fine, and now we got all of the values inside that. And now what we need to do next, so I think the display has the flex, and then the width is the 100%. So we can just provide the justify content would be equals to the center, and then we can also pass here the align items to align that items inside the center. So we can have the align items as the center. So if we now save, so now you can see now we have the align items as the center. So I think this has come inside the center, so we can just move on to the box, and then we can remove the justify content. So if we now save, so now you can see now we have the content inside that, and now it is horizontally center aligned. So now we have the logo, and then we have the product, solutions, pricing, and the enterprise. So everything is working perfectly fine, and now we have rendered the links of all of the elements inside that. So we have the links of the products, solutions, pricing, and the enterprise. And after that we can just render some buttons as well. So as we have discussed inside the Microsoft Paint, so we can just render here some links, and then we'll have some buttons of the talk to sales and the demo button as well. So we can just define that buttons here as well. So we can just move on after the tabs. So this is the div of that tab, so we can just wrap that div, and after that what we need to do is now we can just define another div with the box, and this box will contain some stylings as well. So this will also contain the display, so we can have the display equals to the flex, and then we can have the margin left will be equals to the auto. So we can just provide the margin left of the auto. So if we now save, and after that we can just render some buttons. So the button would be imported from the Material UI, and after that the text inside the button can be, we can have the talk to us, and then we can just provide the variant as well would be equals to the outline, and then we can just define another button with that. So we can just copy that, and then we can just paste a button, and then the variant would be equals to the content for this button. So we need the button to be filled with the color, and then we can have here the new text. So we can have the try for free. So if we now save, if we now move on to the application, so now you can see now we have two buttons as well. So first one we have the talk to us, and then we have the button of the try for free as well. So everything is working perfectly fine, and now the stylings of the buttons is not looking good, so we can just provide some more stylings for the buttons as well. So we can just define the SX Pro for the button, so we can have the margin from the right, so we can just define the MR to define the margin from the right, and then we can just provide the margin right from the 2, and then we can just copy that same for the second button as well, and here we can have the margin from the left, so we can use the ML, and then this would be the 2. So if we now save, so now you can see now these are looking good. So now the navigation bar is looking good inside this application. So now we have built this navigation bar as well, and now we can just render some stylings for the tabs as well. So I think the stylings is not good for the tabs, so we can just move on inside the tabs again. So we can have this box, we can open this box, so we can have the text decoration. So we can just provide the SX prop, and the SX prop will contain the text decoration would be equals to, we can define the none, and then we can just define the component as well for the link, because we need the component of the link from the Material UI. So we can have the component from the link from the Material UI, so we can just import that link as well. So that would be the link, and then we have the text decoration equals to the none, and after that we can just move on inside the tab, which will be the link, and then we can just provide the SX as well. So this SX will contain the font weight, so we can have the font weight equals to the bold, and then we can have the text decoration as well. So we have the text decoration will be equals to the none, and then we can just define the hover state as well after that. So we can just press Ctrl and spacebar, and this will give you the options inside that. So we can have here the hover, so we can search for the hover inside that. So that's a hover, and then we can just apply some styles to the hover as well. So we can have the text decoration, again foot with the underline, and then we can just provide the offset of that underline as well. So we can have the text underline, offset, and then this can be the 5 pixels from all of the sides. So if we now save, if we now move on to the application once again, so now you can see once we will hover all of the elements, so we have the products, we can hover over that, and then we have the solutions, we can hover, and the pricing we can hover, and the enterprise we can hover. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just completed building the header of that application. So till here everything is working perfectly fine, and now you can see the design is also looking good. And after this, the next step is now we want to render here the video. So as we have discussed during the designing part, so we need to render here the video animation inside that. So it will contain around this space, so we need to render the video inside this space. So for that, again we need to move on to the header, and before that, attached to this lecture you will find a video. So you can just download that video, and then you can locate that video inside the public directory. So here you have the video.mp4 file which will be attached to this lecture. So you can find that video, and then you can paste that video inside the public directory. And then what we need to do as the next step, so we need to render here the video. So after the navigation bar, so we can just wrap the toolbar here, and after that now we want to create another div. So we can have here the box, and inside that box we will render here the video. So we can have the designing of the box as well. So we can have here the width would be equals to the 100%, and then we can have here the height of this box of the div will be equals to, again we can give the height of the 100 viewport height. So it will take 100 viewport height after that. And then we will just display the video here. So we can just render here the video tag, and then the source would be equals to, we can define the source of the slash video.mp4, because now the video will be located inside the localhost 3000 slash video.mp4. So we can write this location, and then we can have some designings as well for the video. So we can refer the width of the video. So we can define the width again as the 100%. So it will take 100% of the parent container, and after that we can also provide the height. So the height would be something around, we can give the 50% of the 100% viewport height, and then we have already given the source. And after that what we can do is now we can just define the autoplay. So to autoplay the video, we define the autoplay, and then we need to run this video inside the loop. So then we can have the loop as well to continue the video inside this loop, because that's an animation. And then we can just define the muted as well. So we have the muted as well inside the video, and then we need to also add the plays in line, so that all of the elements inside the video should play in line. So now we have the video. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application, so here you can see we can refresh the page. So here you can see now we have the video, and that's an animation video where the productivity is brilliant. So we are just defining here a product which is a code editor, so where you become limitless, where we have some animations inside that. So everything is there, and now the video is being rendered here, and now the video is also looking good. So everything is working perfectly fine, and the video is already there. And after that we can also add here some text after the video. So after this carousel or after this animation, so we can also add some text here as well, and with that text we can also add the buttons inside that text. So that design will look good. So we can add here some text inside that. So after the video we can also define a box. So we can also define another div with that, and this div will contain a typography and some buttons inside that, in which we will just render here some text inside that. So this box will have the display equals to the flex, and then we can have here, we can have the width again to the 100%. And after that what we can do is we can just add here the typography. So we can add the typography inside that. So the typography will contain some margin equals to the auto from all of the sides, and then we can have the variant. So we can define the variant of another h element, so it can be h5 or it can be the h4, and that will look good. And then we can also add the color equals to the black, and then we can also add the text align into the center. So we can have the text align into the center of the screen. And then we can have here some text, like we can have the build your softwares hassle free and with top notch quality. So we can have this text. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application, so now you can see now we have some text as well, like build your softwares hassle free and with the top notch quality. So we'll have this text, and after that we can have the buttons as well there as well, like we can have the buttons like talk to us and try for free again. So we can have some buttons as well after that. So after this typography, again we can add some buttons here inside that. So for the buttons, what we need to do, so after the typography box, So we can just move out of the typography box, and then we can just define another box here. So we can have here the box, and this box will contain the buttons, so that's a button container. So we can again have the width would be equals to the 100% of the screen. 100%, it will take the 100% of the available screen. And then we can add the display would be equals to the flex, because we need the buttons inside the raw format. So we can have the display equals to the flex, and after that we can have the justify the content into the center of that web page. So we can have a justify content as the center, and then we can also add the margin as the auto equals to the auto, so that it should be automatically aligned to the center again. And then we can have here the margin as well from the top as well. So we can have the margin top from the, we can give the margin top as the 5, so that will look good. And after that we need to render here the buttons, so we can have the buttons again. So we can again have the button tag, and the button will contain the, we can just define here the variant would be equals to the outlined, and then we can have the text as the sign up. So we can have the sign up with email. So we have this button, and after that we can have another button with that. So we can just copy and paste this button again, so it can be the sign up with Google. So we have this button, and this variant will be the contained. So now we have two buttons. So if we now save, if we now move on to the application, so now you can see now we have the sign up with email, and then we have the sign up with Google as well. So everything is there, and now we can just define some margins between the buttons as well. So for sign up with email, we can have here the SX prop again. We can have the margin from the right would be equals to the 3, and then with this we can have the SX again. We can have the margin from the left again with the 3. So if we now save, so now you will see now we have some margins as well between all of the buttons. So everything is working perfectly fine again. And I think for the designing part, we can increase the height of the video as well. So the height is not the good, so we can just move on to the height, and instead of the 50% we can just define around, we can define at the 70. So if we now save, so everything is working perfectly fine. And now we have just built the header and the carousel part and the animation part of our application. So now we have just built this part of the application, and now we need to focus on the content part. So now we can just move on with the content part inside our application. So now the header of that application is completed. So with the header we have the navigation bar, and then we have some animation, and then we have some text as well, like the build your softwares hassle-free and with top-notch quality. So everything is working perfectly fine, and now this designing is also looking good. So now we can just move on with the content part. Now the header of the application is completed, and now what we need to do next is now we need to design the content page. So we can just define the content page, like we need to define the services, and then we can define some images with the text. So I will show you the demo inside the paint. So we can again move on to the paint. So after the header, so here we have the header, and after this header what we will do is now we will just create some container. So that would be the main container, and inside that container what we will do is first we will show an image here. So here we will show an image, and then we will show some text here. So here will be an image and then some text here, and then that would be the reverse again, and then we can just define an image here, and then we can just define some content here. So we will provide some services and information about our software. So we need to design that content part as well. So what we can do is now we can just remove that paint, and then we can just start focusing on development. So now we need to just create another component as well. So in the source I will create a folder, it can be the content, and inside that content what we will do is now we will create a file as the content.js. So that would be the main file of the content, and after that we can again provide the RFC for the default setup. So we can just save, and then we can move on to the app.js, and inside that after the header we can just define a section. So inside this section then we will just render this content. So after the header then we can just render the content inside the section of that web page. So if we now save, if we now move on to the application once again, so now I think the content is coming here on the top of the navigation bar. So what we need to do is now we can just move on to the header, and then we can just change the position of the app bar. So we can change the position of the header to the sticky, so then it would be sticky to the top. So we can just have the position would be equals to the sticky. So if we now save, if we again now move on to the application, so now you can see now here after the header then only we have the content part inside that. So everything is working perfectly fine, and now we need to define the content of that web page. So we can just close other files as well, And after that, what we need to do, so inside that we again need a div, which will be the parent container of the content tab. So we can remove that div. And after removing the div, then we can just render here the box from the Material UI again. So we can import the box from the Material UI. So we can import something. It should be from @MUI material. @MUI material. And after that, the box would be there. So we can just go to the box and then we can just press Control space. Then it would be imported. So that box will have some stylings as well. So we can just define some stylings, like we can change the background color. The background color, we can define the color, we can give the hash FB F2. So that would be the background color of this box. And after that, what we need to do is now we need to just define here the display as well. So we need the display equals to the flex, and then we need the items inside the columns. So here we will have the display as the flex, and then we will just provide the justified content as the center. And then after that, we will have here the flex direction into the column, and then we need items inside the columns basis. So what we will do here is now we will just assign one row to the two elements, the image and the text. So that would contain only one row. So we need the items on the bottom of each other. So that's why we are defining the flex direction equals to the column. So we can have the flex direction equals to the column. And after that, again, we can define the width would be equals to the 100% of the parent. And then we can just define the height as well. And it should be something around 10%. So if we now save, and after that, what we need to do is now we need to define the content. So now there would be some items of the content. So if we now again move on to the paint, so these would be the items. So if we now just add the circle, and if I will now just add here the content, so that would be only a single container. So what we will do is now we will just create a component of this container. So that would contain this list item, and then we will render all of the list items there. But before that, we need some things as well. So we need the content as well to render inside that. So what we need to do is now we can just move on inside the content, and here what we need to do is now we can just define an array of the list items. So that would be this container. So we can have the array of the list items. So how can we do that? So first we can just define here the content array would be equals to an array of the object. So first object will contain the title. So we can have the title would be equals to, so we can just define any title as of now. So we can have the title of the get things done. So we can have the get things done, and after that, what we can do is now we can add some description as well. So we can just copy the description from any software, and then we can just paste it here. So now this is the description, and now what we need to do is now we need to add the images as well. So now attached to this lecture, you will find the images as well. So you can just download that images, and then what you need to do is now you need to add the image as well inside the content array. So now we'll have three items: the title, description, and the image. And the image would be, we can just provide the image as the /1.jpg. So we have the 1.jpg inside that. So the image would be equals to the 1.jpg, and for only this object. So we can also create another object as well. So we can have this object, and then we can have the different title. So we can just have the time saving, or we can have the productivity. It's brilliant. And then again we can have the same description as well, and then we can change the image to the /2.jpg, and then we can just add here another object. So there would be something around 3 objects inside that, and then we can have another title that can be, we can have the fast development, and then we can have the same description once again, and then we can add the image as well. So the image would be now 3.jpg. So now this is the object which we want to render inside that. And after that, what we need to do, so inside the child of this box element, so we can also create the content item, in which we will just render only one row item. So that is only one item. So we can just create the component for this one item, and then we'll accept the props as well, like the title, description, and the image. So we can just move on again to the content.js, and inside that, what we need to do is now we need to create another file. So it can be the content item.js. So that would be a file, and inside that we can again have the RAFCE. So we can have the RAFCE for the content item. And now what we need to do is now we need to render the content items. So here we can have the expression, and inside that expression we can have the content array dot map, and then we can map through all of the elements. And then we can just define here an object as well, like it can be content. And after that, what we need to do is now we need to render here the list item, like the content items. So we can render here the content item inside that, and then we will just send some props as well. So we will send the props, like we can have title would be equals to, we can have the content dot title, and then we can also have here the description, and then we can have the content dot description. So we can have the image as well. So we can have the image, and that would be equals to the content dot image. And then we need to add the key as well, because React needs a key for rendering the list items. So we can just provide an index, and then we can just provide same key for the content item. So we can have the index inside that. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application, and I think we have an error. So I think we need to add the comma as well. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application, if we now just move on to the React app, and now you will see now we have 3 content items inside that. So we have the first, we have the second, and then we have the third. So everything is working perfectly fine. And after the content item, now we need to define stylings for the content item as well. So after the content item, now we need to define some stylings for the content item as well. So we can again move on to the code, and then we can just accept some props here. So we have accepted the title, we accepted the description, and then we have also accepted the image as well. And after that, what we need to do is now first we can remove this div, and again we can use the box from the Material UI. So we can import the box. So we can also define some stylings for the box as well. So that would also be the container. So we can define styling for the container. So it can have the padding of something around, we can give the of the 10. And after that, we can also provide the justify content to the center. And then we can have the align items to the center again, because we have used the flexbox inside the parent div. So now what we need to do is after the div, what we need to do is now we need to render here the text. So first we can render the title and the description, and on the left side or the right side we can render the image. So first we can just define here a box again. So that would be a div. So inside this div, what we need to do is now first we can render the typography. So we can have the typography inside that, and with the typography we can define here the color. So we can give the color of the hash. It can be the 734950. So that would be the color of the typography. And now what we need to do is now we need to define the padding as well. So we can give the padding of the 3 as of now. And after that, what we need to do, so we have the padding equals to the 3, and now we can also define the h element inside this typography, because that would be the heading. So we can give like h3 element to this. So we can have here the variant would be equals to the h3. So if we now save, and now you will see the changes, and now we can add some text as well. So the text would be equals to the title. So we can have the title inside the text. And after that, what we need to do is now we need to define another typography as well. So we can have this typography as well, and this typography will contain the descriptions. So again we can have the padding equals to the 3, because we need some paddings as well. And inside the typography, now we can add some description as well. So we can have the description inside that. So we can have the description. And now what we need to do is now we can also define the element here inside that. So we can have the typography element, we can have the variant goes to the caption. So that would be the caption text. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application, so now you can see now we have the productivity is brilliant, and then we have some text as well inside that. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now we need to define the images as well. So after this box, now we can just define the image. So we can just target the image element directly, and the source would be equals to the image that we are accepting from the props. And then we can define the alt as well for the title. So the alt would be equals to the title. And after that, we can just define some more stylings. Like first we can define the functionality of the lazy loading. So we can have the loading equals to the lazy, because we need to load the images whenever we will stay there. And then after that, we can just define here the width as well. So the width would be equals to, we can define something around 50% of the parent container. And then we can also define here the style tag as well to define some more stylings to the HTML element. So we can have the box shadow would be something around, we can give the 10 pixels from horizontally, 10 pixels vertically, and the blur of the 20 pixels. And then we can also define the color as well of the hash CCC. So that will be a little gray color. So that would be the box shadow inside that image. And now what we need to do next, again we can just move on, and then we can just provide here the margin from the left side. So we can have the margin left. So the margin left would be something around 10%. And then what we need to do is now we can just define the border radius for the images as well. So that would be equals to the 20. And then we need to also define the height as well, I think. So we can just directly target the height element, and it would be something around 300 pixels of the height. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application, and now you can see now we got the images as well. And now you can see now we have the images inside that, but we didn't add the images inside the public. So we need to add the images as well. So attached to this lecture, you will find the images as well. So you can just download that images and then you can just locate that images inside the public directory. So here we have the 123.jpg. So if we now save, if we now again move on to the application, we can refresh the page again. And then you can see now we got the data as well. So we have the get things done, and here we have this image, and again we have the productivity is brilliant, and again we have the image, and then we have the fast development, and here as well we will have the image. So everything is working perfectly fine, and now we need to just give a more styling to this image as well. I think the alignment of the images is not good, so I think we have missed the display as the flex inside this parent div. So we need to provide the display as well, so we can have the display would be equals to, we can give the display of the flex, and then I think the justify content equals to the center won't work, so we can have the space between. So we can have the space between for the justify content as well. So we can have the space between. So if we now save, and then if we now just check again if everything works or not, so we can just refresh the page as well. So we can refresh the page here, and now you can see the page is being refreshed, and now you can see now we got the header, and then we got the content as well. So we have the get things done, and here as well we have the productivity is brilliant, and again we have the fast development. So now we have also built the content page as well. So now we need to just give a little more stylings, like for the first row we can give the pink background color, and for the second row we can give the white background color, and for the third we can again give the pink background color. So we can use the odd even approach to define some colors as well. And I think except all of that, everything is looking perfectly fine. So our content is also looking good, and now in the end we will just change the font as well to get some good font. So everything is working perfectly fine, and now the design is also looking good. So what we need to do next, so we can just add here the condition as the swap. So that would be equals to the swap. So now what we need to do is now we can just render this box and this image inside a condition. So we can just wrap this inside a condition. So that would be if the swap is equals to the true, then what we need to do is now we need to just define the container as well. So we can have this container for this, and the container will end here, this, and the container will end here. And now what we need to do is now we will just check the else case. But now inside this else case, what we will do is now first we will render the image, and then we will render this box like this typography. So for that we can just copy all of that again, and again we can render this inside that. So we can render all of the things inside that, and after that what we need to do, I think the child is missing. And now what we need to do next is now first we can render the image, and then we can render this typography. So we can just copy that image element from there, we can cut from here, and then we can paste here. So if we now save, and then nothing will change onto the application because we didn't add this swap inside the content. So we can just provide this swap as well. So we can just provide this swap as the key, and then we will use the odd even approach. So for the odd even approach, what we will do is now we will just check if the indexed %2 equals to the 0. So we can have this condition inside that. So if the index is 0 and the index divided by 2 remainder equals to 0, then it will give the true or false and whatever we will add. So if we now just save, and now what we need to do, so if we have the swap, then all of the items will be then swapped. So we can just swap the images as well. So now the images will be swapped. So here you can see now we have this image, and here as well now we have the image, and here as well now we have the image. So now the first thing of the swap is working perfectly fine. So now we are getting the images as well aligned onto the page. And now I think this image is not looking good. So what we need to do, so we need to move on to the content item, and here, so we can just move on inside the swap condition, and then we can just move on to the second condition where the swap is equals to the false. So here instead of giving the margin from the left equals to the 10%, so we can give the margin from the right. So if we now just give the margin right as the 10%, so it will take the margin from the actual content from the text. So if we now refresh the page, if we now just look out the results once again, so now you will see now everything is working perfectly fine. So now you can see now the alignment of the image is also looking good, and now everything is working perfectly fine. And now the last step for the content, now what we need to do is when we have the swap, then we can also change the background color as well. So what we need to do is now we can just move on to this box, and then we can just provide the BG color as well. So we can have BG color would be equals to, then we can just provide the condition. So when we will have the swap, then we need to add the BG color. It would be the different, and then we need to provide the BG color would be equals to, we can have the hash FFF. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, if we now just check again, so the triple F will give you the white color. So if we now refresh the page once again, So now you will see, now for the first element, now everything is looking good. So I think we can have the reverse of this swap, because when we will have the false, because it will start from the 0, then 2, then we need to add this inside the odd numbers. So we can have the, if the swap is not equals to the true, then only we need to render this. So if we now just save, if we now refresh again, if we now just refresh the web page once again, and now we can see the results. So here we have the header, and then what we need to do is, now once we will just scroll down, so we have the get things done, and here inside this, now you can see, now we have the white background color. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just defined the content of the website as well. So now for the home page, and the header is also implemented, and now the content is also implemented. And now the next and the final thing is, now what we need to do is, now we need to just define some footer. So we can just define a footer as well inside this application. And the header is also implemented, and now the content is also implemented. And now the next and the final thing is, now what we need to do is, now we need to just define some footer. So we can just define a footer as well inside this application. So now our application is almost completed, and now what we need to do after the next, so now after the content, what we need to do is, now we need to render the footer of that application. So we need to add a footer type content inside this application. So we can just move on to the pane to design that first. So there would be something like footer like content. So after the content, there would be the footer. So in the footer, first we will do, so first what we will do is, first we will just render here a heading, like we can just define a heading inside the footer, and then we will just add some caption of the heading. So we'll add some caption inside that, and after that we will add some buttons as well. So we can add the buttons, like we can have the try our software for free, like we can name our software as the code environment. So we can have the try code environment for free, and then we can add another button. So that button will be equals to, we can have the talk to sales. So that will be the footer content inside this application. So now we can just start building that footer. So we can just remove this now, and then we can just move on to the application directory. So inside that source, we can just declare another folder. So it should be the footer, and now we can just define the footer.js inside that. So it should be the footer.js, and now inside the footer.js, we can again have the REFCE. So we have the REFC inside that, and now we can just move on to the app.js, and then we can just render here the footer. So first we will just render here the footer, and then we will just render here the footer component. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application once again, and now you can see after the content page, so now you can see, now we have the footer inside that. So everything is working perfectly fine, and now we need to design the footer of that application as per a design. So inside this footer, now we can just remove this div, and then we can render the box from the Material UI again. So we can have here the box. So now this box we are containers, so we can add some stylings as well. So we can add a display equals to the flex, and then we can add the flex direction into the column, because we need the items on the bottom of each other. So we have the flex direction equals to the column. So now we can add the typographies here. So we can add the first typography, which should be the heading. So we have the typography, and then we can give the stylings as well, where as the variant. So we can give the variant equals to the h3 element. So we'll use the h3, and then we'll define the padding as well from the top, because we need to define some padding from the top as well after the content. So if we just move on to the content, so after this content, now we need to add some padding as well from the top of that content. So with that, we will use the padding top, which be equals to the 10, and then we will also use the text align into the center. So we'll just align that footer into the center of that web page as well. And now inside this typography, what we will do, so we can have the text like software, like we can have some text like ready for any team size. So we'll have this text. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application, so now you can see, if we now just refresh the page once again, and now you can see, now we'll have this text like ready for any team size. So now we have this text, and now after that, now we'll have the second typography as well. So we have the typography again, and then with this typography, we can define the variant. So we can just define the variant as the normal div. So it would be the div, and then again we can have the text align as the center. So we have the text align equals to the center, and then we can also give the padding as well to the 4 from all of the sides. So we'll give the padding of the 4, and after that we can add some text, like there would be the text like optimized for any team size. So now we have the description text inside that. So we have the variant equals to the div, we have the text align equals to the center, and then we have the padding as well. So if we now just save, and if we now just move on to the application, so now we have this application, we can refresh the page once again, and then you will see, now we'll have the text as well. So after that, ready for any team size. Now we'll have the typography as well. So now you can see optimized for any team size. So now we have this text as well, and after that now we can just render the buttons as well. So now we can just render the buttons. So if we add the buttons, they are like this, like the typographies. So the buttons will be added on top of each other, but here we need the box for the button, which will be containing a display as the flex, because we need the buttons on the row basis. So we can add the box. So we have here the box, and then we can add the display equals to the flex, and then we can also give it a margin equals to the auto. So we have here the margin of the auto of this box as well, and then we will just give the justify of the content. So it will justify content equals to the center. So now we need to justify the content into the center of the web page horizontally. So it will justify content into the center, and then we will have here the padding as well. So we can give the padding of something around 5. So if we now save, so now we'll have the padding equals to the 5. And now we need to add the buttons as well. So here we have the first button. So we can give the button, we can have the try CodeEnv for free. So the CodeEnv is the name of our application. So we'll add the text of the try CodeEnv for free, and then we'll add the variant as well. So the variant would be equals to, we can give the variant of contain. So we have the try CodeEnv for free, and then we will add another button after that. So the another button will contain the variant equals to the outline. So it's the outline, and then we will have here the talk to sales again. So you have the talk to sales. If we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, now you will see, now if we now refresh the page, and now you will see, now we'll have the buttons as well inside the footer. So if we now just save, so now you will see, now we have the buttons as well, like the talk to sales, and then we have the try the CodeEnv for free. So we have the buttons, and then we can also define some margins at the buttons as well. So we can have the SX prop, and then we can just define the margin from the right. So it would contain the 2, and then we need to define same SX for this as well. So it will contain the margin from the left would be equals to the 2. So we can add the MR and the ML for the margin right and the margin left. So if we now save, so now you will see, now there will be some margin between the buttons. So now you will see, now we had some margins between the buttons as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just completed this application. So now this application is completed. So this project is completed, and now what we need to do is, now we need to just optimize this project. So we need to optimize it for any screen size. So if we just decrease the screen size, so now you will see, now the application is not so responsive for any screen size. So now we need to just fix this. So now you can see the content is not looking good. So now we need to fix everything inside that. So now what we can do is, first we can just fix the header. So for the header, we will just add the drawer inside that. So we'll add a feature that once our screen will be below the medium screen size as per the Material UI, so we'll add the drawer inside that. So we can add the drawer component from the Material UI. And if you don't know about the drawer, and I have already explained the drawer throughout this course, so you can just get the explanation of the drawer, and then I will now show you what is the drawer. So you can just search for the drawer inside the Material UI to get to know that what is a drawer. So now you can see, now we have the temporary drawer. So if you just click on the left, so now you can see this is a drawer. So we'll implement this approach. So we'll have here the hamburger menu at the end only once the screen will reach below the medium screen size. So then we will implement the drawer. And now we need to find a way in which we can just identify if our screen is below the medium screen. So for that, what we can do, so I've implemented the same approach inside the responsive navigation bar as well. So we'll use the use media query from the Material UI. So what we will do, so the use media query returns a boolean object, so returns a boolean value. So we can have the const is match would be equals to, we can have the use media query, and the use media query runs on a query basis as well. So we need to import the use theme. So the use theme would be then imported, and now you don't need to import it from the emoticon React. So you need to remove this use theme. So now we have the use theme inside that, and with the use theme you can generate a query. Like the use theme is the current theme of your Material UI application, like the colors, like the breakpoints and everything. So use theme is just a current theme, and after that you can just run the function from the use theme. Like you can run the breakpoints dot down. So we have the function of the down. So we can just call this function as the down, and then with the down we can add any number of breakpoint values, like we can add the MD. So what we are doing here is, now we are defining the use media query. So we have the use theme object of the current theme, and now we are referring to the property of the breakpoints, and in the breakpoints we have a function of the down. And once the breakpoint will be down from the below medium screen size, so you can just add any screen size according to your approach. So you can add the LG, you can add the medium, you can add the small, you can add the extra large and the extra small. So I will do it for the medium. So once our screen will reach below the medium screen size, so we will just log the value of the is match. So we'll just log the value of the is match with that. So now we can just save, and then we can just move on to the application once again, and now we can just move on to the inspect once again. And now you will see once our screen will reach below the medium screen size, so now you can see now we are getting the true. But once our screen will again reach to the maximum point, so we can just decrease this, and I will now remove this. So now you will see now we'll have the false value with that. So now here you can see now we have the false value, and previously we had the true value with that. So now everything is working perfectly fine. So now we got that if our screen is reaching below the medium screen point, so now we are getting this value. And now we can add a condition like once the is match is true, then we need to render the drawer. So for the drawer, we can again create a new component of the drawer. So we can have the drawer component .js, and now inside this, now again we can have the REFCE again. So we can add the REFCE, and now instead of rendering as a div, now we need to render here the drawer. So we can add the drawer from the material UI. So we have the drawer from the material UI, and now we can just import it, and then we need to provide the property of the open equals to the true. So whenever the open will be equals to the true, so then the drawer would be opened. And now we can just render this drawer inside that. So now I will show you the demo of the drawer. So after the toolbar, so we will just render the drawer component from the material UI. So you can just import that component. So if you will just now save, if you will just now move on to the application once again, so now you can see the drawer is there. So now we don't have any content inside this drawer. So that's why the full available screen is now faded. So because now we need to add some content, so the drawer would be there starting from there. So now we can add a sample list from the drawer as well. So we can add the const sample list would be equals to, we can add the list items arrays. So we can have some like products, we can add these services. So that would be the sample list. And now inside this drawer, now we'll add the list. So I already implemented the list inside the material UI course, so you can just check out that. And then we can just render this inside the expressions. So we'll have the sample list dot map. So we can call the map function, and then we'll iterate through the list item. And after that, what we will do is now we'll render the list item button. So we have the list item button with that. So we need to render this list item button. And after that, inside this list item button, now we need to add the list item text as well. So we can add the list item text. So we have the text, and with the text, now we need to render the item. So that is the drawer. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, so now you will see now we have the products, and then we have the services as well. So now we have two items inside that. And I think we have missed the parent list component inside that. So we need to add the parent list first. So we have the list container of the parent list. So this will be inside the list container of the parent list. So we need to add the list. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, so now you will see now we have the products, and then we have the services as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we got the drawer inside our application as well. So now we need to render this drawer when the screen will be below the medium screen point. So for that, what we need to do, so now we can just render a condition here. So we can just render the toolbar inside that condition. So now we will remove the drawer as of now, and then we will just render the toolbar inside that condition. Like when the is match would be equals to the true, when the is match will be true, then we will just render different content. But if the is match will be false, then we need to render the toolbar. So that would be the approach. So when the is match is true, then we will have here the different component, like we will have the drawer component inside that. So we can add the drawer. So we'll add the drawer. And when the is match will not be equals to the true, when it will be the false, then we will just add here the toolbar. So it should be the drawer component instead of the drawer. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application, now you can see now if we just move on to the inspect, if we just move on to the below the medium screen size, so now you can see now we have the products and the services, now we have the drawer. But once we will just move on after the medium screen size, now you can see now we have the links. So everything is working perfectly fine, and now we can just follow this approach. And now what we will do is now once our screen is below the medium screen point, now we will just add some conditions inside the drawer. So we can just move on inside the drawer component, like we will just add here the button as the hamburger menu. So once we will just click that button, and then only the drawer should open. So for that, now what we will do is now we will just add here the react.fragment. so it will be the root container of the drawer. So we can add this inside the, so we can add drawer inside this. And now what we will do, so after the drawer, now we'll add the icon button. So we need the icon with that, so we'll use the icon button. And now with the icon button, now we need to add any icon from there. So we can get any icon from the Material UI icons. So we can just search for the icons here. So we can go to the Material icons, and there we can just grab any icons from the Material UI. So from here we can just search any icon, like we need a menu icon, so we can just get the menu icon from there. So now you can see this menu icon will look good. So we can just grab this icon, we can just copy that, and then we can just paste this icon here. So we have this menu icon, and now what we will do, so now we will just render here the menu icon inside that. And now we can also define the color of the menu icon as well. So it will contain the color equals to the white. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, so now you will see, if we'll just move on to the React app, so now you will see, now we have the drawer icon as well, we have the drawer icon button as well. And now what we will do is, now once we will just move on to the header once again. Now first we will just render here the logo as well. So we need the logo as well once we are in the isMatch. So we can just move on to the toolbar, and then we can just grab this logo again. So we have this logo, we have the API icon, and after that what we will do is, now we will just enter here the typography as well. So after the logo, then we'll have the typography text as well. So with the typography text, we will have here the name of our software, like the software name is the code environment. So we can have the code env, and then the typography will contain the variant, would be equals to, we can give the variant of the H6 element, and then we can give the font family, would be equals to, we can give the font family of the fantasy. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, so now we'll have the content, and now we can add here the box as well to contain inside the row. So we can give the box, and then we can give the display as the flex to contain the items inside this row. So we can have here the box, we can give the display equals to the flex. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application once again, so now you will see, now we'll have the items as well. So if we just move on to the drawer, if we just change the open equals to the false, then the drawer would be false. So then you will see, then there would be some content, like now you can see, now you have this icon, you have the logo, then you have the text, and then you have the drawer icon as well. And now we can just design these things first. So we can just move on to the header. So first we can just define the typography. So the typography, we have variant equals to the H6, and then we can also define the SX prop. So we can give the padding, would be something around, we can give the 0.5, and then we can also give the color as well. So it should be the color would be equals to, we can give the color of the black. So if we now save, and if we now just move on to the application once again, so now you will see, now we have the code env, and then we have this, so now we have the logo, and then we have the code env, and then we have the hamburger menu as well. And now we can just move on, and then we can just define padding for the API icon as well. So it's the padding would be equals to the 1. So if we give the padding equals to the 1, so then it will look good. So now you can see, now we have the logo icon, and then we have the code env. And now what we will do is, now we will just move this hamburger menu to the right of the web page. So for that we can just move on to the drawer component, and inside that what we will do is, now we will just have here the SX prop for the button. It will contain the margin from the right, or from the margin from the left, it should be the auto. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application once again, so now you will see, now we have the hamburger menu at the right of that web page. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now the next thing is, now we need to handle this drawer with the state. So we cannot give this static value to the drawer, so we can just render the condition inside the state. So when we will just click on this drawer menu, then only the drawer should appear, and once we will just click outside of the drawer, then the drawer should be closed. So for that we can just render here the use state. So we can have the use state inside that. So we have here the state, so we can give the state of the open, and then we can have the set open, and by default value will be equals to the false. So by default the drawer will be false. And then what we will do is, now we will just assign this state to the drawer. So we have the open equals to the open state, and once we will click outside of the drawer, so the drawer should be closed. So we can have the on close, so we have the on close prop with that. So we can give the function in the on close, so then we can have the set open to the true, to the false, so it should be the false. So if we now just save, so now what we need to do next is, now once we will just click on the icon button, so we can add the condition inside the icon button as well. So on the on click of the icon button, what we will do, so now we need to open the drawer, so we can have the set open, it should be equals to the true. So if we now just save, So if we now just save and if we now just move on to the application once again, so once we will just click on the hamburger menu, so now you can see the drawer is now open, and once we will just click outside of the drawer, and now the drawer is closed. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now you can see now we have fixed the header of that application. So with the header we have fixed the navigation bar, and now our navigation bar is fully responsive. So once we will just reach below the medium screen point, so now our navigation bar is looking perfectly fine. And then we have the hamburger menu as well, and there we are rendering the list of the links. And now we need to render the original links that we have here inside this. So what we will do is, again, we can just move on to the header, and here we have the links that we have defined inside that. So we can just define the links here inside that. So we can just pass the links inside the drawer component. So we can have the links would be equals to the links. So there would be the links. And now what we need to do, we can just move on to the drawer component, and here we can just add here, we can just remove the sample list from there. And then instead of the sample link, now we'll accept the props as the links, and then we will render here the links. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, and now once we will just reach below the medium screen point, once we will just click on this hamburger menu, so now you can see now we have the links as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just completed the navigation bar inside our application, and now our navigation bar is looking perfectly fine. So now we have responsive navigation bar inside this application with using the drawers inside the Material UI. And now the next optimization is what we need to do is, now once we will just reach below the medium screen point here as well. So now you can see the navigation bar is good, but now you can see now our buttons, and these buttons are not looking good. So we have the headings, the heading is taking full space, and then you can see the images are not looking good, and then you can see the content is also not looking good. So we need to fix everything from there. So now we need to fix these things as well. So what we will do is, now we will just add the font size dynamically. So now we will just start with this heading. So what we will do, so now we will just assign the dynamic font sizes for every screen size. Like for the small, we need to define different screen size. For the medium, we need to define different, and thereafter for the LG, and for the small, and for the extra large as well. So we need to define different screen sizes for the typography. So how can we do that? So first we will try with this header. So now we can just move on to this header, and here you can see now we have the, and here you can see now we have the build your software hassle-free and with top-notch quality. So we need to assign here the font size. So we can have the font size. So we can give the font size as the dynamic font size by assigning here an object inside that. So in an object, what we will do is, now we will just assign the property names. Like for the LG, we can give different style for the LG. Like for the small, we can give different style for the small. So we can give the font size according to the breakpoint. So we can provide the for the LG. So for the LG, what we need to do, so for the large screens, we can give the font size of the 30 because it's a heading. And then we can move on to the MD. So for the MD, we can just define the font size of the 24, and then we can just move on to the small. So we can give the small sizes. So for the small, we can give the font size of something around 18. And for the extra small, what we will do is, now we will just assign the font size equals to something around 14. So that would be the font size. So if we now save, if we now just refresh the application once again, and now what we will do is, now we can just move on to the inspect. So now we will see the font size is now decreased. So now you can see now for the LG, the font size would be the different. So if we now just remove this inspect panel, so now you can see the font size is increased. And once we will just reach below the medium screen point, and once we will just reach lower screen sizes, so now you can see the font size has been decreased, and now you can see again it has been decreased, and again you can see it has been decreased. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have fixed this heading inside that. And now the next thing is, now we have the button. So now instead of rendering the sign up with email, sign up with Google, so we can just render the logos inside that. So for the logos, what we will do is, now we will just render the icons. So again, we can move on to the Material UI icons to render the logos inside that. So we can just search for the Google icon first for the Google login. So it would be the Google. So here we will have the icon of the Google. So we can just copy that icon, and then we can just paste that icon here inside the header. So we can just paste that icon here. And now what we need to do is, now we need to just get the email icon as well for the sign up with email. So we'll head to the email icon. So we can search for the email, and here you can see now we have the email icons as well. So we can just get this email icon. This is looking good. So we can just get this icon, and now we can just paste this icon here. So now we have the Google icon and the email icon. So now instead of rendering here the sign up with email directly the text, so what we will do is, now we can just remove the email, and then in the button we will just provide the end icon. So it should be the end icon, and for the end icon, now we will add the email. So here we have the email icon. So we can just render the email icon with that. So here we have the email icon, and now what we need to do, so we need to do same for the Google as well. So we can just move on with the Google button, and then we can provide the end icon. It should be the Google icon. So it should be the Google icon with that. And now we can also change the color of the Google icon, because the Google by default uses the red color. So we can have the color would be equals to, we can give the error. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application once again. If we now save, so now we will just move on to the application. So now you will see, now we have the sign up, and then we have the sign up with Google. I think we need to remove the sign up with Google as well. So it should not be the sign up with Google. It should only be the sign up. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application once again, so now you can see the sign up text are looking good. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now the next optimization is, now we need to fix the content bar inside our application. So what we will do to fix that? So again, we will just assign dynamic font sizes for any screen size. So for that, what we will do next is, now again, we will just move on to the content.js. So we will just move on to the content item, I think. So here we need to just define some stylings. So now inside the content item, now what we need to do, so for the typography of the title, we need the font size. Again, we can give the responsive font sizes. So for the LG, we can give the font size of around 32 pixels. That would be okay. And for the medium, we can just decrease it by 4. So we can have the 28. And for the small screen size, we can give the 24. And for the extra small, we can give the 20. So that should be the typography font size. And then again, we can give the typography font size for the description as well. So for the description, I think we can again give the font size of something around, we can give the LG, and LG should be something around 24. And then we can give for the medium. So the medium would be something around, we can give something around 20. We can again decrease by 4. And then for the small, we can give this 16. And for the extra small, we can give the 12. So that should be the font size according to us. So I think the extra small should be equals to the 14. So that will look good. So now we need to just assign the font size for the another typography as well, as we are defining the typography 2 times. So here as well, we need to render this. And for this typography, and for the description, again, we need to copy that description from there. And then we need to paste it here. So if we now save, if we now again move on to the application. So now we can just refresh the page once again. And now you can see now the font size is different. So if we just move on to the inspect, if we just decrease the screen size, so now you will see the font size is not decreased. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now the next thing is, now you can see now content was overlapping. So now you can see the images was stretching, the content was stretching, and here as well the content was stretching, and here as well the content was stretching a bit. So what we need to do is, now we can just provide the display as the column. So now what we will do, so once the screen will be the LG screen size, so as we have done with the header, so once the screen is on the desktop mode, then we can just render the items on the left and right. But once the screen is below the medium point, then we can first render the title and the description and then the image. So for that, what we will do is, now we can just move on to the content item.js. So we will just provide the same function as the isMatch from the header. So we can just get the same function from that header. So we can just get the isMatch. So we'll have this same isMatch, and then we can just paste this function inside this content item as well. So now we have the isMatch variable here as well. So we can import the use media query. And we need to import the use theme as well from the material UIs. So we can import the use theme as well. So we have here the use theme. And now after that, what we need to do is, now we can just move on to the display flex. We need to move on to the parent container. And inside that, we can have the flex direction. So we can give the flex direction dynamically. So once we will have the isMatch would be equals to the true, then the flex direction would be equals to the column. So we need the items on the bottom of each other. But when the isMatch is the false, then we can just stick to the row. So we have the flex direction equals to the row. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application once again, and now you will see now our content was on the top of each other. So now you can see now we have the get things done, and again we have the image. And here as well we have the productivity is brilliant, and then we have the image, and here as well we have the faster development, and here we have the image. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now I think we need to just provide some more styling for the images as well. So I think for the images, now we need to move on to the image tag, and here what we need to do, so we can just again wrap this inside a condition. So when we will have the isMatch, then I think we can give the image size of the 100% of the width. So when we have the isMatch, so then the width would be 100%. But else the width would be something around, we can give the width of 50% only. So we'll stick to the 50% when the isMatch is not true. So we can just copy this condition inside this image tag as well. So we have this width. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, and now we can just refresh the page once again, and now you can see now we have the get things done, and now we have this text, and here as well now we have first the image, and then we have this content, and here as well inside the third element we have the faster development, and then we have the image. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have fixed the optimizations and the responsiveness of the content as well. Now the final thing which is remaining is for the footer. So now we need to fix the footer sizes as well. So again we can just move on to the footer.js. So for the footer as well we can give the customized font sizes. So we can give the dynamic font sizes. So again we can have the font size. We can give the font size, so that's a header. So the header we can give the same font size as we gave inside this header.js. So we can just move on to the header, and then we have just provided this font size for this header. So for the header we have just provided the build your software, so we can just get the content of build your softwares. So we can just get this font size from there, and then we can just dynamically paste this font size there. So we'll have this font size only. And now what we need to do is now we need to just define the font size for this typography as well. So again we can give the font size, so we can move on to the font size. So it will be having a font size. We can give the LG would be something around 24, and then we'll give for the medium would be something around, we can give the 20, and for the small we can give something around we can give something around 16, and for the medium we will give something around, we can give the 14. So if we now save, so now we'll have different font sizes there. So if we now just save, so now you will see once we will just reach below the medium screen size, so now you can see now we have the ready for any team size, and then we have the optimized for any team size. So now we have this content as well. So if we now just increase the size a little bit, so now you can see now first we have the heading, and then we have this optimized content, and then we can also give here the font weight equals to the bold for the headings. So we can give the font weight equals to the bold. So if we now save, and now I think we need to give the font weight equals to the bold for the headings. So we need to provide the font weight equals to the bold for the heading only. So if we now save, so now you will see now we have the ready for any team size, and then we have this content. Everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just defined the stylings and the optimizations for all of the content of our web page. So we have the code env, we have the navigation bar, and then we have fixed the responsiveness of this heading, we have fixed the responsiveness of the content, we have fixed the responsiveness of the footer as well. And now I think if we just move on to this medium screen sizes again, so now you will see now the content of the button is now increasing. So now we need to fix this as well. So we can just move on to the buttons, and then we can just provide the dynamic font sizes for the button as well. So we can just provide here the font size here as well. So we can have the font size. So we can give the font size in an object again. So for the LG we can provide the font size of 20, and for the medium we can give the font size of the 17, and then we can just move on for the SM, we can give something around 12, and then for something around XS we can give something around 8. So that would be the font size for the buttons. So I think that would work, and then we need to define same for this button as well. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application once again, and now we need to just wait. So now you can see now the font size is looking good. So now the buttons are looking good. So now we have just completed this project. So now that's all for this project. So now we have just completed this project. So now we have just made this project responsive. So now everything is working fine in our application. So now you can see, so now we can just finally test the responsiveness of the application. So now you can see for the larger screen sizes, everything is working perfectly fine. So we have the content on the left and right, and on the right and left. So we have swapped the content, and then you can see now we have the footer as well. So once we will just reach the medium points, and then you can see the header will be gone. So now we have this, and now here we have the video, we have this video animation, we have the build your softwares hassle free, and then you can see now the content will not overlap the actual content. Now you can see now we have the get things done, and now you can see now we have the images as well inside that. So everything is working perfectly fine, and now we have just fixed the content stylings and the footer stylings as well. So everything is working perfectly fine in our application. And now we need to fix one thing, I think. So if we just move on to the drawer, so if we just click any of the button, now the drawer should be closed again. So again we can move on to the drawer component, and here what we will do is now we will just add the on click as well. So we have the on click would be equals to, we will have here this set open would be equals to, we can give the set open as a true, and I think we need to render the key as well for the list items, because the React needs a keys as well. So we can also give the key is equals to the index. So we can provide the index variable as well. The key would be equals to the index. So that would be the index. So now we can just save, and then we can just move on to the application once again. So once we will just click on any of the list item, like we can click on the pricing. I think we have given the set open equals to the true, so that should be equals to the false. So if we now save, if we now refresh the application once again, so once we will just click any of the item, so now you will see once we will just click any item, so the navigation bar, so the drawer would be closed. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now the last but not the least, now what we will do is now we will just change the font of this application. So now the fonts are not looking good. So we can just change the fonts of this application as well. So what we will do is now we will just move on to the Google Fonts. So we'll move on to the Google Fonts, and then you can see there would be the very first link of the Google Fonts, and then you can just click on the fonts, and there I pre-selected a font which we can use. So we can use a font of the Quicksand. So we can give the font of the Quicksand. So now you can see this font will look good. So we can just click on the Quicksand, and then you can see this font will look perfectly fine in our application. And then we can just move on, and then we can just select this style as the regular 400. So you need to select this style. So once you will just select this style, there would be some links. So there would be the import link. So you can use the import link from there. So we will use this style, and you can select any style what you want, but I will select the regular or the 400. So now we can just have this style. We can just click this. So we can just copy this import statement from there. And then we can just move on to the index.css. And here we need to paste this import statement at the top. So we can just move on to the top, and then we can just paste this import statement of this. So this is containing the font of the Quicksand. So now we have this Quicksand font imported. And now what we need to do is now we need to just give the Quicksand font for every typography inside this application. So how can we do that? So that's a big thing. So there are two approaches. The first approach, we can use the with styles package from the Material UI, but the with styles is now depreciated from the Material UI. But with the with styles approach, what we would have done, so we would have created a use styles with an object, and with an object we can give the font or any class name of the CSS, and with the class name we can provide some stylings, and then we can just move on to any of the component, and then we would have provided that style to that with the class name. But now the with styles is now depreciated from the Material UI, and instead of that now we have another approach. So we have the styled components inside the Material UI. So we have also covered the styled components inside the Material UI throughout this course only. So you can just search for the style if you don't know. So you can just move on to the search, and then you can just search for the styled component from the Material UI. So you can see now we have the styled components. So we can just move on to the switch to styled components. So here we have the styled component. But what is a styled component? So the styled component is like we will just create the custom styling for a component. So if you don't understand, so I have a dedicated tutorial video inside this course only, so you can just watch this out. So what we will do is we will just design the typography as the customized typography. So that would contain the font size as the Quicksand. So that would be our approach. So what we will do is now inside of this source folder, we will just define another folder. It should be equals to the styles. And now inside the styles, now what we will do is now we will just declare another file. So it will be the style.js. So that would be the styles. And now what we will do is now we will just create a custom function component. So we can create export const as the customized typography. So that would be the customized typography. And now what we need to do is now that would be the component which would be using this styled. So we need to use this styled from the Material UI. So we have here the styled from the MUI material. So you can just import that style from there. And now this style, now you need to define the component in the very first parameter. So we can give the component of the typography. So we can give the component of the typography as well. So now our customized typography is now the typography but with the custom style typography. So we can give the custom styling. So you can just understand this like you can inherit from a class, like you can understand the typography like it is a parent class and this is an overridden class. So now you can just understand with that approach. So now we have just defined the style typography, and now we need to define the stylings as well. So inside this style typography, it accepts the CSS stylings but not the Material UI stylings. So we need to add the CSS stylings. So here we can just move on to the Google Fonts, and here you can see now we have the stylings for this font as well. So we can just copy that styling from this font, and then we can just paste this font here. So we have the font family equals to the Quicksand, and with the sans serif we can just add the inverted commas for the sans serif as well. So now we have the font family for the Quicksand and with the sans serif. And now what we need to do is now we are just rendering here the components of the typography. So now we need to just change the typography component with the customized typography. So how can we do that? So we can just move on first with the header. So first we will do with the header. So instead of rendering the typography, we can just select the typography element. So here inside the header, we have only this typography element. So we will just use the customized typography instead of this main typography. So we will have the customized typography with that. And now we need to just remove this typography from there as well. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application once again. So now you can see now the font has been changed, and now you can see the font is also looking good, and now the font is changed for the header as well. And now what we need to do is now we need to change the fonts of these content pages as well. So for that, what we need to do is now we can just move on to the content item, and then we can select all typographies from there. So you can just select the typography, and you can just press the Ctrl and F2. It will select all available typographies, and then you can just have the customized typography with that. So now you have the customized typography, and I think this will change inside this as well. So I think we need to remove this from the MUI material as well, and now from this as well. So we need to just import it separately. So now we have this import as the customized typography as well. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application. So now you can see the typography of this element of the content has been changed. So now the content has also been changed, and now everything is working perfectly fine. So now you can see now our application is also looking good. So we got the new fine look of this application as well. So we have the build your softwares, this content is looking good, and this is also looking good, and this is also looking good. So everything is looking perfectly fine. And now we can do same for the footer as well. So we can just move on to the footer.js, and there we can do same. So we can just select all of the typography elements. We can press Ctrl and F2, and then we can just change it to the customized typography. So we have the customized typography with that, and here as well with the typography now we don't need from the material UI. So we have imported from the styles package, and here we have a warning as well. So we can see what is the warning. So we have a duplicate key as the MD. So we can just move on to the footer.js to see which is the duplicate key. So we have the MD with this, and then we have the MD with, so that should be the access instead of the MD. So it should be the access. And after that, what we need to do is now we can just save, and then we can just move on to the application. And then you can see now our stylings has been changed, and now you can see now we have the ready for any team size, and now you can see the stylings are looking good. And now we can just move on to the content item as well, because we need to just make this font inside the bold format. So we can just move on to the content item again. We can give the final touch to the application. With the customized typography, we can give the font weight would be equals to the bold, and here as well we will have the bolder font for this title as well, and then we will have the bolder font for the header as well. So we can just move on to the header, and this will also have the font weight equals to the bold. So if we now save, if we now just move on to the application once again, and now you can see our application is working perfectly fine. Now you can see now we have this build your softwares with Hasselblad top-notch quality. So now we have this content, and here as well we have the get things done. So this is also looking good, and this is also looking good, and this is also looking good, and here as well this is also looking good. So now we have just completed our application inside that. So now I think we have completed this application, but here we can just decrease the font size for the LG screen size. So we can just move on to the footer again, because the button is not looking good with that. So we can just move on with the font size. So instead of the 20, we can just render here something around 18. So we'll have the 18 with that, and here as well we have the 18. So we have here the 18. So if we now save, so now you can see now the stylings are looking good. So we have the try code env for free, and then we have the talk to sales. So now everything is working perfectly fine. So that's all for this application that we have built. So that's all for this major project that we have built. So we have just completed the major project within very short duration, and then you can see we can now test this application as well. So now with the normal screen size, with the desktop, everything is working perfectly fine, and this application is looking perfectly good. But once we will just move on to the inspect, we will just decrease the screen size, and we can just select the responsiveness from there. So now you can see once we will just decrease the screen size, so now you can see our application is also looking perfectly fine here as well. So now we have the get things done, we have this image, and here as well we have the image, and here as well we have the image, and here as well we have the ready for any team size. And now we can just decrease the content size from here as well. And now you can see our website is now compatible for any of the screen size that we want. So our application is fully completed, and now we can just select any drawer item from there. So we can just select any link item from there as well. So now our application is fully completed. So that's all for this project. So I hope you have learned a lot from this project as well. So now let's see the summary part of what we have done throughout this project. So now let's see the summary of what we have done throughout this project. So we have built the major project 1 of this course, and then this is the responsive homepage design with animations. So we have just completed the responsive homepage design, which you can run on any of the screen size, and we have the animations, we have the Google Fonts, and we have so many things and features on this project. And then we have the state handling as well in this application, so we have handled the status as well. And then we have the Google Fonts and the styled components as well. So we have the new concept of the Material UI, which is the styled components. So we have created the custom CSS stylings like for the customized typography as well. So now that's all for this summary, and that's all for this project, and I hope you have learned a lot from this project as well.
UI with the TypeScript has the great capabilities and enhancements. So to extend the capabilities of the Material UI, we use the TypeScript with the Material UI to extend its capabilities with the types declaration, and it is a great alternative to the styled components of the Material UI as well, because sometimes the styled components can be a bit tricky and sometimes it is very complex to use. And it also makes the code readable as well, so we can declare some types and then we can accept that in our props, or we can declare the types separately and we can use the types. So to use the TypeScript with the Material UI, we need to use the create React app with the TypeScript template, and the existing template with the React will not work because we need to use the TypeScript template, and we also need a type declaration of the React and the Material UI as well. So let's see that how can we install the Material UI with the TypeScript. So here we are in the VS Code, and now we need to install the React app with the TypeScript, and then we need to install the Material UI and their corresponding types. So let's start. So we need to move on into the browser. So now we need to create a new React app. So for that we can have the create React app, and then you will see there will be some commands. So we can just move on into the create react app.dev. And here you can see we can just click on the get started, and then you can see we have the installations guide. So we can create a new React app by this command, but this will only work for the JavaScript. But if we need to use the TypeScript, then we need to use a template of the TypeScript. So we can just copy this command of the npx create react app my app, and the only thing we need to add is dash dash template and the TypeScript. So we can just copy that command, and then we can move on into the application, and then we can just paste this command here. And then you will see now the create react app would be then installed with the TypeScript template. So the React app with the TypeScript is now installed, and now we can move on into the directory as well. So we can move on its cd into the my app, and then if you will just explore the TypeScript template, then you will see here you will see an additional file which is the tsconfig.json, which has all of the information about the TypeScript inside this. So here we have the target, and the target is like in which version of the JavaScript it will compile. So we can give the ES5 as well, and here we can give the ES6 2015 as well, and the 2015 is ES6, and then we can give the ES 2020 as well. So whatever the type we need to give, so we can give the type here. And after that we can move on into the source, and here you will see here we don't have the app.js or the JSX because in the TypeScript, so here we need to use the TSX extension inside that. Here the JSX won't work, so we can use the TSX, and here you can see now everything is same except that. So if we just start this application with the npm start, so here you can see now it is compiled, and if we move on into the browser, so here you can see we need to edit the app.tsx to save and the reload. So everything is same except the strictness of the types and the tsx and with the tsconfig.json addition. So we can move on, and we can just delete this header, and then we can just enter hello as well, and then you will see the hello will be there inside the web page. So everything is almost same. So we can remove everything from there. So here we have the hello, and now we can install the Material UI as well. So for that we can again use the MUI.com. So here we have the MUI, and we can just click on the get started, and here we have the installation steps. So we have the default installation as of now, so we can just copy this command to install that, and then we can just move on into the new terminal, and then we can just paste that command here. So I can now move on into the my app directory, and then we need to paste that command here. So it will install the Material UI with that, and I think the Material UI also contains the types as well. So we need to see once again once it installs. So the Material UI has been installed, and now we can just move on and create a new component that can be a mycomp.tsx with the tsx extension, and here again we can use the RAFCE, and this time what we need to do, so again we need to import something from the Material UI, so from @MUI material, And if we just use here the box instead of this div, so we can remove and we can use the box. And here you can see if we just import something, so if we want to import the props of the box, so we can use the box props. So here you can see now we already have the props of the box. So here we can just define some styles as well, and then we can use the styles. Like here we can have the const, we can have the styles, that should be equals to, we can have an object, and we need to give the type as well. So for these styles we need to give the type, like it can be colon, and then we need to give an object. The object will contain first the key, so we need to give any key of our name, and the key would be type of the string. So we can give the key of the string, and after that the value would be equals to, we can give the box props. So we can just install the box props from the Material UI, and now you can see if we just declare a new key here, that can be equals to the container. So here we have the container, and now if we just provide an object here, then you can see if you will just press Ctrl and the space, you will get all of the styles of the box. So here you can see you get the box shadow, sizing. So every style do you want inside this box, you can use inside that container. So you can use the styles, like we can have the border, that should be equals to 1 pixels. We can have the solid #CCC, and then we can give the color as well. Now you can see now we have the auto completion, which is very good. So we can give any color that we want. So the color can be equals to the red, and now we can just use the styles here. So for using the styles here, what we can do, so either we can just declare here the SX prop, and inside that object we can give the styles dot, we can give the container. So we can give the styles dot container, and then we can just write anything, like we can write the hello with TypeScript, and then we can move on into the app.tsx. So here we can just remove the class name as well, because here it is of no use, and we can just import here the my component. So the my component is there, and then if we restart the application, then we can see if everything compiles or not. So here you can see now it is compiled successfully. So if we move on into the application, then you can see now we have the hello, and I think the styles didn't work. So we have the styles.container. So here you can see I have now refreshed the page, and then you can see now we have the hello with the TypeScript. So now you can see now this is working fine. So we can give any style that we want. So we can remove the border as well. So now we have the color with the red. So this is how we can use with the SX. And the second option is we can remove the SX from here, and then we can only use here the object here, and inside this object we can use the styles dot container. And here you need to mention the 3 dots as well, because that should be a spread operator. So we have the box, and then give the styles dot container. And if we write anything like hello with TypeScript once again, so if we save, if we move on to the application, then you can see now we have the hello with the TypeScript with that. So now you can see, so these are the two methods that how can we add the styles from a separate styles object in the Material UI. So we have the SX prop, and then we can use the object with all of the properties with the spread operator. And if we want to use a children as well, so we can remove this, and then we can have another box container, and that should be a list. So this will contain a list. So we can have the styles for the list container. So we can have the display, that should be equals to, we can give the display of the flex, and then we can give the flex direction as well. So the direction can be equals to, we can give the column. And after that, if we just move on into this box, so here we can give a styles, so that should be equals to the styles dot, we can give the list container, and after that we can just provide some list inside that, like that can be equals to another one box, so that can be equals to another box, and with that we can have the list item 1 li1. So we can just copy this few more times. So here we have the li1, li, that should be the 2, that should be the 3, that should be the 4, and this one with the 5. So if we save, if we move on into the application, now you can see now we have the list as well inside that. So this is how we can just provide some styles inside the Material UI. So now you can see now we have a separate styles object in which we can just provide the styles with all of the auto completions as well. So that's a great advantage with the TypeScript in the Material UI. And now we will see that how to accept the props with the TypeScript as well. So here if we just remove everything from the container, like I will remove the styles as well, I will remove everything from there, even the styles.container as well. So here we only have the empty box. So if we want to accept some props, like I will show you an example with the wrapper. So we can just create a new component with the wrapper, like that can be a wrapper.tsx. So here we have the wrapper, and then we can again use the RAFCE for the default React boilerplate code. So the wrapper will contain some props, so we can give the props. But here you can see now the props will give you an error. Like now you can see we have the implicitly has any type, so we have defined here the strict. So here we are getting this error because we have defined the, I think the strictness equals to the true, so we have the strict equals to the true, so that's why we are getting the error. So that's why we need to provide here the type. So we can declare the types with the interfaces. So we have the interface, and then that should be equals to the props. And here you can see now we have the interface of the props, but here we need the children as well, because the props also contain the children, and here this is also a wrapper, so we need to wrap the children inside that. So either we can include the children here like children, and then we can have here the react.node here like the react.react node, or either we can use here the interface props, and that should be equals to the extending. So we can just extend the props from the React, so that should be equals to the interface props, that will be extends will be equals to, we can have the React dot, we have here the props, like we have the props with children. So here we have the props with children, and after that we can give the type of this props interface to these types as well, like we have the props type equals to this props, and now we can just wrap everything inside this props. So here we can have the props, so we can have the props dot children, so we can wrap the children inside that, and we have declared this interface props as well. And now we need to just give some styles as well to this. So we can give the styles, so we can give the container styles as well, like we can again have the container, and that should be equals to of the box props. So we can again use the MUI material, we can use the box props, and here we can remove this div, and here as well. So we'll be using the box from the material UI, and after that we need to just provide the styles of the container. So what we can do, so we can have here the again the object, and then we can use here the spread operator of the object. So we have the spread operator, and then we can use the props dot container styles. So here we have the container styles, so that should be easy. So we have the container styles, and after that we'll be rendering the children inside that. And now we can move on into the my component, and here we can just wrap something inside that. So here we don't need any props, so here we'll be rendering like again the hello with TypeScript. So here again we have the hello with TypeScript, and now we can move on into the app.tsx. So here we can just have here the wrapper as well. So here we have the wrapper, so the wrapper is now imported, and now we can just wrap the my component with the wrapper. So here we have the wrapper, and here you can see now we need to define the styles as well, like the children is a optional object and the key is also an optional, but the container styles is a required. So we can give the styles here as well, like that should be again an object. So we can give the border as well, so like the border should be 1 pixels, we can have the solid black, and then we can also give the color as well. The auto completion is working perfectly fine, so we can give the any color that we want, and then you can see we are getting the colors in the suggestion as well. So you can see this is how easy to use the material UI with the TypeScript. And now we can move on into the application. Then you can see now all of these styles would be then applied to the my component as well, because that's the children of this wrapper. So this is how we can use the material UI with the props with the TypeScript as well.